Hello, everybody. We are back here at Microsoft Build for day 2 of the Terminal Live. We're super happy to have you joining us. Whether you're here with us at Build, you can check us out. We're in that central building area, or online. If you're online, please ask us questions. We're going to be answering them throughout the day. We're going to be chatting. It's going to be a good time. Super excited to kick off today with our keynote famous girl over here, Kayla Cinnamon. Kayla, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So Katie and I are on the same team. So I'm a developer advocate. My focus lately has been Copilot CLI and VS Code. But before being a developer advocate, I was on the Windows team, hence the keynote. And I delivered Windows Terminal along with like some of the other things that were in the keynote, like the File Explorer Git integration was something I helped with, along with the new run experience. So I was a PM over there and then loved the advocacy world and then came over here. So yeah, that's what I've been up to.
Kayla's a superstar, actually. It's really, really impressive and crazy. And what was it like to be on the keynote stage?
It was cool. I was thinking about it this morning. I was like, I think I was somebody else up there. Like when the stage is so massive, you're like, I'm just gonna, do my thing.
You were so cool as a cucumber. I was like watching you. I was like, oh my gosh, she's doing it. She's doing it. But super impressive. And I know we're going to be getting into a little bit of Windowsy stuff today.
Yeah.
Do you want to give us kind of the latest in what you were talking about yesterday at the keynote, just so we are prepared?
Yeah, for sure. So there's a ton of stuff in that demo. I think it was like every 3 lines, every 3 sentences on the teleprompter was like a new thing that I was clicking on. But we have some new experimental experiences that we've delivered, along with helping like setup be easier, because that's been a big pain point for a lot of devs. It's like, hey, like setting up for a project takes sometimes up to a week, maybe 2 weeks to get all of your dependencies installed and like figure everything out. So I have stuff for that. I'm like, do I want to spill the beans now? I don't know. Then there's also improvements to Windows itself. So like the File Explorer with Git integration, super cool. And that's just baked into Windows, the new run dialog, and then like vertical taskbar too. That was a big one, big fan favorite.
That was your first thing you showed off, right?
Yeah, all the way on the left.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like the way you phrased it too, and it's kind of coming back to me as you're describing it as these like delighters, almost like things that aren't necessarily like, they're just helping you on your day to day,
Right.
It's just like, if you're really living in Windows, these are the things that are just going to be like, oh, wait, this is, that should have been like that. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's like when like you're in your house and then you accidentally like bump into the counter, you're like, like you can't get to the other side of the room. So like we're removing those obstacles to just make it feel more comfortable, like in Windows, and like things work the way that they should. And like you're just getting those little paper cuts out of the way. That's kind of been one of our big initiatives as of late, is just making Windows even better, just from like the small things.
Yeah. And I'm sure it's one of those things that you as a Windows developer are like probably going through your own list of things like, all right, we're making this better, this better, this better, checking them off as you go.
Yeah, no, totally.
Sweet. Well, what do you have for us today? What are we going to do?
Well, I thought about this last night because everyone's talking about the weather here in San Francisco.
I think it's a hot topic.
It is a hot topic because yesterday was kind of cold, and then this morning's supposed to be hot, but today is supposed to be hot, but this morning is pretty cold.
Yeah.
So, and then I was chatting with someone and they were saying that the Windows weather app is like a web view. Like it's not necessarily built with native tech for like WinUI and that sort of thing, and WinApp SDK. So I was like, let's just try to build a weather app using the new
do it.
I haven't done this before. Who knows what's going to happen?
That's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
And I feel like, speaking of the weather, it's like in San Francisco, Carl the Fog is the big mascot. Yeah, they named the fog Carl with a K. And so I feel like this is like a testament to Carl that we're going to be creating here today.
He's got to make an appearance.
Exactly.
Someone, like, we need a Carl icon or something.
We need something.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. I've got your screen up.
All right, cool. Well, right before this, because there's a bunch of weather APIs to pick from, and I was like, I don't know what to use. So I did. So I'm an intelligent terminal, which is the experimental experience that we announced yesterday for a terminal experience, but that also has agents like seamlessly integrated into its own agent pane. I don't have the agent pane open. That's this little icon down here.
Oh yeah, show it off.
Yeah. So here you can ask anything and also get help with commands. But since I'm in Copilot CLI on this tab, this is a little redundant.
Okay.
But if I head over, I already ran this one. Spoilers.
Oops.
Who knows? So if I have the intelligent terminal pane open and then I run a command that will throw an error, it says, oh, I detected an error, and it's immediately thinking of how to resolve the error. So if you have like a syntax issue, or like you try to run Python, you don't have Python installed, you're going to get an error, and then it's going to try to help you figure that out. And then ideally provide a command that you can just run in the terminal. This command here is a password matching regex thing of like, make sure there's a capital letter, make sure we've got numbers and like a fancy character. So in this result, which it's always different because agents are non-deterministic. Sometimes it's like, here's a command, and sometimes it's like, here's why I didn't give you a command.
Yep.
But this is like basically explaining how to fix it depending on what I want as the developer. So it's not going, it doesn't want to assume what I really wanted to run.
Yeah. And what model do you have there and stuff?
That's a great question. So I open settings from the drop down here, and then there's this new agents settings page on the left. I'm running GPT 5.5, and then I have GitHub Copilot. But if you have other agents installed, like Claude Code or Open Code, any of those, it should automatically get picked up by Intelligent Terminal, and then you can pick between them. So one use case I heard recently is like their enterprise gives them Claude, but they personally pay for Copilot. So they want to be able to switch between them depending on the projects that they're running, so that they can use their tokens appropriately and all that stuff. So this is really handy for like doing that swap.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And then this is the model picker. I'm not going to click on this because I think there's some secret sauce in here that I can't show. But we're good with GPT 5.5.
Use your imagination.
Yeah, imagine, like your opuses and your haikus and all those. They're all in here, I promise. But yeah, so that's what's running in this agent pane is GPT 5.5.
Oh, sweet. And also, side note, we are getting some love for the vertical tabs.
Vertical tabs?
Big fans.
Let's do it.
Oh, it's time.
Let's do it right now.
All the way to the left.
All the way to the left. Boop.
What is your go-to? Are you actually a vertical, or are you more?
No, so I want to be a vertical because I have an ultra wide, and that's so much real estate that's just blank.
Yeah.
I'm like, I could totally get this back. And whenever I record, I hide my taskbar anyway. So like, it's a little bit easier if it were vertical. But when I was practicing for the demo, I'd move it to the left and then just fumble because I couldn't find my stuff.
No, it's an adjustment, I feel like. Like I've tried vertical before, just in Edge. And I had to switch back because I was like, I don't even know where my things are. Like, this is too much. I don't like change.
Yeah, no, it definitely takes some getting used to. We can keep it on the left for now and see.
We'll see if we can get used to it here.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, taskbar on the left. We got Intelligent Terminal helping us out along the way. I think we should kick off this prompt because I don't know how long it's going to take.
Let's do it.
So actually, the thing that I want to leverage is a plugin. I know I said we should start, but I got to explain some stuff. It's a plugin that we have shipped that helps make creating Windows apps even easier. So I've got all of my open source. These are all the things we shipped, all of my tabs, which we'll walk through today. But this is WinDev Skills. So it's on GitHub, and you can install it from GitHub. I think there's like other ways to manually do it as well. I just asked Copilot to install it for me. But basically, this includes a bunch of skills. Let me get down here for building WinUI 3 apps. So you can have your build and run workflow skill, the design so that all the XAML looks right, doing the code review, UI testing. So I had it. So like at the session I did yesterday, I unfortunately couldn't show it on the screen because it actually happened so fast.
Oh, no.
By the time it came for me to speak again, it finished the UI testing, but it was pulling up like File Explorer because I had a file picker in there. So it was like actively moving my mouse around and clicking and everything. So we can try that today.
Yeah. Let's do it.
But that comes baked in, which is great. So that just makes your UI testing even easier. And then also the like packaging part of it. So you could put it in the Microsoft Store. There's a skill for that too, because that can be tricky as well to do by hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it comes with all of these skills and then a custom agent, which is what we're going to flip to in Terminal. So
nice.
I got to switch my agent to WinUI Dev. So now I've got WinUI Dev set up right here, and I can give it a prompt. So I want to use the voice feature, which was also announced, or Montaquila, I don't know, announced yesterday for Copilot, but it did say I need an update to use it. So I don't know if it's going to work. Let me see.
Let's see.
Oh no, it's just gonna no. Okay, we're gonna type this.
Not quite. We did get a lot of the voice stuff going yesterday with Tim
great.
Rogers. So
cool.
If you want to see that, it's somewhere on this channel on the internet somewhere.
Okay, great. Use the. I'm gonna put this into autopilot as well. I'm sure they said this yesterday, but switching between modes is Shift Tab. So you could go regular, plan, or autopilot. I'm just gonna send it.
You're just gonna send it. Autopilot, YOLO.
Let's build a weather app leveraging WinUI 3. Use the API you just showed. Make sure Carl the Fog makes an appearance.
Yep.
And build and run when you're done.
That could be a theme even.
Carl?
Yeah, Carl.
Like a Carl theme?
But I guess it'll just be gray.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is fog theme?
Yeah, that's okay. Let's see.
All right.
Okay, yeah. So now it's immediately grabbing this WinUI dev workflow skill and then also the WinUI design skill.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
And when was that? You said that was released yesterday, or
I think that, honestly, I think they came out with it like a month or two ago.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, but then we were really hyped it up at Build because now's the time.
That makes sense.
But yeah, so I've been kind of playing around with this, and it does a pretty good job. I built for the session. We had the Windows session yesterday, and the app we were building was a Markdown app where you can upload any file, like a WAV file or MP4 or even like a PDF. And then it converts it into Markdown.
Oh.
And it like displays it and everything. So that was the example that we had. I've got like 3 different Markdown apps now on my
Are those examples available for folks to check out?
I think so, actually. So every session at Build this year, I believe, is required to have a GitHub repo with all the assets that they shared. So the like BRK 261, that's the session. There's a GitHub repo for that. I think it must be linked in the description of the session.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So there should be the source code to the Markdown app that Craig was showing, because he already had it pre-built and like was showing it off with WSL Container, which we can also talk about. But yeah, so people can go play with that. And then I replicated building it with this skill plugin with skills in it. So yeah.
If you want to be really fun, you could probably use the Build CLI to get it too.
Oh yeah. Wait, yeah.
Do the full thing.
Yeah. End to end. Don't even leave the terminal.
Exactly. Challenge yourself.
Yeah.
See if it'll work out for you. I know if anyone in the chat has been using this stuff since it's been out for a month, let us know.
Yeah.
Could take any and all feedback. We're getting some vertical tabs feedback that even when it's in dark mode, the tabs remain light.
Oh, my terminal's in dark mode. But
your
I'm
actual
in light
thing is
mode. I know.
There you go.
I was told to use light mode for my demos. Not anymore.
I mean, hey.
So now look at that. Seamless,
beautiful, stunning.
So one other thing that but we've paired with this WinDev skills plugin. It's a little confusing because it's called WinDev skills, but it's a plugin. But a plugin is just a bundle of like custom agents, skills, MCP servers. Like it's just a name for all the stuff that we are kind of already know about. But one thing that it depends upon is this WinApp CLI. So not agentic, just a CLI, but it helps with managing Windows SDKs, packaging, generating app identity, manifest, like all the like scary stuff of building a Windows app and like publishing it. This is a tool to help you do that. And this can also just be installed, I want to say through Winget. But when you package with MSIX, you can get access to all this stuff. So like interactive native notifications and like integration with Windows Explorer and taskbar, all of this stuff. So the plugin that we're using for this weather app is going to leverage the CLI to like package it up and
Oh, sweet. So all that's taken care of for you, basically.
Yeah. So it's just making this a whole lot easier because before you had to like dig through the docs and be like, what commands do I run to like, package this thing up? Or like, what do I have to include in my project so that it just, builds right? So we're trying to make it easier.
Yeah, like what we're kind of trying to accomplish today. I wonder in the past how long that would have taken.
I think a while. I was afraid to do it myself. Like I'm like, can someone help me? Like it's rough.
So fair.
Yeah.
Oh, we are blocking the
you and I are.
We are.
Oh.
Well, let me try to fix that. We'll see if I can do it. Maybe I'll ruin everything. We'll just see real quick.
I'm gonna check in on the terminal how we're doing.
Maybe I can move us up top here.
App code is in place.
All right, we're up on top.
Wow.
Perfect.
Seamless.
Perfect.
Nice.
Oh yeah, where are we at here?
Well, what's funny, so I'm on ARM.
Okay.
An ARM device, but it got mad at the ARM part. So it's like, we're gonna build for x64.
It's like, we don't care.
Okay.
Whatever.
I know. I'm like, oh yeah, building WinUI app for x64. Don't you know where I am? I'm on ARM.
Come on.
What are you doing? Yeah,
Come
first
on.
build ARM 64 hitting a missing path.
Wow.
We're gonna just see. I mean, I guess it would be emulated, so it might just be slower, but
fix the important
rebuilding.
I totally project my own like emotion onto whatever it tells me. So I'm like, all right, sassy. Oh, who's that? I believe not our next session, but the session after is all about Aspire. So if you're an Aspire fan, you'll get to see Maddy and David Fowler here later. So check that out. I think that's at noon-ish.
Nice. It's also
someone said, look out, she's armed. But
that's good. That's good. I like how it's still including Carl.
Yeah, I mean that's like the most important.
Yeah, I like that it knows. This is lore that you dumped on me like right before we started. I was like, who is Carl? I love it.
San Francisco lore.
Nice. Oh, building and running. Packaged WinUI app.
Oh, no way. No way.
You got it. You got it.
It's working. So talk me through the GPT 5.5 decision here. Was that, or were you? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not strongly opinionated.
Oh, just because.
Yeah. I was like, I'm afraid to do auto.
Yeah.
For internal reasons, not that auto's bad. It's just, it might pick something that we're not supposed to show. This is incredible.
Oh my god.
This name, Carl
Cast. With marine layer commentary from Carl the Frog.
Carl is lurking nearby.
Wait, that's a little scary. Carl is lurking. Feels like 14. That must be Celsius.
Marine layer energy. Wow. I think we're off to a great start.
I think so too. I mean, it's already has a lot of Carl happening, and that's my main measure of success here.
Yeah. I was gonna say I want a Carl status. Is this the color of Carl? Isn't this kind of what you want?
Yeah, a little Carl energy. But I want a Carl status. I want more from Carl. Like we got a little bit, but
okay. We want more from Carl. Do that.
And maybe Carl can recommend like I don't know, like outfit or something.
Ooh,
like what? It's
maybe
cold, Carl.
could
Like
also
what
have
should I wear?
outfit recommendations. I think we also need more icons. Like nothing is.
Yeah, it's a little.
How do I know? Like I like the little rainy cloud or
Yeah, it's too like utilitarian at
Yeah.
the moment. And also,
Add
if
in
you're
some color.
watching, feel free to add suggestions.
Yeah.
We can throw it.
We've got
this
plenty of
thing.
time. But this is truly WinUI. Like these are all the buttons, like the same look and feel as like settings, right? Like it's all the same.
No, it looks incredible.
Yeah.
It just is a little bit dry. And also, if we could toggle between Fahrenheit and Celsius, I think that would be.
Ooh, that would be good. Right. Because
I'm American.
Right. I can't make sense of this. Feels like 16. We're
Feels like
underdressed
16.
for that. Yeah.
Certainly.
Oh, it stopped. It's working on it. So
yeah, it's busy.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the Windows weather app. So this is our competition. This is what we're trying to go
we
for.
can beat this easily.
Yeah, like I want all these icons. Like these are great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that is nice. Yeah, you can toggle through different places.
Yeah. I'm sure you can. I didn't even know Windows came with a weather app. Someone told me that. I was like, no way.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I honestly
Yeah.
neither.
Yeah.
But it's pretty nice.
Yeah. I want to be able to customize these. Not that we're trying to develop on the existing weather apps. We have our own Carl cast, but
exactly. But like, they say copying is the highest form of flattery.
Yeah.
So I think we can borrow some good things and then make it better.
Right. You're so right.
I like the small craft advisory.
We've had a small craft advisory this whole time. We've been here
for vessels.
Yeah. Yeah.
Marine vessels.
Yes.
All right. Well, let me just park my boat somewhere else then.
Like not anywhere along the coast. Like down here may be safer, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens? No, keep going.
I was gonna say this. I came in on Saturday. This has been here all day, every day since at least Saturday.
We're like right on the water, folks. The venue of Microsoft Build this year is basically on a dock.
Yes.
It's this structure, I believe former military, because it's a
like
fort.
Right.
But yeah, we're on the water. So this is big news.
Yeah. And there's signs that say no fishing event underway or something, like the build signs. I was like, dang, I
know that threw me off.
I know. I brought my pole and everything. That was my plan.
Wanted to catch some, I think crabs is a big thing here.
Oh, they didn't say no crabbing.
So after this,
what are you? I'm free.
I mean, I have a crate we could use.
Oh, perfect.
All right, still working.
Carl outfit icon colors and update is
it's happening.
Rebuilding. We're getting close. Launch is running.
It is happening.
Packaged. Love that. Ooh.
Okay. Oh.
Whoa. Okay. Weather updated. We don't need this.
Carl is hovering just off stage.
I don't see him. Maybe he's behind this wall.
Carl may roll in dramatically after one more espresso.
What?
Same, Carl.
He's just casually mysterious.
Same. That's my vibe today.
I don't think we prompted it for Carl personality.
No,
like it's decided.
It went off.
Carl respects versatility.
Beanie, scarf, and a mysterious.
Oh, we do have a bug. I can't.
Oh, we gotta
scroll.
Okay.
All right. Wait. Is this the UI testing part? Because I can't scroll. Look at this. It's like I planned it, right?
Wait.
Oh my gosh.
Epic. Okay.
Okay. Wait. Let's do some UI testing. I can't see everything. Let's see it.
So it's just gonna kick into action and.
Yeah, I think it'll just start doing things. I'm going to keep my hands off the keyboard.
Yeah, hold on.
It's not me. Oh, yeah. So now we're grabbing the WinUI testing skill, which I mentioned before.
Oh, my gosh.
And it should just do it. And we'll see. I'm hoping it'll test and then implement fixes rather than be like, it's broken.
It's broken, girl.
But you can't.
All right.
I got to see what his full suggestion for the outfit is. So
I know.
How do I know what to wear?
Coming straight from Carl himself.
He's casually mysterious.
Yeah, and the outfit is also mysterious. Currently
mysterious. let's see. I'm gonna open this so we can see if it like things start happening. Yeah, I like. Oh, I forgot about the Fahrenheit thing. I was like, it's 14 degrees and sunny. That's
Yeah.
that's not right.
Suspicious.
Suspicious. The humidity is crazy.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I like that it added some emojis for us.
Yeah. Carl the Fog is still just a rectangle, though. He could have had a cloud.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, he's a square.
He's a
Oh,
square.
Ashish is saying it used to be sort of native. Now they switched to WebView from UWP.
Yeah.
Everyone thought they'd switch to WinUI 3.
Right.
Oh,
That was basically the conversation I was having.
that's
last
some
night.
community tea.
Yeah, it's
right
some
there.
community tea.
Okay.
So I don't know what the future of the weather app is, but we're just gonna make our own.
Yeah, exactly.
Sponsored by Carl.
Find us in the App Store.
But, well, we're already packaged. We could totally go in the App Store.
Maybe that's how we should end this thing.
I don't know if I need like a developer account or something on the App Store.
We can figure it out.
Guys, put in the chat if you would use the Carl cast.
Yeah, we're launching. We're launching.
Oh, that's so good.
We are launching
the app.
The
The app is also launching.
Yeah.
It looked like it changed some visual fixes and now it's redoing stuff. So we'll see. Yeah, this was so fast. Like I couldn't believe. I was like, this might take maybe 30 minutes to build, but
no,
this
it's
is
like
incredible.
cranking.
Yeah. GPT 5.5.
GPT 5.5.
Yeah. Let's see.
Getting app ID. Now I'm just thinking of all the Carl related things we could add in there. Well, let's get it fixed first.
Yeah. He's still hovering casually.
I think you mentioned this is your first time in San Francisco, right? Was that you?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you a regular?
No. I had
In
I
between.
had a summer internship in San Jose. So I came up.
Oh, it's way sunnier there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So I came up, somewhat frequently because you got to do all the touristy things when you're there for 3 months. You gotta knock everything out. Never went to Alcatraz though. That was on my list.
I've never been to Alcatraz and I grew up kind of local-ish.
Yeah. What are you doing after this? Think about all the crabs that are out there.
Think about all the crabs out there. I want to go so bad because I feel like there's like some good Alcatraz movies. And at one point there was an Alcatraz show. It only got one season, but it was so good. It had that one guy from Lost.
Oh,
I don't know.
I just watched Lost.
Really?
I just finished it.
It had Hurley, I think.
Love you. Curly?
Yeah.
Curly?
Is that his name? Curly hair.
Yeah.
Hurley.
Oh, maybe because
with the lottery.
Yeah.
Oh, Curly Hurley.
Right.
It was something like that. But anyway, there's some epic Alcatraz content. Or The Rock with Nick Cage. That one's a fave.
Oh, I do need to watch that.
Maybe
on my flight back, I'll just watch all the Alcatraz things.
You should. It's such a good plane movie too. It's just like total action movie. Nick Cage is like not overselling it, but he's always 100%, you know?
Yeah.
So
Nick Cage is only Nick Cage.
Yes. And that's the best part about him. Someone's saying, is this pre-recorded? No, this is live. And you will be able to see it after as well on the GitHub YouTube channel. And we also have it going to the Windows Dev channel.
Nice.
Someone is saying the most exciting part of Build this year is how fast the developer workflow is evolving. GitHub is turning AI from a tool into a force multiplier. Yeah, totally. I mean, I was just thinking back to Build last year and just how different it felt.
Yeah.
And I think another thing is like back then, because we also that was the first time we did a booth like this. And it did feel very like, let's just throw everything we can at it. Whereas now, it feels like we're more rooted in showing someone's actual workflow and like, how are you navigating these tools and using Copilot in your day to day? Whereas back then it was kind of like, let's see what we can build in 60 minutes.
Yeah. I do think that's the evolution of agents too.
Yeah.
Like now we can, and like how we use them, because we can be more targeted. Also, it just put in Seattle without, I didn't.
Hold on.
Y'all saw my hands have been over here, but it's doing that UI testing. Also funny that it picked Seattle. I'm like, how'd you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it has a cache because I put Seattle in earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Or Carl just likes Seattle.
And it's got some fog up there too.
Yeah,
You know,
that's true.
that's his holiday, perhaps.
Yeah, he floats up to Seattle from SF.
All right. So what's it doing now?
It's still I think it was checking resize. I think this is actually the bug that we had because we couldn't, the content was overflowing outside the window.
Yeah.
So let's see.
And you didn't
see?
specify that when you prompted it. You kind of just said
No.
do some
I
testing.
said do UI testing.
Yeah.
I think that was all I said.
Oh, wow. So it really went through
Yeah.
and found out what was going on.
Oh, mysterious look into the distance.
Oh,
We have to wear that. I don't think I was looking mysterious. I think I was looking more like surprised.
mischievous.
Ooh, a tasteful cloud chase.
Oh,
Wow. Scenic lap offshore.
I love the personality they've given to
He's
Carl the
Carl is
Fog.
a whole person.
But it resonates. I feel like fog is kind of a mysterious weather.
Yeah, because you don't know what's in there.
Yeah.
We were this was
You
like
don't know what's in there.
like what, like 2 days ago, I was like, yeah, isn't the Golden Gate Bridge like right around here? It's like it was
It's
like
right
right
there.
there.
Yeah.
The fog was covering it.
It's
James
kind
is
of
like, Kayla, it's
insane.
right there.
Oh my
Wow,
gosh.
speaking of James,
Guest
that was
star.
crazy. Carl Cast.
You have to wear a mysterious look in the distance today. He's like, no.
He's like, I'm out of here.
Let me get out.
He's gonna go hang out with Carl outside. Oh, dashboard's more compact, stopping the old instance, relaunching the compact build. This is great. I love that it's just doing it. And I bet if I prompted at the beginning, like do UI testing, it'll probably would have just done it all at once.
Yeah.
Rather than the piecemeal.
Totally. And I mean, I think it's an interesting point. Like in the case of us just being on a stream, it's giving us time to just chat a bit. But you could imagine if this was just in your day to day, you could then go and spin off something else and kind of shift while it's working on this testing.
Yeah, exactly. No, this is great.
All
This is
right.
going so fast. So I was planning for this to take much longer. It's fine.
That just
It's
means
great.
we get to make it.
We can really
We can
deck
really
it out.
compete with the weather app now.
Yeah, we could do some competitive analysis and see what we need to add. We do need okay, so we need Fahrenheit and Celsius toggles.
Yes.
And then do we want those pre-configured other locations?
I think that'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's an option.
And then maybe like Carl's opinion if he would go to any of those based off the weather.
Yeah. What's
Okay.
his recommendation?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
Okay.
so.
Okay. We're gonna let this finish, but
Oh, because right now, yeah, it'll let you look up different locations. So that's one thing. But yeah, I like the pre-set ones.
yeah.
Did it say Seattle, Jalisco, Mexico?
Yeah. Is that real?
I don't think so. Is it?
What's their weather look like? 22 and
That's-
overcast.
I believe
Is it
that's
the same?
hot. I don't know. if
Yeah.
Celsius at all. I think that's got to be in the 80s, right?
Sure.
Sunglasses, tote bag, and optional fog whistle for the approved accessories.
I mean, that's a different weather than Seattle, Washington. So maybe it's real.
That
The
is
rest of these are Washington. That's
shocking
so funny.
to me. Interesting.
Interesting. Cool.
All right, Seattle, Jalisco.
Yeah.
Next
So-
build. Let's go
Next
there.
Build. Comfortable layers.
Carl respects. I need him to respect me
I
or
know.
it.
I don't know.
Entity of Carl.
Entity. Okay.
All right. Okay.
All
Task
right.
complete.
All right. Let's keep going. Oh, okay. Wait. What did it do? Repeatable testing suite. Love that. Verify the icon content. Fix the broken status strip. Status strip.
Wait.
Is that this? The weather's updated?
I think the bummer part about that is I don't remember at all what that looked like before.
It had a close button, which is gone.
Okay.
I don't think we need this.
Yeah.
We'll see, obviously we'll see the weather updated as it,
the latest conditions.
right.
Yeah.
all right, that's gotta go.
Also, that time is off on there on the latest. 4:30 p.m. today.
is it
Hasn't happened yet.
no. I was gonna
Yeah.
ask a really silly question. Like, is it 4:30 in Mexico? Absolutely not. It is absolutely not. Yeah. Okay. All right. We got a laundry list here.
Okay, perfect. Where do we start?
Do we fleet this?
Oh my gosh.
We've got
I
a
think
laundry
we
list.
ought to fleet this.
All right. So we had, let's add, oh, this is going to check my spelling. Fahrenheit. I feel like that's correct. I don't know if I'm spelling that right. Let's add a Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit's a toughie.
No one judge me in chat if I spelled it wrong. Let's add a Fahrenheit Celsius toggle. Let's remove that update banner. Add a bar of other locations that can be configurable. I don't think that's really gonna. We'll see what it comes up with.
Yeah,
I'm not describing that well enough, but that's okay.
Yeah, like preset. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll just see what it does.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I'm a gal who needs a lot of sunscreen. So if there's any way to add a UV, that would benefit me personally.
100%. Oh, and air quality.
I like that you had the O and.
We're having a conversation.
Yeah, it's casual. It's cool.
It's casual. It's casual. Yeah.
Chat, if you're interested in chiming in, I'd love to know who has tried Fleet here.
Also, an hourly display and a weekly forecast.
I like that.
Let's go with that.
That's a lot of things.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes. I did a fleet. I don't fleet too often.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fleeter. Exactly. But one time I had one that it kicked off a fleet on a fleet. So I had 3 sub-agents, and then I had 3 more sub-agents that waited until the first 3 sub-agents finished because they depended on...
And it kicked it off.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was really cool. Like, it just knew.
I'd be worried that could keep going, but...
Maybe.
Potentially, but it didn't happen, and it worked out for you?
Oh, just 2 fleets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
But it was cool because it was like, I need to wait for these features or whatever to exist to then add on whatever it was. I don't remember what I was building, but it was pretty neat.
What kind of scenarios make you think like, I need or I want to try a fleet?
Like this exact thing. When you're building something or playing with something, you have like a laundry list of features that you want to do. And I like Fleet because it makes sure that all of the code works with each other. Like if you're working on the same part of the code base but want to add 3 different things, you're going to hit a bunch of merge conflicts and it's going to be really rough.
Oh, I don't think in here. Sorry. Yeah, we're sorry. We're live. And that was our special guest.
There you go. But yeah, with fleets, they will make sure that there's no merge conflicts between them. So they kind of all agree on like what the final state of the code will be.
Yeah.
So that's when I think a fleet makes a lot of sense, when you have a bunch of stuff, but it's almost all in the same files.
Yeah, it's all touching the same stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You could do the same with like work trees. That works pretty similarly. And just kick off multiple work trees at once. That's just a bit more manual.
Yeah.
And then works differently under the hood, right? Because work trees are like clones of the code again. So it's a little bit different.
It kind of sounds like a personal preference a little bit, but also mixed with scenario. There is someone in the chat talking about Squad as well. Have you used that?
No, but I've heard it's
great
cool.
things. I was talking to Brady yesterday, who's like the creator of Squad.
Yes.
And just the types of things he's cooking up with that. And also some of the other folks at the conference were talking about it. I also just like it for the fun of being like, you are all characters of Lost. So it is fun in that way, but also obviously very practical to use.
Yeah, definitely. Do you have a Squad demo planned, or like is that something we got to do later?
We don't have one today. I'm wondering if maybe that's something I could get Fowler and Maddy to do, or I mean, we could try it.
I would have to ask Copilot how to set
How
it
to
up.
do it.
Like, I really don't know anything about how to get started.
Yeah. You are all Carl the Fog.
I'm all about Carl today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have a couple people saying like, oh, I'm still trying to optimize my tokens or get my local running great before trying out Fleet.
Yeah,
Which
that's
makes
fair.
sense.
That's fair. Yeah. And actually in the keynote, which was cool, I had a local model already running or like available on the machine. And then I kicked off a Fleet and it automatically assigned some tasks to the local model.
Oh, wow.
Because the agent just made the decision of like, oh, this task makes sense to assign to this local model. We'll send it there. So I think like the evolution of these things like starting to happen, I think will just help make token usage more efficient along the way as local models and all those things become faster and easier to run, but still like having great compute.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was able to just decide like, yep, we're going to send these 3 subtasks to the local model, then we'll do like these other 2 to a cloud model, and then like we're just saving tokens that way, which I was like, that's so cool that you didn't. I didn't have to,
totally
do that myself.
You didn't have to hook it up. And did it kind of prompt you asking you before? Or did you have it in some kind of YOLO situation just going?
No, that was just a regular. I wasn't in YOLO. That was just a regular. I don't know if you meant YOLO as in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, or just
you only live once.
Right, exactly. But yeah, no, it just worked. So I just did /fleet. That was the like voice command that I ran. But yeah, obviously that was only a 5-minute demo, but
yeah,
that was the intent of that part of it, which was cool.
Yeah, they had you pack a lot into that 5 minutes. But yeah, it worked out really well. It was nice to see all of those pieces kind of coming together.
Yeah, no, it was pretty cool. And it was very frequently rehearsed. So
yeah,
everything had a time
well prepared.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's check in on our thing here. What's going on? It's still building.
It has a syntax issue and it's rebuilding. Well, I would think that I could see. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm wondering if it even did a Fleet, or maybe they changed the functionality of this because there's no subtasks running.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
But you literally /fleeted it, so it'd be kind of.
The planning Fleet work is complete. So maybe we haven't even. Maybe it's still no, because it's launching the app right now.
Implementing.
I don't know. Maybe the 2 Fleet agents finished. Maybe I missed it.
Hold on,
we missed it. We're so fast.
Chatting too much.
Yeah. Background agent. Oh, I think it used a Fleet for planning, but then did regular for implementation. That's interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, we missed it. That was so quick. Oh, it's doing UI testing. I'm not doing that.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, hands up.
Oh, we forgot to say, but the time updated, right? I was gonna say we forgot to change the time, but
wow, it saw it. Oh yeah, I see San Francisco, Seattle, and New York as our presets.
Oh yeah.
We have our toggle, Fahrenheit, Celsius.
Yep.
We have air quality it also added, I think.
Oh yeah,
and
I asked
UV.
for that. I did ask for that. Yeah.
And UV. A chill 2.9.
We're not worried.
I'm checking on the
I did get sunburnt on my first day.
Oh my God.
We were walking. I don't know. I guess I walked to a restaurant from here, and then I get back to the hotel, and my like part line is like pink.
And
I'm just red, and I'm just like,
I got that last week, and
that's rough.
It's rough. It's gnarly. The worst. But I mean, to be fair, here I grew up kind of Bay Area. And that's what my mom would always say. She said, watch out for the cloudy days because that's when no one puts on sunscreen, but the sun is still there, you know.
The Carl
it's coming
days.
For you.
Yeah.
You have to pay the piper. Carl's coming.
Seriously.
Fog tax.
Okay, let's see. Oh, it's doing the UI testing, so it's redesigning. It's doing a different layout, I think.
Yeah, we have some good comments in the chat about redundant unit conversions are one of those silent sources of tech debt that creep into dashboards. So centralizing that logic at the service layer keeps it clean, reduces drift, ...
That's a good tip.
Some people are talking about blowing their token usage with some MCPs. It happens. Oh, question from James. I wonder who that is. For Kayla is, can you tell us more about the intelligent terminal, or should I just install it and then use that as a pick up all my stuff from the normal terminal? Use that, I guess he's saying like when to use that. Should he just use that?
You
fully?
can. Yeah, I mean, you can use it as a regular terminal. Like that's what we're doing now. We're in intelligent terminal right now. It feels like regular terminal.
It does, yeah.
The thing where it's helpful is like in these use cases where an error gets generated. So even if I didn't have the pane open, it's still like running in the background, detecting anything that's gone wrong. So it's because it's doing UI testing and I clicked my focus into the terminal. But yeah, so it's meant to just kind of be a little helper along the way is like the best use case we found, but it's really experimental. So we're trying to figure out like, hey, do people like this way of working with agents? Is this like something we should continue to invest in and evolve? Or is, like the Copilot CLI 2E the way that people want to work with their agents and that sort of thing? Because this is really like, it's still just terminal, but now you have a little helper rather than like looking up, how do I do regex for this? Like I could have originally asked it, how do I do regex for this? Actually, we could try that. I'm afraid I want the UI testing to finish before I do that.
Totally.
But we could try that and see what it comes up with. But it is open source on GitHub. It's like Microsoft/intelligent-terminal. I also have a tab for that, but I'm afraid to use my mouse.
Yeah. I mean, talking about like you all are trying to figure out how people want to work. What's the best way for them to provide feedback? Would it be through issues?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the team is always looking. Also, like Feedback Hub, I know Feedback Hub gets dogged on a lot, but we actively look at Feedback Hub.
Yeah.
We're always looking in there and frequently like sort by most reacted to or commented on or like whatever the rating is and be like, this is our to-do list. Like we should be working on what people are asking for. And that was kind of what a lot of the stuff we showed at the keynote today was about, is like a lot of people have been asking for this stuff. Like let's do it. So that was pretty cool. We've got a visitor.
We're getting our volume up.
We're whispering.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, for anyone here who's interested in trying this stuff out, definitely leave your feedback there. I mean, you can tell us in chat as well, and we'll try to make a note of it, but that's where you're getting to the team directly so that they can, know what the people want.
Right, exactly. And then, track it for anybody else who's asking for the same thing. Or then once we've implemented it, you could see the PR attached to it, like, GitHub. But yeah, that's a good way to keep tabs on how the project's doing and like what everyone's been working on, because the team just works in open source all the time. So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll show that stuff, like the links and everything, once this stops clicking. Oh, it really loaded the Carl the Fog card.
Oh yeah,
the outfits in there.
I like that quick view from Carl.
Yeah,
Carl respect ...
We should have like a Carl throne. Zone. Like a Carl, like this is our shrine to Carl.
Oh yeah, I think so.
And then all of his opinions are there, and then the rest is weather.
I like it. Okay, I'm super into that. Almost like a Carl 8-ball also, to be like, ask Carl something. Shake the 8-ball and then see how he feels.
What would we like? Do we ask outfits? Do we ask? Because what would it be like? Yes, no.
Yeah, well, classic 8-ball is very general, right? It's like yes, no, maybe, or whatever. So
ask again later.
Yeah, or that seems possible.
Yeah.
I think we could do something like that, but we probably should keep it in the weather theme.
Yeah,
too.
What about no?
I mean, it could be outfits, because then you could say like, if I'm in Seattle, Jalisco, Mexico, and I'm like, should I wear this giant coat? You could be like, probably not.
Ask again later. Mysterious. Okay.
Someone's saying, what's up right now? Copilot's doing some testing
some UI testing.
on our Carl weather app here.
Yeah.
And it's thorough.
It's thorough.
It's going off.
Let's see. I think it's almost done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty quick and to the point now.
Yeah.
Carl is nearby.
Oh my God.
That is ominous. Carl, please.
He's behind me, isn't he?
I know. But he left layering notes.
No way.
Nearby in SF.
No, we're in Seattle now.
I know. But like how nearby?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, there's some windows. It looks gray out there, so
it was pretty foggy on our way in today.
Yeah. He's hovering.
He's hovering. Automation names for the Carl outfit accessory test.
All right.
Yeah, now it's really on into the UI testing, which is great and thorough for when you're doing a real app.
This is a real app. This is going to the marketplace. All right.
That's true. Oh, this is not scrollable. Oh, I guess vertically. This is bad.
Since it has,
but
that
like
needs to be.
What's happening here? What's this? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
This is nice.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah. Ooh.
And again, like it is messing up some of these times here, like on the hourly forecast. Why do we have 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m.?
Yeah. Oh, wait. There we go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, look at this. Raining.
What?
UV7 for Saturday.
No way.
No way.
But when it's raining, it's different. Yeah, watch yourself.
Watch yourself.
Carl does not sleep. Okay.
Yeah.
Fixing test.
I guess we did kick off a whole fleet, right? Like that.
True. We're still like,
I know. We're like, you were so fast earlier. Why aren't you implementing 6 features at the same time?
Come on. Get it together. I do think there will come a day when it's going to be like, boom.
I just think it.
Yeah.
It's there.
Neuralink.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, back to our previous conversation, today compared to this time last year feels like a whole different world. And I'm guessing that'll just continue over the next forever.
Yeah. Like every build, I think, is just going to be wildly different from the previous.
Yeah, totally different world.
Yeah. Let's see.
Humidity, 92%.
Yeah. Oh, it's clicking. It clicked through these.
Nice.
I don't know what PM stands for. PM 2.5.
I don't know.
No, those are it's like the type of pollutant in the air.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you know the difference between those?
I think one of them is caused by like car fumes and that sort of thing, and then one is something else.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
My home in LA is probably crazy.
We could put LA in here.
Yeah, we'll add it.
Yeah, we'll add it.
Carl will be disappointed. There's not a lot of Carl over there.
Yeah. He stays away from LA.
Yeah, it's his his brother Schmarl, the Schmog.
We don't like Schmarl.
No.
That's funny. Okay. It's done.
All right.
Final screenshots look good. Interesting.
Wait.
I wonder if it takes I wonder if it takes screenshots of it and that's how it does the testing.
Oh, is that how it's like
I don't know.
reading in the information?
That's pretty cool. Okay. Added Fahrenheit. I did spell it right.
Oh. Hey.
Add the toggle, remove the banner, added a configurable save location bar, UV index, air quality. I guess we did add all this stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say we actually asked for quite a lot.
We did. Passed all the checks. Screenshots show the full dashboard visible and the app is running as PID 46544. Okay.
All right.
Here's how we're looking. This is whack.
Yeah. That needs a fix.
Yeah. Wait, let's see. Let's go to LA.
Los Angeles.
Where's Carl?
Carl? from a tasteful cloud chase. Okay.
I don't think this updated from the
It does have no, yeah, because it did have sunglasses and tote before.
Are these just pre-canned Carls? We need real Carl info.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no way he's offshore in LA.
No.
No way. What? Yeah. Also, I guess this is the maybe is it foggy
Is that
there?
fog? I don't know.
I don't think it'll be
Let me
80,
check.
80 and foggy for the next 3 days in LA.
Yeah, that seems cap. It is. Well, where I'm at, it's 77. Not foggy, sunny. In fact.
Huh. All right.
Suspicious.
But
I think so. Our number one right now is the hourly forecast is goofed.
Yeah. Forecast needs to align with the current time. And the UI is weird. Oh yeah. The Carl icon is just a square. Do something else. Oh yeah. Also, Carl has the same answers for all locations. Make them actually relevant. And build a shrine to Carl.
This I'm interested to see.
I know. Let's see.
So this again, we're kind of asking it to do a bunch of things. You didn't specify fleet, so I wonder if it's just gonna.
I'm curious if it'll be faster. I don't know. It also depends on what we added, right? Like you can't really do. You'd have to test the same prompt with fleet and without fleet.
Yeah, to compare side by side.
Yeah. Carl experience.
Or I wonder if you just prompted it like one at a time too. So it's only focused on one task, if that would affect the speed.
Yeah. My worry is all of the UI testing because it would test probably after each one.
True.
And we would just be here forever.
Yeah.
So
that's so true.
Okay. Okay. I'm patching those plus location or Carl text and a dedicated shrine card.
A dedicated shrine card. Oh my gosh.
Filter hourly data with the current forecast time. Nice. Location sensitive Carl copy and replace the emoji icon with a theme aware monogram. Shrine.
So the icon is gonna be the shrine. We'll see. Yeah. To be fair, like how do you interpret shrine?
I know.
In a weather app.
I just want to know what GPT-55 thinks.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I'm not strongly opinionated on this one.
No.
But yeah.
The functional patches.
Yeah. Now we got to test. It is crazy how quickly it's like, yep, it's done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, but the testing takes so much longer.
Easy.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's good. Like, yeah, we want it to be careful and check itself before it wrecks itself.
Yeah. Plus, I like that it's updating the tests as we add stuff.
Yeah.
So it's still making sure that it's thorough, even though we have added like 7 different things.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to show the repo. So yeah, Intelligent Terminal, where we've been partying at today. Mm-hmm. Fork of Windows Terminal with the native agent integration right in your command line. So you can grab this here. There's a release available from 5 days ago. Play with it. Let us know how you like it. If you don't like it, all this stuff. The goal is just to see how it resonates with people. Here's like all the keyboard shortcuts. We could. These are all agent things. Oh yeah, open command palette prompt mode. I think I saw a demo of this. Alt-Shift/. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, hold on.
Wait, what was that link? I'm gonna put in the chat.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Intelligent dash terminal?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Okay, so I think what was it? Alt-Shift/. Okay, so now we can, this is a thing. I saw a video of this and I forgot about it. So this is a command palette that asks the agent something. So I think I could say like, open a new PowerShell tab in my Kayla's Garden repo. And then I think it'll work. Copilot. Oh. Oh.
What's going on?
Oh, okay. So you can just quickly prompt Copilot. So the prompt I wrote in this little pop-up thing gets sent to Copilot CLI.
Oh, wow.
So you could just quickly prompt it from here, which is really interesting. I think it's still going to do it, but that was not how I thought that was going to work.
What did you think was going to happen?
I thought it was just going to do it.
Oh, okay.
Because the agent pane is like baked in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, there it is. Kayla's garden. So it worked.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. But yeah, like stuff like this. Like if folks play with it, I'll probably give feedback, because that was not expected for me. But
yeah. When would you do something like that?
I feel like if you want to kick off something for a project, but you want to stay, if you're working on something here in your terminal shell, and then you think of something you want to kick off to Copilot CLI, but you don't want to jump into Copilot CLI, you can just send it over. And then I think if you have your folders trusted in CLI config, because it says like, do you want to trust this folder? Like every time I launch it, because I'm lazy to hit all. I think it'll just be more automated than what we just saw, because I had my checks in place of like, always ask me if you can be in this folder.
Totally. I like having that level of control too. I'm always nervous to do the always stuff,
Yeah. Even though I ain't got nothing to hide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Look at this.
Shrine to Carl. The shrine waits patiently for Bog, offering coffee, steam, and fairy horns. What?
Oh, we can bring an offering.
Oh, which is what a shrine is for. Okay, that makes sense. But how do we? So we need to be able to give it coffee.
I should be able to enter an emoji and then get an 8-ball response back.
Okay, yeah.
This is the best weather app.
Yeah, this is so good.
The best weather app.
Or maybe you can't see the weather until you give it an offering. You have to give it a coffee, steam, or fairy horn. Let's just make it the least usable weather app that's ever been.
That's good. Oh, I like where we're going.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this. I mean, we've built the weather app. Now it's just
making fun time.
Yeah. I like how it's just the letter K.
I know, they're like, this is way cooler than a square with fog.
Yeah.
It's a square with a K.
And like, okay, I was like, is this just a different font than this K? But I think they're the same. I think they're the same. It's just the black on the blue versus the white on the brown.
And the way it's not centered,
I don't like.
I know.
Shrine to Carl. Fairy past cousin.
Oh. Fairy past cousin. Wait, what? What does that mean?
I don't know. Like a clear day cousin for the fairy to pass.
Okay.
I'm really stretching.
Yeah, I believed it. No questions asked.
No
I was like,
questions
that
asked.
makes so much sense.
Of course. Okay, let's come back here. I'm really onto this emoji thing.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
It's shrine time.
In the shrine, we should be able to input an emoji in a text box, and then the result will be 8-ball style from Carl. That's our offering.
That's our offering.
Make it so.
I like
love
it.
this purple.
It's so nice.
It's so nice.
Is that just the default?
That's the autopilot purple.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
No, it's good. It's such a nice shade though.
It is. It's soothing.
It's soothing.
Very into it. Adding
I
offering.
I can't wait. This is gonna be so good.
Yeah, when we publish this baby, you all got to come along with us.
Yeah. As this is going, I probably should talk about some of the other Windows things.
Yes, let's
I got
do
so
it.
distracted. This is so fun. Okay, we're gonna let that go. But the other thing that I wanted to, I don't think I have a repo for it. But the other announcement was WSL Container, which is very cool. So WSL is Windows subsystem for Linux, which is basically a Linux kernel that ships in Windows. So you can get like Ubuntu, like all of your distros, Debian, etc. I have Comfort Shell, which is another thing that we shipped. I had it running for a long time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I left it on overnight. I had a BTOP running, and then it was just like that for hours.
Oh,
So it
nice.
was like that command took 17 hours. Like, well, I just left it on.
It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. But yeah, WSL Container is a native container solution. So if you are building anything that leverages containers, like Docker is a great example. WSL Container just works with that. So you don't need to go install all that stuff. Everything should just work, especially with your existing projects, which is really cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I think I have a container already. This is part of my demo. I've got like 5 containers. So I just typed container images and this command just works with WSL Container, but this is the list of all of my containers that are running.
Oh, nice.
And when I made them. So yeah, pretty neat. Yeah, containers that was another big ask, was like adding container support to Windows natively. Yeah. So thought that was really cool.
Oh, definitely.
So not an expert in it, but I thought that was really neat.
Are there any like blogs, or is this updated in the docs? I'm just wondering where people can get started and learn more.
I think there is a blog. There
was that beautiful developer DevCom Windows site. I wonder if there's stuff there.
Oh my gosh.
How did
you know?
Da, 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 da.
Okay, so developer.microsoft.com/windows/devtools.
See if I can get that link.
I'll leave it up.
Microsoft.com. Windows/devtools.
/Windows/devtools, yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, I will send that in chat so y'all can check it.
Cool. Yeah, so WSL is open source. We open sourced it at Build last year, and then they're adding the container support here. And then I think, so this is Craig, not to be weird about Craig. Like, here's Craig. He's the PM for WSL. And I think I thought he posted a blog. Maybe not. What's this?
Wait, Lewin is saying, can you add containers to the code versioning to make things easier? I'm not sure how to interpret that. Can you send some more information about your question?
Yeah. Yeah, might need some more info
containers to the code versioning to make things easier. Yeah, if you could send some more information, we can think that one through.
Yeah. Some other info that might be helpful is there's a doc site as well on learn.microsoft.com under the WSL section, WSL documentation. There's a new page for WSL Container. So this is how to, all the commands you can run. So this is helpful as well. And then also go follow Craig on Twitter.
Go follow Craig.
Because he's tweeting all the stuff. So
Craig.
Yeah, so that's the WSL guy.
Awesome.
One of my good friends. And yeah, check out the repo, check out the docs. And I don't know if this is available yet or it's coming soon, but it's in development. So it's about to be available. So
yeah, so stay tuned for that.
Stay tuned.
Let's check on our thing. We do have a suggestion. I don't know if we have time for it, but I thought it was hilarious. Someone said, implement an economic incentive flow that charges users for weather updates. you have to give Carl something to get the weather update, not just an emoji. Cold hard cash.
Okay.
Oh, no way. Our shrine is there.
Yeah. Reply hazy naturally.
Okay. A little sassy.
These are my this is my week.
No, just like perfectly captures our week so far. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hit him with that.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's good. That's good.
I didn't think it was going in. Please, is the
Oh, he likes it. Carl's a simp. Okay.
scene with the check-in. Oh, I could do this all day.
Oh yeah.
Let's offer some tea, like a London fog.
A London fog tea.
I mean,
that would resonate, I think.
oh,
Does
does not resonate.
Rejects certainty.
Certainty.
Oh, certainty, but tea feels promising.
Carl, what about my cat?
Unclear about what he wants.
I have 3 cats. I have 2 tabbies and a black cat. Replying hazy naturally. That's actually really funny for AI.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, they don't go outside.
Yeah, they're indoor beings.
Yeah. Do you have an emoji? Preferred emoji?
Wait, let's look.
These are my most frequently used.
Oh, I gotta say, yeah, like the Windows emojis, I think are the cutest ones. One of my favorite is the melting face.
Oh, yep.
And there's no good equivalent like anywhere else. Oh. Mystically, yes.
Oh,
is it doing puns? Okay.
Yeah. I was like, wow, I can't spell.
Carl's a little funny.
Carl's got personality.
I'm into it.
All right, let's do like one more. Oh, whoa. Okay.
Someone is shocked that
Aerial
WSL
tramway.
handled your 17-hour Docker run window without issues. Oh, aerial tramway.
Over Seattle. Is it
signs point to layers?
What if I ask it in SF? Accepts it.
Mystically, yes.
Yeah.
We're talking a lot about the aerial tramway because our boss, James, likes that SNL skit about the aerial tramway, would recommend checking that out.
That's funny. Okay, what was this cost incentive feature?
Okay, hold on. So, implement an economic incentive flow that charges users for weather updates. Are we going to have to create Carl coin right now? Yeah, use a fake currency. It's probably enter your account code
right and live on stream.
Someone is asking, is it possible to migrate WSL to Windows apps for remote access?
Remote access.
That's what they said. Aretha.
Like remote desktop?
Unclear. Interpret it like that.
Okay.
What would that mean?
I think it would just work because WSL is part of your file system. I really shouldn't open that. There's a Linux folder that then has a dedicated drive on the Linux kernel. So if you remote into your machine, it should just work on WSL anyway.
Okay.
Because it's all just part of your file system. Like it's all there. So if that's how I'm interpreting it, I would say it should just work.
That's kind of the best answer to hear. Like you're already good. You don't have to do anything.
No migration needed. But yeah. I wanted to other things to talk about because I had my comfort shell. So this was probably my favorite repo because I have favorites of the things that we shipped.
You can choose a favorite child.
I know.
Config.
Yeah, of the things we shipped at Build this year, this one has a few different things in it. I think maybe that's why it's my favorite because it's got multiple things in it rather than just like the one. But we shipped a configuration file that makes setting up your machine even easier. I think I started here like an hour and a half ago. We started talking about this, and then I completely tangented to Carl.
We've had a lot to talk about.
We have. But there's a winget configuration file in this repo that makes setting up your machine even easier. So I do have it here, but it will apply Windows settings like dark theme and disabling the widgets and turning off notifications, putting it in do not disturb, like that sort of thing. So you're like in your zone, no interruptions, all that jazz. And then also install packages that are relevant for developing that a lot of developers need, like Git and GitHub CLI, Copilot CLI. And then it'll also set up WSL.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it does all of this at once using winget configure, which is, it's part of winget. It's like a way of applying these configuration files, but these configuration files are idempotent, which is the word of the day. But that means basically it will check if that setting is applied or that thing is installed. And if it is, it won't try to reinstall it again. It'll just move on to the next thing.
Okay.
So a lot of us already have Git because we're developers. So it will check if Git's there. And then if it is, just move on. Otherwise, it'll install it. So it just gets your machine into the state of the config file, not necessarily like forcefully applying everything that's in there.
Got you.
So that's super cool. So that's in this repo that Katie shared.
Yes, I shared the link.
Great. Cool. And then the other thing that's in here is the WSL comfort shell. So I have that running that has BTOP in it, but it comes pre-configured with a bunch of tools already in it. So this is intended for people who already like to use tools like ZSH or like Starship and Homebrew. All of that's already here. So you can grab the comfort shell from that same repo. It'll turn your Ubuntu instance into this like pre-configured thing, and then you're good to go. So like in the same like setup fashion, but now on the WSL side, we're shipping like both of those experiences. So you can really just get set up really quickly rather than having to manually grab everything.
Totally.
Which is super nice.
Kind of like a one click and done. One click.
Exactly. Okay, it looks like this. No, this is still going.
There's a question that I don't think is landing from. Oh, they're clarifying the previous question. Wait, let me go back and see if I can.
That was the remote. Was it the remote one?
I think so. Yeah. So, oh no. So let me look here. So Lewin is asking. Oh, no. Never mind. Hold on. I'm going to move this repository. They're saying, do you mean like every new version creates a container image of that version? But I'm not sure where that question is.
With like, can containers make versioning easier?
Oh, yes. I think so. Yeah.
That's not how I interpret containers to work.
Yeah.
So I don't have a good answer for that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
We'll put a pin in that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
But good questions.
Yeah. The other, I think one of the last things that we announced also in the keynote is that we're bringing core utilities to Windows. So this is like grep, head, tail, touch, env, all those things. We're bringing them to Windows. We have an open source repo. Everything's open source. You got to copy all these
open
links.
source. Oh yeah, let me get that. Hold on.
But you can go install this, and it'll just work. I installed it the other day. Very seamless to set up. But then all of these will work in your command line. So you can just grep, find something, or use any of the other ones, which is really nice. So there's a release here, our first release. Oh my gosh.
Our first release. Wow,
right,
we're
I'm gonna do that later.
Yeah.
That's okay. I already have it installed. Nobody worry. Here we go. So everything that comes in here is like all of this. So this is
wow.
I'm just listing everything that's in the core utils bin, but these are all the exes that come with in that repo.
That is sweet.
Yeah. So you can grab this and even get more set up on Windows, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy to see all these things. I think we've been sharing a lot of links. I'm guessing that the Windows developer web page is the place to see them all in one spot.
Wow, girl.
But
it's like,
and it's like, I know. But if you want to check out those repos as well, feel free.
Yeah.
All open source.
I wonder where this takes you. Oh, this takes you to the repo.
Right there. Okay.
Yeah. And I think this
that's good. I would have thought docs, but
yeah,
I like that.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and then here's developer configuration or like Wingit configure.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. It's got it all.
Nice, nice, nice.
Got it all.
This is a great site.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Shout out to Myra, who manages the developer.microsoft.com all up. She's
nice.
the best.
Awesome.
Okay, what's going on with our app?
I know. Yeah.
It loves the UI test.
I mean, we love to see that.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. It is. Oh, yeah. UI test output with pictures. I kind of want to go in there.
I know. What's happening there?
I know. Let me just get there from a terminal. I worry about all my files being out in the open.
Fair.
I need my root. Nope. I can do this. I've only had half my coffee, so
you need at least one more, at least 1.5. I've got mine here, but I don't want to slurp right now.
I know. I don't want to bonk the mic trying to have my coffee.
I don't want to spill the coffee on the mic. Too.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. UI test output. Okay, and then let's open this folder in Explorer. Okay. Yeah, so it's taking these screenshots. How cool.
Interesting.
Yeah. Carl Coin. Made an appearance after searching the shrine.
This is so interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
It's interesting that it's doing this. Yeah, and then I guess there's JSON files of the analysis, I have to guess. That's interesting.
Wow.
Okay, and then, yeah, this is what it looks like.
How do we have 22 Carl coins? What's up with that?
How do I pay
Carl?
Paid 3. These are my initials too. That's really funny.
Carl
for
Coin.
Fresh weather. You could call me Carl Coin.
Yeah.
From here on out.
Nickname.
Wait,
let me move our faces again because I want to see the Carl coin. I'll move us to the bottom right this time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's not a lot going on down here.
Let's do... Oh my gosh, we have less than 10 minutes. What's happening?
I mean, do we try to implement like a text box to pay Carl? Like with our...
I think we have to. At this point, like, what's the point of a shrine without payment?
Okay. So we pay Carl for the weather and then we earn Carl coin by offering
emojis.
Yeah. Is this the weather? I don't know. Okay.
We deviated a little bit.
Where we pay Carl in Carl coin to get the weather. You get like a text box. And then we earn Carl coin by giving Carl offerings. Make sure there's monetary value dependent upon the emoji. I don't want like all emojis to be the same.
True. This is like if we had double the time, I almost feel like we'd have a whole wallet set up, basically. You have to earn the emoji somehow.
We really took a turn. Which is great. I like it. Yeah. And we fixed, the forecast is fixed now.
Yeah, that looks great. That looks accurate looks steady also.
For Seattle. Yeah, like see the sun's coming out
today. Perfect.
Nice. Now we know.
Carl patrols the Golden Gate.
This is offering sourdough and bridge bells. I haven't gotten any sourdough since I've been here.
Really?
And I was when I landed, I was like, James, I need bread.
No, you have to. The Boudin factory is like along the water somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, James, they literally make teddy bears out of bread.
No, it's so good. You can okay. You have to get one of two things. Either the grilled cheese with the sourdough bread grilled cheese, or bread bowl clam chowder or soup of choice.
Soup of choice. As we know, I'm lactose intolerant.
Yeah, right. I think that would be a bold choice. But yeah, we got to go there. I think it's.
What are you doing today? What are you
factory.
done? What are you
factory.
Done?
I mean, I'm just watching this until it's over at 6, I believe. That might be late for a.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I can go there for lunch tomorrow before my flight.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. Or maybe like a early lunch.
I bet it opens kind of early. It is a bakery after all.
Yeah. Worst case, I'll get a little bear and bring it on the plane.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Little snack.
Yeah. Now I'm like, can I get out of here to get grilled cheese?
Yeah,
and bread?
priorities.
Priorities.
I think it's fairly close.
Yeah.
So
I'll see. Because I have booth duty today. I'm at the Copilot CLI booth.
oh yeah.
But that's in maybe an hour or two.
So
if you want a grilled cheese,
we might have a moment.
I can hook you up. Yeah.
Sweet. I mean, honestly, I'm down.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
People are loving the repos, by the way.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
And
all
some
the
excitement.
releases should be up there. So
Yeah. Sweet.
yeah. All right. We are getting close.
Oh, it's happening.
It's happening.
We have 5 minutes.
We have 5 minutes
for a whole
GPT 5.5
microeconomy to be set up here.
just to get the weather.
Is this how economists feel?
Okay, let's see. I would build succeeded.
It's happening. It's happening. Okay. All right.
You could do it. You have 4 minutes. Is there another guest right at 10:30 or is there a gap?
There's like a 15-minute gap.
Okay. So we've got a little buffer.
Yeah, we got some wiggle room.
Oh, this looks so bad.
What is happening?
What
K3.
What emoji is that?
I don't even recognize it.
Oh, it's the bridge.
Okay.
Are we UI? Oh, we're UI testing. I was like,
what's happening?
What's happening?
Hackers have taken over.
Oh no.
All right.
Well, I feel like it's working.
I think so.
Oh, I guess it's not reducing our bank here. That's okay.
On the screen, I'm going to pop up the link to that site because someone's asking about the repos. You can access all the repos from here.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I feel like we're racing against time now.
I know. The rejected offering test.
Rejected offering.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, Carl hates the sun.
That's like a slap to the face.
Yeah. How dare you bring that towards me? No sunshine allowed. That's so good. I mean, that makes so much sense.
It's legit.
They're enemies for sure.
Carl versus the sun. All right.
We're getting close.
We've got a couple more minutes here, but while this is spinning, we can kind of preview what we've got later today. So we do have an Aspire session with Maddy Montaquila and David Fowler. That's going to be really awesome. We also have a GitHub app session. I mean, they'll be focusing on everything, but especially a little love for the GitHub app with Patrick Nikoletich. I might be mispronouncing that, and James Montemagno. We also have our VS Code folks coming in to close out today. So stay tuned or pop in and out at those different sessions.
I feel like we're close.
I think we're close. Oh, it's reading our
Sweet passes.
the
Final
images.
screenshots. All right.
That's such a cool. I can't believe it does it like that.
I know. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Sunny and fire. All others get a small curious payout. All right, let's see.
Small curious payout.
Yeah. Monetary omen, 0. Okay. What about
0.
my cat? Well, oh, 1 for the cat.
Okay. Okay.
Is this going up?
Wait, I
We're at
wasn't looking.
24.
Do
No, I
something
wasn't.
else.
Carl, please.
Okay, we're at 5. 1.
This is going up.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so now, Carl, take my money.
Take my
Carl, please. Oh,
he's too humble.
okay, wait.
Oh, he did it.
Refreshing the weather. What if I paid him 10? Can I get double the weather?
Yeah, how does that work?
Oh, he did no.
Oh, I mean, he took it.
He's like, okay.
He's like, and here's your weather.
Wait,
again.
so if we run out of money,
What happens?
can we still get the weather? I think he has a little delay. He's like,
relax.
I'm counting my dollars,
Yeah.
please. Or maybe I can't hit refresh until I get money.
Oh, so we're just stuck at the weather
Yeah.
right now.
Okay, wait. What if I offer him a cloud?
Oh, he's gonna love that.
What's a think cloud? Cloud.
Cloud.
Just one. Carl.
This is your thing, bro.
Yeah. What if I give you 5 clouds?
Oh.
Or like 7 clouds?
He's a quantity over quality.
No.
No.
Carl, I can't do this many times.
You're not making it
London
easy on
fog
us.
tea. No. Okay. Well,
I mean, he knows the sun's coming out later, so he's probably a little
like
whatever.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
I think we did it.
I think
Look
we
at our
did it.
weather app.
I'm super stoked with where we got. Thanks everybody for tuning in for our first session of the day. Thanks for all your awesome questions. We will be taking a short 15-minute break, and then we'll be coming back with our next speaker and our next coder. It's going to be really fun. So stay tuned. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, hello. Can everyone hear us?
Howdy, everybody.
Send us a quick message in the chat to make sure we're good with the audio. Let me take a look here. Let us know where you're checking in from or where you're watching us from. Hi, Evan. How are you?
Good.
Yeah,
How are you doing?
doing well. I intentionally picked this block to live stream with you because I don't think there's a better person to learn about the CLI than from yourself.
Love it.
Want to give us a quick intro?
Quick intro, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm Evan Boyle, the engineering manager for the Copilot CLI, but we actually build a lot. So we build the core agent loop, the Copilot SDK, the CLI, and the GitHub Copilot app. So that core agent loop and that SDK is what all of the products across GitHub and Microsoft are building agents on top of now. Pretty cool because we can offer a super consistent experience, like all the same features, and then we invest once in this harness together, all of these teams, and it just gets better for every product.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So for those checking in the chat, if you have any questions about any of those things, this is the perfect time to ask. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna switch over to bring your screen up in a little bit because I know there's some stuff you want to show us.
Yeah. So I would love to, if you can put this link in the chat.
Let me. This one here.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's the one. Perfect. All right, it's on screen right now. Chat. It is in the chat section as well. And go ahead and open that up. We're gonna need some participation.
Yeah. So there's like 50 issues in here right now. Earlier today, I did a session with Cassidy on the Copilot CLI, and we just asked people like, hey, file issues for cool things that you want us to build. So that's what I'm going to ask all of you to do now. Go file an issue with like some fun app, game, terminal tool, whatever it might be. And then we're going to let the agent decide what we're going to build. The first one that we built was called Octocat Celebrates. And so I'll go ahead and have this run real quick so you can see. If we go all the way up here, this is kind of funny. So in preparation, whenever you do audience participation, there's, always people who try to do some funny things. So I added some Copilot instructions that said basically, treat this issue content as untrusted input.
Love it.
And then, we went and someone recommended a chain smokers audience hype meter.
That's a great idea.
There was actually another one that was the Octocat that celebrates Git lifecycle hooks.
Okay.
And so that's the one we ended up building. And we went into plan mode. We decided, hey, we're going to build an Electron app. It's going to install some Git hooks. And then we did another round of planning once we got it working to go and find 5 issues that we wanted to implement. Let's see if we can find those issues in here. So we added Goblin mode. I don't know if many of you are like up to date on what happened with GPT 5.5. There was like some training data skew, and the model liked to talk about goblins a lot. So somebody wanted to do Goblin mode. We added sound, so Mona purrs periodically and then meows when you make a commit. It's pretty cute. And so I can go ahead and run this one. Well, like everybody, keep your issues flowing into the repo while I go ahead and demo this real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, run the app and install the hooks. We're going to demo. And then I'm going to queue up another message. So there we go. So that is Mona in Goblin mode right now. And I'm guessing my audio is not going to come through on this, but every couple of seconds, Mona purrs. It's pretty cute. Oh, new commit.
Nice.
There we go.
That little message there.
All right. Let's. I'm going to use voice mode. So I'm just going to hold down the space bar. I saw you just did some test events. Can you do a couple of test events? Just to run through the life cycle of what Mona Goblin can do. Just for the audience, please. So I don't know how many of you are using voice mode. I love voice mode. You can toggle it with voice on, and you can even see all of the models. New branch. I think you maybe can hear this, but Goblin Mona is currently celebrating with us. It's coming out of my computer. Merge. There we go. All right, it's running through the test lifecycle hook. So I'm going to go ahead and stop this. Okay, so stop the app and uninstall the hooks. So this was just a fun little Electron app that we built in like 20 minutes with a bunch of audience participation. So let's go over to the repo and see what we got. Oh, bye Mona. All right. So we got a few new issues, CLI pets, Clippy additions, confetti everywhere. Let's see. We need more Clippy action. Okay. And so I'm just going to go ahead and ask the CLI. Hey, we got a couple of new issues open. We're, in a new session on, the GitHub live stream. So we've got to decide, are we going to add more features to Mona, or are we going to implement something completely new? So look at the newest issues to see if there are any suggestions on like new apps that we could go and build. And then, make a recommendation to me. And I don't know how many of you have seen this, but something that's really cool is that the CLI now has this tab view up at the top, and so I can tab over to issues, and go into these issues. I can view the details. The other thing I can do is I can hit C, and that'll add it to my prompt.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I was about to ask, hey, if I'm opening an issue from there, I think I tried it. How do I start a session from there?
Yeah.
So thank you.
And it's super cool. You can do this for issues. You can do it for PRs. You can see all of your gists, right? And so the fun thing about this is, from this single pane of glass, you have a super easy way, not just to see what's going on in your repo, but to inject that context into your session. Like I very often will go to the PRs tab, browse through, see who on the team needs help, hit C, and then just tell the agent like, hey, bring down the branch. Let's run code review with like multiple models.
Yeah.
And just like helps me. If I have a few minutes here or there, it's a really easy sort of quick start.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
CLI pets. I don't know. Do we have any feedback from the stream?
Not yet. We're take a look at what the chat is saying. Wondering if GPT 5.6 is going to talk about gnomes. All right.
Talk about gnomes. Maybe we should make gnomes one of the. We should have for our pets that we put in the footer. We should have gnomes, goblins, and
Clippies.
And Clippies.
Yes.
I love it. And maybe Mona as well. So, all right, you know what? This could actually be fun. I think I'll do something a little different. So we could implement this in this repo, but I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go into the Copilot agent runtime repo. And so I'm going to go ahead and run npm run build, npm run start. And then I'm going to start a session over here. And I'm going to do it in YOLO mode. It'll just be easier while we're kind of chatting. So here we go. I got my dev build of the CLI right here. This is the CLI repo. And now over here, I have Copilot running, right? Let me just double check. Yep, so that's Copilot. This is my dev build over here.
This is cutting edge right here.
Yep, and so we're going to go ahead and we're actually going to go ahead and do some quick updates and tweaks. So we're going to pull issues out of this repo. And so one thing that I want to do real quickly is update my Copilot instructions, look at .. what is this called? Build 2026 CLI live. And copy the instructions out of there about working with untrusted issues. So going to get started doing that.
Just going to pop up the repo URL once more for the people asking.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put it up on screen here too. Evan Boyle / build 2026 CLI live. Billy Strings Chillometer. That's too funny. So there's a running joke inside of GitHub that when I record videos for staff shipping and like discussion posts about new things that we're giving out to GitHub before we give it to the rest of the world, I always wear my rainbow tie-dye Billy String shirt in the video.
That's for good luck.
For good luck, yeah. Turns out there's a lot of Billy Strings fans in the GitHub community. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna just restart the CLI real quick. And then now I'm going to say I'm going to give it a little bit of detail. So I'm going to paste this URL in, and I'm going to say just start dictating with voice. So what we want to do here is we're going to implement pets in the footer of the CLI. Look through the recent issues in this Evan Boyle build 2026 CLI live repo. That's where the issues are coming in here in the feature requests. So we want to go ahead and get started, prototyping this, read through the issues. And then, once you have a good summary of like some of the features that have been requested, summarize them to me and stop. And we're going to go ahead and go into plan mode together. So this is my primary interaction mechanism of like working with GitHub.com these days. Just talking to my agent, asking it to go do triage for me, asking for it to find, issues for me to go work on, pull requests. I can show some other like pretty cool versions of this inside of the GitHub app.
I was just about to ask, how are you like using them
Yeah.
together?
How do I use them together?
Yeah.
I use them in conjunction
Yeah.
all the time, and sometimes it's also just like what is my mood, right?
Okay.
And so
You wake up and like, is it a app day or is it a CLI day?
yeah. So one thing that we can also do a little bit of audience participation on is there's this like really cool thing called canvases that we shipped recently. And so canvases are this agent-driven UI. So I have this skill here called create canvas. And then I can just dictate what sort of agent UI app that I want to build in the right-hand side. So I'll show a quick, very simple demo of canvases real quick. Let's see. I want you to open the terminal canvas and then run a web server that renders hello canvas, and then wait a second for that web server to come up, and then open that URL in the integrated browser canvas. So we have, in this app, you have your chat kind of down the middle. On the left, you have all of your sessions. Each of those sessions run in isolated Git work trees. The nice thing about that is that all of the code and all of the context and all of the session lives together. And so if I want to, go and switch to another session that I've been working on, I can do that while my other work is running. And all of my work that I'm doing in parallel is like completely in isolation. I don't have to worry about conflicts.
Yeah. I also like the little status icons on the right. It makes it really easy to see work is done, work's in progress.
Oh, yeah.
Work pending, like questions.
Oh, yeah.
It's very easy to kind of like have an overview of what's going on.
100%. And so, I'll recap it here for the audience. But it went ahead and it opened that canvas, right? So it opened this terminal canvas. You saw this pop open. And then canvases have these capabilities, which are basically tools that the agent can call. So it asked the terminal, hey, what can you do for me? And the terminal said, hey, I have all of these functions, right? You can read my output. You can send me commands. And so it wrote a little, temp web server and then ran it. Which is super cool. So we see my web server is running here. And then once it verified that that was working, it opened the browser canvas on that URL. So I was able to read the terminal output, see that it was running on 877, and then open that localhost URL.
Sick.
And my canvas is running. So this is really cool. The browser canvas has a bunch of tools for browser automation. So, I can do things like, UI testing. There's also this like pick and polish thing here, so I can like select different elements and then attach them as context.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like I used to live in this world of having to like take screenshots, copy them into the chat. We have leveled up here now.
Love it.
The next thing I want to do here, so this is like these are the integrated sort of canvases that we have. They're built into the app. But you can also build your own. And the team and I have been building our own to kind of manage all the different feedback sources about the app, about the CLI. So I'm going to say, open the triage canvas. And so using that create canvas skill that I demoed earlier, I asked the agent to build us a triage board for the public GitHub app repo. And so it has recent issues, it has top thumbs up issues, top engaged users, like, who are champions who we like really need to be taken care of. And then there's this little analyze sample button here. So when I click this, it actually sends a message to the agent. It says, hey, I've got this JSON file with all of the recent and top upvoted issues. Go read that. And then we give it some instructions, create, a couple of feedback buckets, right? Generate some themes. These themes need descriptions, et cetera, et cetera. And so now it's gonna read through this and call tools inside of that canvas to update this view so that our common issues is populated, right? It says analysis pending right now. And the thing that I love about this is it really up-levels my partnership with agents, rather than like not every task that I need to do needs to be driven through chat now. Like now I can full screen this view and I have this bi-directional flow where I interact with this board and, it starts things within the agent and then the agent can call back in and modify my app.
Yeah. I love this. How do you see
we got our themes here too.
The concept of a canvas turning into something like a skill, like it's a shareable thing. It's like
Yeah.
a starting point for other people.
Oh,
or your team.
This is so cool. So I'm so glad you asked. So
Oh,
we can share an extension as a gist,
you thought of everything.
and then you can even install from a gist, right? And you can also install from repos. So you can publish your canvas as a repo, give someone the link, and then they can just install and use that canvas that you've built. And so I'll show you a demo of that real quickly.
Yeah.
I have this agent Kanban board. This is one of the funny things that, like, when we originally shipped the GitHub app to staff, here, let's see. Go ahead and get that started real quick. Say this is going to be project scope. So these can be project scoped, so everyone in my team gets them, or I can just say this canvas is for me only and put it in my .copilot folder.
Right.
So hit enter, that loaded, and now I'm going to say open the Kanban. And so when we staff shipped this GitHub app, I think we had maybe 3 to 5 people open PRs to add an agent Kanban, because they like, some people like to work like this. Like different people have different workflows. Some are very visual, right? And so I can ask the agent now, add an item to the Kanban for, putting copious amounts of emojis in the README, just to, brighten up our day. So we're going to see here that it's going to sort of like invoke that action, right? Sprinkle copious emojis, right? We got a little bit of a rendering issue here. That's okay. We gotta iterate on the Kanban board a little bit, but I can now hit start with agent, and it sent that prompt. So it moved it right over into the in progress column. It sent a message to the agent, right? And now it's working. It's working on my task. So if I'm the kind of person who, like, maybe a plan file is not how I want to work, not how I think, and I want to build my own custom tailored workflow like this, it's just a prompt away.
This is awesome.
Well, we should get going on building a canvas too. So let's do that. So create canvas, and then I'm going to say, we did this live during my talk with Mario yesterday. We had the audience shout out, like, what's something that you do on a daily or weekly basis with your team that you would want a canvas for? And someone said a whiteboard.
It's a good one.
And so we'll see. We were able to one-shot that one. Let's see if we can do it again, though. Let's build a whiteboard canvas that we can draw on for things like team meetings and architecture diagrams. I want to be able to have buttons in this canvas, one for exporting to a JPEG, and then another one that will publish this whiteboard as like a gist, like, upload the image, publish it as a gist, etc., so that then I can take it and share it with my team.
Someone just did ask, a decent retro board would be good.
A decent retro board. Oh, all right. Well, let's do another one, right? Why not? Create canvas and chat more. What do you want out of your retro board? Tell me.
What's a decent retro board mean? We say we always struggle to find a good one. All right. So what? Yeah. What's your perfect world retro board? Let's see what they tell us. Let's see if we got any other questions in here. Taking a look. Someone's checking in from Miami. What's up, Miami? Oh, West England. Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Well, let's take a look. If you're just checking in now, we're covering all sorts of things. Doing some GitHub Copilot CLI things, now some GitHub Copilot app things.
Yeah, we got to get back to our pets in just a minute.
We did.
But I want to get these fired off. They'll take a couple of minutes.
You should be able to give a few themes, like what you liked, what we should continue doing, what we should stop doing, and let people write comments under each theme. and it needs to be distributed.
Oh,
first.
needs to be distributed. Okay. I mean, for that part, we're going to have to go and like build an API to power this thing, but we can
Right.
build the local version real quick.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's build a local retro board canvas. You know, it can just like store its state in a JSON file or something like that. JSON artifact. We need what went well, things to improve, and then we need action items. And for anything added to the board, we need to have the ability for people to upvote or downvote. And then we also need, well, actually, no, let's not do downvotes. There's no downvotes in retros, only good vibes. We'll do upvotes, and then we'll also have the ability to add comments and have like little comment threads on each item in the board. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and hit enter on this one. Our whiteboard canvas is cranking away, right? So doing some thinking, doing some work. GH just create rejects binary. So it's trying to validate this approach now. Let's go back to our README task here. So, all right, woo, added emojis to all 37 headings, picking emojis to match the topic. Very cool. And then you can see here, it also the agent moved the card when it was done. So not only did it do the change, it interacted with my canvas and put my copious emojis card over here in the right. Well, while that's cooking up, let's go back to our CLI and see what we got here. So, okay, inspired by VS Code pets. I didn't know that VS Code had pets. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Pet variety / spawning. Any dog will do. Ducky generator. Octocat some friends to celebrate. Animations and behaviors. Customization costumes. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is hit Shift Tab to go into plan mode. You can also just do /plan, but I like to do Shift Tab to switch between these modes. So we have interactive mode, the regular mode, where the CLI will occasionally ask you questions.
Mm-hmm.
We have plan mode that is, designed for you working with the agent to come to a very clear agreement on the spec. And it will ask you lots of questions if you're super ambiguous. The goal of plan mode is getting to a clear understanding of like the architecture, the layering, the requirements.
Yeah.
And the agent's really good about asking you questions if you're too vague. And that's where most people fall into trouble with coding agents is under specifying what they want to build. And then, what comes out the other side is not what they were hoping for. So the agent will literally pull it out of you. And for super big features, when I'm prototyping something, I'll often spend like an hour in plan mode.
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, when you have a really solid plan, my workflow is that I go into autopilot mode and then I, let the agent rip. I'll go get lunch, and often it'll one-shot the change.
Can you give us a quick autopilot mode versus allow all? What's the difference?
Yeah, good question. So allow all, YOLO mode basically means that you're going to auto approve all tools, if that makes sense, right? Yep. So you're not going to get permissions prompts. You can use allow all or YOLO mode in any mode, in plan mode, in interactive, in autopilot. Autopilot basically turns on YOLO mode or allow all for you. So when you're in autopilot, you won't get any permissions checks. And autopilot is designed to continue working until the task is complete.
Yeah.
And so, I've had autopilot sessions that have run for 20 hours without stopping, for instance. Very, very long time. Usually when I stop an autopilot session like that, it's not because it's done. It's because I need to like unplug my laptop and go drive somewhere.
All right.
Which, hey, that's something else that we should talk about too. We've come up with some fun solutions on how you don't have to do that anymore. No need to unplug your laptop. So, all right, let's go into plan mode. And we'll say, so I'm going to say, all right, let's create a plan for the MVP. We want to make sure that Mona and Mona / Octocat, a gnome, Clippy, and also a goblin are pets that we can have. And we want the ability to spawn sort of like multiple pets. I'm not sure how we should spawn the pets. Like what is the life cycle of a pet? And what causes the pet to sort of like evolve and grow? I think we need to figure that out together. You have anything, GSP, that we should add?
Can I do like? Can they have like a thing with them, like maybe like
Oh.
a ball or
I love that.
like a
Yeah.
personal item type thing?
Yeah. So pets should be able to have some sort of like charm, right?
Yeah.
Like could be a ball or a magic wand or maybe they have like a laptop. I don't know. Be creative. So yeah, let's kick this off. You can ask me some questions and we'll figure it out together.
I feel like your prompting is always pretty like involved. It's like pretty good. Like, do you think you were always that good at prompting, or something like you learned as you?
Yeah, no, I was definitely not that good at prompting, from the start. I've been working on, like AI tools and developer tools since the like GPT-3 era.
Yeah.
And so I think every time a new model comes out, there are like new undiscovered sort of like capabilities. Like nobody really knows how far you can push them. And it's kind of, prompting is like one part art, one part science.
Yeah.
I've read a lot of prompts. There's like lots of great communities on Reddit and other areas where everyone just talks about their favorite prompts, their favorite skills, prompt engineering. And so I think it's a little bit of a blessing and a curse, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I can coerce almost any behavior out of a model that I want just by prompting. And very often, me and other members of the team will figure out, hey, we're prompting for something very specific all the time, and we know that other users don't know how to do this. And then it becomes like a UX and a discoverability challenge.
Right.
And so, plan mode, I don't actually need to go into plan mode. I can prompt my way into a good plan.
Right.
But it's like super nice to just have this shift tab. The prompt is already there. I don't have to repeat myself over and over again.
Right.
So there's this life cycle of like, we on the team figure these things out. We turn them into features. Then we go and like, we share them with the community so that you can benefit as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Ooh, agent activity earns XP, elapsed time, both activity and XP. I like this one. This one sounds fun.
Agent activity sounds fun.
How are they spawned? Auto spawn at milestones plus manual pet command. I think this sounds good because we might want to spawn like a lot of pets. And so you can see, like, I had no idea that this was even an option, right? Like, oh, we can auto spawn a pet. That's cool.
Yeah, definitely.
And so this is the beauty of like spending some time in plan mode is like the agent will think of things that you don't.
Yeah.
So do pets persist? Yes, we absolutely want pets to persist, right? Okay. Include charms.
Yeah.
Yes, of
Heck
course. Oh, it added a fish in there too. That's too funny. Max pets 5.
Yeah.
Okay. On by default, footer.show pets default true. Of course we want this on by default. What are you talking about?
I feel like that view's kind of new with the tab questions, right?
Oh yeah. So we used to have basic sort of, ask user question where it was one at a time. And, that's nice. But what ends up happening is that the agent will generate a question and then think for a minute and then generate a question and think.
Yep.
And so we built this solicitation UX where we enable the agent to ask like richer questions and multiple at the same time. So it can give you, multi-select, it can give you a list of options, it can give you free-form text. And so by doing that, it gives the agent the ability to just sort of like solicit richer feedback from you and then also do it. Try to do rubber duck and it hit a little snafu. But it enables the agent to batch that up so that you can kind of get through the plan faster.
Yeah, I like it. I like being able to, and maybe this is just me, but sometimes when I'm asked the question, I also kind of want to know what other questions, and maybe that impacts if I'm going to answer this one or not, or if I can kind of see where it's headed. So that view, I like that.
That's a great point. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
It gives you a lot of extra context on kind of like where are things going.
Yeah.
And so right now what we have happening is it spawned a rubber duck. So I answered the questions, it kind of generated its initial plan. And so I'm on a Claude model right now, and it's triggering rubber duck. And so rubber duck is this sub agent that will use a model from a different model family. These different models have kind of different strengths and weaknesses and training distributions.
Yep.
And so when you have like Claude come up with a plan and then pass it to GPT, GPT will catch things that Claude didn't. And so I find that like rubber duck at the plan stage saves me a lot of time and tokens later from having to like clean up mistakes.
Yeah. And rubber duck is built into the CLI. And I'm curious how the team approaches coming up with stuff to ship into the CLI.
Yeah, good question. I mean, for me personally, I really try to encourage a lot of like bottoms up experimentation. Like all of the engineers on the team, like, hey, spend a couple of hours a week, like, tinkering, coming up with, new ideas. And the thing that I try to also enforce to the team or reinforce to the team is like, we're gonna write probably like 10 to 100 times as much code as we're gonna ship when it comes to experiments. Like, that's the thing with experiments is like it's all about trying out a lot of things, failing fast, not getting attached to any particular idea. So this particular one, rubber duck, actually came from the applied science researchers within GitHub.
Oh, cool.
And so we have this is one of the coolest things is like we have contributors to the CLI and the agent harness from across all of GitHub, from across Microsoft. It's like one of the most when I go and I look at the commit volume and the number of contributors, it's actually more active than most open source projects.
I can't keep up to date. I feel like some days I'll use the CLI and then I'll like go do stuff and I'll come back a couple hours and there's a new update.
Yeah, we do that. We do release at least once a day, often multiple times a day. So I wanna go ahead and look at this plan and see. So VS Code, pet style companions, dedicated footer row, Mona, gnome, Clippy, goblin, pets are an activity. Oh, egg hatchling, adult elder, earning charms. Auto spawn, pet command, persist across sessions. Width safe, on by default. Item potent XP. ASCII fallback. All right, I love it. Cool. So this gives me a couple of options about how I can proceed. So I can, build on default permissions, exit and prompt myself. I want to build this one on autopilot mode and just kind of see what happens. So plan's done. It shifted us into autopilot mode, which is the mode where it's going to encourage us to like basically continue working until it's done.
Yep.
And I don't know if you saw, we had these to-dos scheduled here, right? So as a part of planning and a part of each session, there's a little SQLite database with the session. And so not only do we model like to-dos, like a task list inside of a table, we actually have a table for to-do dependencies as well. And so the GitHub app does a really good job of visualizing this. See, maybe I can, I might be able to pull it up later. Oh no, I got questions here. Okay. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. Project. Okay, we want both of these to be projects, project level extensions. So these, this enables the agent to sort of understand not just like a linear task list, but like, hey, I have to do this task and then these 3 subtasks before I move on to like, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
And this is also what enables, I don't know if you've ever heard of fleet mode.
I have.
So fleet is like our agent swarm. And the way that fleet is able to work so well is this dependency aware planning, right? It can understand which tasks have to be done in parallel versus which ones can be serialized. And that, dependency aware planning is really, really powerful.
Very cool.
Yeah. Cool. So we're cranking away here. Maybe a good time to, answer some questions from the chat.
Let's take a look. Someone said F planning, just ship it.
I think for small bugs and features, I don't usually plan. But if I'm doing something big or if I'm like working on an ambiguous feature, I 100% of the time start with plan mode.
Chat, let us know any questions. I'm gonna quickly pop up the repo once more. You can drop some issues if you want stuff built. Let me take a look. All good. Chat, let us know what questions you have or anything specific you want us to change in any of the things that are being built. How are you using the GitHub Copilot CLI? Have you tried out the new GitHub Copilot app? I do have a question. So you're in the GitHub Copilot app, you're calling this what we've been building canvases. And I'm curious how the team came up with that name.
Oh, how he came up with the name?
Yeah. Why name it a canvas?
Well, it's actually kind of a funny story on how how canvases came to be. But maybe I'll tell that afterwards. But specifically on the name, I think sometimes you just come up with a name in the initial prototype and it sticks. And I was kind of like basically just thinking like, hey, this is a surface for me and the agent to kind of paint and jam together. And like I can kind of build my own adventure, build my own workflow, and then have this rich surface that we can share and collaborate on.
All right, cool.
Yeah, so on how canvases came to be, I'm like I've got a procrastination problem.
All right.
I think a lot of us do. Probably, hands up in the chat if you also procrastinate. For me, there are like certain kinds of tasks, often like tedious tasks or repetitive tasks or things that I'm trying to avoid. And one sort of habit that I have is when I have a task that I think I can automate, instead of just doing that task, I will build a new primitive into the CLI or the app to help me automate portions of that task.
All right.
And then the downside takes 10 times as long to do that as it would have taken,
of course,
for me to just do the thing. But then the benefit is like, hey, all you in the chat and like millions of other engineers, now you have these tools that you can use to help automate things.
Sounds like a win-win.
Yes. And so, the way that I ended up building canvases, it actually happened when I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and my wife went on like a girls' surf retreat to Nicaragua. And so I took the week off and I was, hanging out with my kids and having a lot of fun. But, during nap times and during the evenings, I was kind of jamming on this idea of integrating a rich markdown editor into the canvas. And I wanted that markdown editor because I was in the middle of writing up like a bunch of documents basically. And these documents had to have I was collecting input from many people. I was collecting a lot of data. It was just probably 40 to 50 pages that I had to sort of collect. And so I had my outline. I knew the points that I want to hit in that document, but then I needed to go and sift through all of this data and figure out hey, does this narrative actually match?
Right.
And so I built this markdown canvas so that I could select lines in the document, add comments, feed them into the agent, have the agent go and sift through all of this data to tell me hey, am I off? Does the feedback sort of agree? And that's how canvases came to be.
Love it. Yeah, I think it's going to open up many different ways, like you mentioned, ways of working with an agent and personalization. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Can't wait to really get hands-on with it. It looks like we've made some progress.
We have made some progress. So this is the cool thing is not only you can see, hey, comments work. So see if we can go and so it created a bunch of different files. So a canvas is just by default a single JavaScript file in HTML, and you can use whatever frameworks you want. Technically, it's possible to build a canvas that's served from a Python web server, though we haven't documented that yet. But it's iterating on this, and then the coolest part it's live reloading this extension. So not only can it write the extension, it can then load it dynamically, make changes, reload it so we can iterate on it. And you can see it's listing the capabilities, it's opening the canvas, and then it's using these canvas actions to test, right? So we saw there were some cards that it added here.
Right.
There were comments, there were upvotes, and it was going through and exercising the canvas, verifying that it was working. And then it went through and it reset the canvas for me, right?
Yeah, I was wondering where did it go?
Yeah, where did it go? Well, we can see here, right?
Yeah.
It clear board. See, add some cards that simulate the outcome of a real retro from an engineering team with, comments, upvotes, and subsequent action items. And then it looks like our whiteboard is ready too.
Let me find the person who was asking about this. I can't see your Fule. Let us know what you think about this retro here. What's missing? What can we change? This is pretty neat, and it's like easy way for you to, I don't know, like when you have like a UI of like what you want to change, it's so much easier than like just thinking about it through like text. Like, hey, this is exactly, could we try here? Like you click on something specific, like you were showing that before, right?
Yeah.
Like click on, what was it called? Like the, where you added the element to the.
Oh, yeah. You know what? We need to add pick and polish into
pick and polish.
So we don't have pick and polish on the you know what I'm actually going to ask real quick? I'm going to start a session in the GitHub app. So this is the public repo. And I'm going to go ahead and just file a bug real quick. I'm going to say let's see. File a bug, or not a bug, sorry. File a feature request in the app repo for me to add the pick and polish tool into the canvas renderer, so that we can select elements, add them as context for when we're iterating on our canvases.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I love that. So I do this all the time. I'm just like sitting, chatting with people. I'm like, oh, new session, go fire off an issue, right? Let's go back to our retro board canvas. So yeah, it added like, what are our action items? 24-hour SLA review, add a Slack reminder bot for stale PRs. Quarantine flaky EDE tests, route all mid-spit requests through the PM before they hit the board. Okay, fun stuff. Filed the issue for me. And then, hey, I can create it. I can open it up inside of the app. I can see it. I can like make modifications. I can even go and assign somebody if I want to.
Oh, awesome.
Let's go back to our whiteboard canvas. Ooh, size picker. Okay, so let's see. I want to ask what capabilities does this canvas have? I want to know if it has any, or if it's just kind of like, drawing. Let's see. Publish gist. All right. Open input, board ID. User clicks in the panel. Okay, so I'm going to say, I'm going to click the publish to, export JPEG. Oh, it saved me a little JPEG in my downloads. That's cool. And then I'm going to publish it to a gist. We'll see what happens. Oh, we got the URL here. Is it going to open? I beach balled. Let's see. Yay!
Oh,
Cool.
that is sick.
It worked. All right. Let's go back over to our CLI session.
How we doing?
This is still kicking away, right? Okay, registering a controller. I made an editing mistake. Let me view and fix.
I love it. How are you manually coding at all anymore? Or do you have specific tasks that you're doing that way now?
No, I don't think I've definitely haven't manually written code since November, but it's probably been longer than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how are you taking care of like quality? Like what best practices do you have in place to make sure stuff is good?
Yeah, I mean, so I read a ton of code and
Okay.
I review a ton of code, and we're relatively strict about like enforcing that.
Mhm.
And I think it often, the amount of scrutiny in any particular change is sort of, you know, proportional to the implications of it.
Right.
I think we focus very, very heavily on it, like in an existing mature code base,
Yep.
making sure that the architectural layers are correct, right? It's kind of like if you keep your house clean,
Mhm.
it's easier for the agent to make progress.
Yep.
Verification loops and like tests, EDE tests,
Yeah.
unit tests are a big part of that. Like making sure the tests are good. And so, yeah, I think like the two things that I look for in code review is like, is it correct? Or I guess it's three things. Is it correct?
Mhm.
Right? Is there, you know, testing, whether that's EDE, unit, or otherwise,
Right.
that sort of like the way you need to think about it is like you're defining that behavior in the test. And that's how the agent is going to know in the future when it goes to change that code, whether or not it's violated some assumptions. And so it's, yeah, is it correct? Are there tests that lock in the behavior? And then is this in sort of like the architecture? Does it conform to the architecture? Does it make violations? Back in the day, the Copilot coding agent, like the cloud agent,
Right.
used to be in the same repo as the CLI and that shared runtime.
Mhm.
We've now kind of decoupled them so that the cloud agent uses the SDK and the CLI also uses the SDK. But we would have these layering violations frequently when we would open PRs where there was one set of CLI settings and then there was another settings that was called runtime settings.
Mhm.
Runtime settings was for the cloud agent, but you could imagine it would get confused on which settings object it would pick. And the feature would still work if you use the wrong one, but we were like introducing debt. So eventually we just ended up, someone was like, should we add some instructions, you know, Copilot instructions to, you know, make sure it knows which settings to use?
Mhm.
I was like, why don't we just change the name to make it more clear? Like if you can make it easier for the agent to figure out what the right thing is through like clear naming or a little bit of refactoring, then you don't have those problems in the future.
Right. Like, interesting. And when you are reading code, are there like are there things that you see where you know like, oh, this is instantly bad? Like, can you quickly now review if like, oh, this is gonna be quality versus this is not bad? Like, are there like patterns of things that you see agents make mistakes on all the time? That's
Mhm.
pretty easy to spot.
Yeah, good question. I think collectively as a team, we've put a lot of guardrails into place so that this isn't as much of an issue for us these days.
Yeah.
You know, we have like a lot of Rust in our code base these days. So the TUI is still TypeScript, but the underlying runtime, that agent harness, is slowly being ported bit by bit into Rust. And so we have skills that talk about like how we manage concurrency, like do's and don'ts, other things like that. And those skills, you know, we try to get people when they're writing Rust to manually invoke them, but usually they get invoked, you know, when that code is changing. And then we also have agent-driven kind of CI checks, right? Where we'll check if a certain code path has been changed, and then there's a specific prompt that fires, like in GitHub Actions, to do some analysis over that code. So I think it's a iterative, like going back to sort of our retro board example before. It's a process of like making your code base AI ready so you can move as fast as possible. And like back in March, our team was, you know, I think 10 people, and we were shipping about 2,000 PRs a month, something like that. So it's up to 20 people working across these surfaces now, and I'm sure the number is way higher if I went and checked on it. But when you're shipping that much code that quickly, you have to make the process of reviewing code fast, right? You have to be able to quickly build confidence in a change so that PR doesn't become a bottleneck. And then, so we focus on kind of both sides of things. On the input side of things, do you have the tools, the instructions, the skills, the verification that guides the code into the shape that you want it? And then on the other side of things, do we have the right sort of like agentic, like, guardrails, CI checks, conventions that help us verify it. I think one thing that I'll show real quick on this topic of like PR velocity is you'll see there's this button here called agent merge. And so I can also say create a draft PR, create a PR, and then agent merge. I won't hit it now because I don't want to check in the whiteboard to the GitHub app repo. But what agent merge does, it'll open your PR, then it'll monitor CI, and if anything in CI is failing, it'll fix it and push up a commit, and it'll keep doing that until CI is green. It'll also monitor for, if there's merge conflicts, it'll resolve those and rebase your change. And then it'll respond to PR feedback as well. So both CCR feedback and human feedback. And so I don't use this for every change, but sometimes I fix a bug and like, hey, I know the tests are good. I know that, like, I know I did the right thing here. And it's just a matter of like, CCR is going to have some good feedback. I'm going to implement it. My coworkers might have some feedback, but like, if this is a low risk change, I'll turn on agent merge and then like go get lunch. And I know an hour later when someone looks at it, it's going to be merged. And then I can remove that cognitive overhead of having like one more piece of work in flight. I just say, turn on agent merge. I know it's going in, move on to the next thing. And I'll show you actually, this is pretty fun. So this is the very first agent merge PR. So this is Jeremy. Jeremy created agent merge. He's our lead engineer on the GitHub app. And he opened this PR very early to have a GitHub CLI health check. So the GH CLI. This is like a requirement of the app. These days, we don't have to have this health check because we bundle all of the dependencies with the app. It ships with its own version of the GH CLI and other things. Yeah. But so Jeremy said, "Hey, help me test out agent merge. Like, let's see if this thing works." And so CCR starts adding some comments. It adds a batch of comments, and then on behalf of Jeremy, agent merge comes back and says, "Hey, I addressed all of this. Here's the link to the commit, right? And here's a description of everything that I fixed, right?" And it's tasteful too. It said like gated returns null. This is a known trade-off. I documented it in a comment, right? Like it knows I did that on purpose. It's not blindly following the feedback. Yeah. More feedback coming in comments, and agent merge again says, "Hey, great call out. I fixed it. All right, now distinguish between 3 states, right? Missing, found but below minimum version, and then, found the right version, right?" And so Jeremy didn't send me this PR while CCR was like iterating on everything, right? He let agent merge take care of resolving all the Copilot code review feedback, getting it green, getting CI green, and then he sent it to me. The nice thing about that is he's respecting my time, right? He's not making me look at a PR and review a PR where there's like all of this outstanding stuff that I know is going to get fixed. He sends it to me once it's all right. CI is green, sends it to me. And then I ask, hey, should we add, a docs link? Like, hey, we should make it easy for folks to go and install this thing if we're going to block them. Yeah. And then agent merge tastefully tells me like, hey, dummy, did you read, 3 lines below? It's already there. And so, I decide I'm going to approve this, but I'm going to see what are the limits of this thing, right? So I say, hey, I'm trying to troll it at this point. app.tsx is now over 1,000 lines. I, really suggest that you do a massive, huge refactor. So I'm trying to send the agent off of the rails here, right? And the agent says, fair concern, I agree, but let's keep this PR scoped.
That's awesome.
And then it merged it since I approved it.
No,
So.
I do like what you said. Like it pushes back because before there was that issue where it's like,
oh, the sycophancy.
Yeah. Just like, and then you end up in a circle of like changing, and then you're like, what happened?
Exactly.
But this is great. Is this in CLI? Do you have like a slash?
So the CLI has something similar. We're going to add agent merge, but it has auto and it has fix. Okay. So fix can do feedback, conflict, CI, and all. So that'll just do one round, and then auto will do we'll do that kind of on a schedule. Yeah. And so full agent merge, we're going to bring it into the CLI. It's a slightly different UX, so we have to figure out how to integrate it in there. Wow, we're still cranking on this pet feature. Let's see. Give me an estimate on when this will be in a testable state.
How is the queuing handled? Because sometimes the
Yeah.
message will be sent right away, sometimes not.
That's a good question. And so the way that this works is there are two different modes. I can do either we call it a steering message. That's the default behavior.
Mhm.
So what a steering message is you see how it says pending here?
Yeah.
So what happened was I sent this, but there were tool calls that were in flight, and the agent's in the middle of thinking. So what's going to happen is the agent will finish that current round,
Yeah.
and then it will get that message. And so this allows me to inject this in the middle to change the behavior or something else.
Mhm.
There's also, you can do, I believe it's control Q. I think if I do, let's see. There should be a shortcut in here for queuing. Let's see, /help. All right, full keyboard shortcuts. Oh, don't tell me it's missing, right? I think it's missing from the help, but we definitely have control Q for a queued message. Let's see. Let's see. Control Q. Okay, and so now this message is in the queue, and I can add another one too. I can say another test message. Please ignore, and control Q again. And so the difference between queued messages and steered messages is steered messages will be received as soon as possible, right? Queued messages get operated on in order when the current complete turn is done.
Okay.
So once all of this finishes, then the next queued message will get unloaded.
Okay.
So if I was doing something building a code change and I don't want to interrupt the agent right now, but I want to say, oh, I thought of another thing. Hey, the next thing I want you to do is write an ED test that does XYZ. I can queue that up, and then when it's finished, it'll just kick off that next thing.
Okay.
And I can build up a big queue of these messages if I want.
Yeah. Okay. So one is changing behavior. The other one is stuff to do after.
Exactly.
The goal's done.
Exactly.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So let's see. It's already manually testable now. The footer is rendering pets. I can see Mona and ED test output. Build passes. All 30 unit tests. You can run the build and try pet spawn. What's left is getting 3 new ED test screen. They're failing on the output assertions. Okay, well, we can go ahead and test it now.
Let's do it.
Let's see. Build it. Start it. Oh, Mona's in there. All right. Where's /pet? Interesting. Let me see. Experimental. On. Okay. /pet. Okay. Well, I think we have to go back and figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just cleared my queued messages. So Control C clears out the queued messages.
Okay.
And now I'm going to say, hey, the /pet command is not showing up in the dev build. What is the dealio? All right. How do I get Mona to evolve? What is the next milestone? And I'll also add some detail. Mona is a pet. It is not documented yet. Look at the code. There we go. Oh, Mona turned into an octopus. You see that? That's pretty cool. Let's see. Other terminal window. So it's running our EDE test. It's taking a long time.
All right.
So I think I'm gonna cancel it real quick, and I'm gonna say, hey, only run targeted EDE tests. They are taking too long. Also, /pet command is not showing up in dev build. All right.
With the queuing stuff, do you think it'll get to a point where we don't have to say like steer versus like a control queue, and the agent will just decide I need to do this right away, or like, oh, I can push this later?
Yeah, good question. I think that I think about these things as like Unix-like utilities that have to be composable. Like,
Yeah.
if there's one thing that I've learned from like working on developer tools, it's like there is no one size fits all workflow.
Yeah.
Developers are very opinionated, rightfully so. If you're spending all day in these tools, you want to be able to do it your way.
Yeah.
So that's why we offer things like this. I don't personally use queuing all that much. My form of queuing, what I'll actually do is I'll say something like, let's see. Continue working on your current task, but take a brief detour to schedule to-dos to do X, Y, and Z. And then execute those to-dos after you're done with your current set. Oh, it's funny. Tutos. I don't know what that is. But so this is kind of my version of queuing.
Okay.
I treat the SQLite database as my queue of work, right? I'm like, hey, I have this other stuff I want you to do. I want you to schedule it in the to-do database so you don't forget about it. And then, this autopilot mode is aware of what work is outstanding inside of that to-do database.
Yeah.
So when it finishes its current task and set of to-dos, it'll query it again and see that there's more stuff in there.
I love it. I love the options, the control people can do. Because you have people be like, I don't want to pick the model. I don't want to figure anything out. I just want to prompt and behind the scenes let the tool do it.
Right.
Which, could be useful. And then you have the other people like, I want to be able to control absolutely everything. So like as a person leading this product.
Yeah.
You got to make both sides happy.
We try to strike a real happy medium.
Yeah.
Here we go. To-do completed. Pet verify. Memory stored. New TUI only / commands must be added to the TUI only commands array. Okay. So it realized it made a mistake, and now it's storing a memory in the repo. So all the Copilot agents have memory, both at the repo level and at the user level. So it can learn over time preferences for, and best practices for working in your repo. And it can also learn the way you like to work and remember that.
Yeah.
So it's super powerful. I would say on your prior point about like, we try to strike a really happy medium between making features composable so that like any of them can be used as like individual units, but they can also be kind of brought together into so you can define your own workflows. In addition to that, we really recognize that like, hey, keeping up with all of the advancements in AI in general and like in the Copilot CLI, it's like I find features every day that I never knew existed. Like, just before this, James told me to go look at my footer and customize it, right? I didn't even know that existed. And he's like, Evan, that's existed for months. It's like, well, there's so many features being shipped and things are, changing all the time.
Yeah.
I can't keep track of all of those, thousands of PRs every month. So cool. It looks like our thing. Okay. Pet spawn goblin grumble.
Pet list, pet rename. All right.
Okay. Mona's next stage depends on her current XP. Egg 10, hatchling 40, adult. New pets auto spawn. Based on that, she's got a laptop. I love it. Household's lifetime XP. Up to a max of 5 pets. All right. So we got to rebuild now. Here we go. All right. Oh, here we go. List. Mona.
Cool.
Adult.
41.
Holding a laptop. All right. So let's do pet spawn. Okay. And we got autocomplete
Gotta
too.
go Clippy.
Gotta go Clippy.
I want to see this.
Well, I think we'll call him Bill.
All right.
Oh, build an egg. All right. Pet spawn. Let's do gnome. What's a good name for a gnome?
What is a good name for a gnome? Carl
Carl with a K or a C?
with a K.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, and then we'll do one more. Pet spawn. Pet spawn, and then got to get our goblin in there. We'll do Dobby. All right. Dobby's not a goblin. He's an elf. All right. Now we need to get some XP. How do we get some XP? Let's see. Can you look at the issues in Evan? Let's see. We gotta go copy that repo again. Okay. And see if there are any other suggestions on how we improve our pet engine.
Can you manually manage memory? Or like if you prompt it, hey, erase your memory, will it?
I forget. I think there are tools. So there's actually some memory voting that periodically happens within the CLI.
Mm-hmm.
I need to, yeah, control C. All right. So YOLO on, continue. Sorry. Permissions were not YOLO. Okay. Sorry, what was your question?
Memory management.
Memory management. Yep. So there are some. Ooh, we already evolved. Yes, inside of GitHub, there in your repo, there's in the settings page, there's a memories page where you can go and look through all of your memories, so you can see what's being stored in there, and you can delete things. I'd actually have to check and see if there are tools for deleting memories. Fun hack. You can just ask Copilot about itself.
Is it a mechanism that's recommended to just kind of let it do its thing?
Yeah, usually I just let it do its thing and it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So it does not have a delete memory tool built into the harness. It has store memory tools, and then it has memory voting tools, which, basically memories do get periodically kind of cleaned up.
Mm-hmm.
And so as the agent encounters memories, it will go and give them a thumbs up or a thumbs down, depending on whether or not it thinks it's like still useful or relevant.
Yeah.
So that this process of managing the memories kind of happens automatically.
Yeah. Do you see? So memories, happen as you go, and we also have like agent instructions, custom instructions, and stuff like that. Do you see it ever being like, oh, this something should be a little bit more permanent, perhaps move it into the agent instructions or something like that?
I think my personal sort of like end state for all of this is that you don't actually have to manage your instructions on your own.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll show you an example of this. Let's see. So is this the okay. I think this is the one. So Chronicle improve. Okay. So I'm gonna say improve my custom instructions based on what you've learned from my recent sessions and my preferences. So Chronicle is pretty cool. The way to think about Chronicle is that we now have a sort of search engine over top of all of your user sessions. So no matter what Copilot product you're using, if you're using the GitHub app or you're using the CLI, VS Code, Visual Studio,
Yep.
agents on GitHub.com. All of those sessions with your user go into this kind of like unified search index that's just for you. It's private to you. And then we expose APIs. So the agent actually gets to generate SQL and full text search queries to search through your sessions.
Sick.
So if you're saying like, oh man, like I'm fixing this gnarly bug, I'm pretty sure I fixed something similar last month. I really wish, I can't think of exactly what it was, but that context would be super useful right now. You can feed that into Chronicle. It'll go search through and dig that stuff up. And so what we're doing right now is asking Chronicle to improve my instructions based on the behavior that it's seen from me, like the problems it's run into. And so my ideal is like this is manually triggered. Eventually, I don't think anyone should have to have instructions that are human written, right? We should just be able to review your activity, what went well, what didn't, within your sessions, and then generate instructions for you. Keep them up to date, right? Auto open PRs that you can approve.
Is there a way to automatically run that when I end a session or something like that?
Oh yeah, that would be cool. I bet you could write a hook that did that. Yeah.
Yeah, or like every other, I don't know, almost like a cron thing.
Yeah, that's another cool thing that's in the CLI. So I'll show every real quick. So every, yep. So interval, I'll say, every 24H, and then my prompt.
Okay.
And I'll say, use Chronicle to search through my last day's worth of sessions. And then I want you to look at my Copilot instructions in my personal, .copilot repo. I don't think they exist right now, actually, but I want you to create them if they don't exist, and then update them if they do. And I want you to look at my sessions, what went well, what went wrong, and update my instructions to help me use Copilot more effectively.
I didn't know every was a thing. That's awesome.
And so, you see it interpreted my schedule, turn it into once a day.
Yeah.
And so now this is going to, periodically kick off that behavior that you're looking for, where it's going to analyze my session data, look at my instructions, and every day I'm going to get a little bit better as a result.
This kind of ties into something you brought up earlier, whereas this is, work that's going to happen on a different time. But we also have kind of newish, the remote feature.
Oh, yeah.
And, there's this meme about people walking around with their laptops cracked open.
Yep. Yeah.
But we have a solution for that.
We do. And I think even more so than talking about remote control.
Yeah.
I think the thing that I'd like to talk about is something a little different, actually. Because remote control is awesome. The downside of remote control is that it requires your laptop to be connected to the internet, right? And so sometimes, like, hey, I go into the the Bellevue office in GitHub, a couple times a month just to hang out with some of the Seattle-based folks.
Yeah.
And then if I have something I'm working on and I have to close my laptop and then go commute home, it's like, hey, that thing's done.
Right.
Now we have what's called GitHub sandboxes in the cloud, and so I can type Copilot -- cloud. And what this is going to do is it's going to spin up a micro VM.
Okay.
Yeah. And so usually this only takes 2 or 3 seconds. All right. That one took 8, but it's very, very fast.
All right.
And so this micro VM uses this like super cool technology from Azure, which allows it to snapshot the state of the entire machine, like all the process state, all the file system state. And so what happens is if this sandbox is inactive for more than 10 minutes, it automatically suspends.
Okay.
And then when I go and resume the session, like here, I'll say like, hi, real quick. And I'll say like, add emojis to the README. Right?
Oh, we're interacting right now with the micro VM.
So yeah, the back end,
Yeah.
the back end of the Copilot CLI
Right now
is running in this GitHub sandbox, this micro VM.
Yeah.
And I'm controlling it and seeing everything that's happening from my local TUI.
This is so sick.
And so it's going to add some emojis to my README real quick.
Oh, so those 8 seconds at the beginning literally was provisioning.
Literally provisioning a micro VM. That's what we were waiting for. Yeah. Usually it's just a couple seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. There we go. I'm going to say yes and approve all future file operations. It's going to make that edit. And then here we go. So I can even run /diff and see what was changed in my repo, right?
Yeah.
So now if I Control C to exit that, right? And I do, Copilot -- resume, I should see that session somewhere. Remote, here we go. Just now, created 2 minutes ago, right? So, remote, local, pull session logs, connect to the remote session and steer it from here. Let's do that.
So you also pull it locally?
You can pull the changes back to, so you can pull down the session log.
Yeah.
And like the branch and the code changes if you want to work locally. But see, like I reconnected to the VM now, and I can run /diff again. And we know this is not the diff that's local, right? Because locally I've been working on my pets and and all sorts of stuff like that. And so if I hit escape here, I can now I could give it another task. Like I could put it in autopilot mode and say like, rewrite the whole code base in Erlang or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can hit go and then close my laptop, and this is going to keep active and keep running.
This is so sick. And inactivity means just like the agent stopped
The
working,
agent's
right? It
inactive.
doesn't have to do anything with the human prompting.
Nope, doesn't have to do anything with the human prompting. So at 10 minutes after the agent is no longer like executing tools or processing messages. So if I want to kick this off and have it run while I'm on an airplane or wherever, super slick.
And when it does go inactive, is there anything that happens prior? Just I don't know, some guardrails to like save stuff or anything like that?
Well, that's the beauty of this particular sort of like compute technology is that it snapshots the entire state of the machine before it shuts down. And so then, if I happen to leave this idle for 10 minutes and I did, the resume on that session, it would go find that particular state, boot up a new micro VM, load in the state snapshot, and I would be ready to go exactly where I left off.
This is so cool. We had a couple of people asking, like showing their set. They have like these super custom setups with their phones, and like someone told me like some Chrome remote thing, and like this answers so much for them now.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
It's also available in the GitHub app too.
Okay.
If you go to a new session, you can pick work tree, local repo, and now you can also pick cloud.
Nice.
So super cool.
Very, very, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think like some other kind of fun things are, that we haven't talked about, like automations inside of the GitHub app.
Right.
I actually have this like issue repro automation. Not a bug report. This is a feature request. So if I look in here, so this is our internal private repo. And so this one, I basically said like, hey, try and reproduce this bug report. If it is a bug report, I want you to try and write a failing test case. And that test case is going to help me verify that it's like real issue, not ghosting the GPU.
Yeah.
And then if you do, like apply the right label, if you can repro it, and then add a comment with the repro. Now, for all of these, internal issues that are getting reported by GitHub employees, we have this nice curated backlog of like not only issues, but issues with repros. And if anyone has ever like maintained open source, you know you love those users who give you concrete repos when they report issues.
Love it.
So this runs in the cloud, but I also have like private versions for me that run locally. Looks like this one failed this morning. My morning brief. But
and you have the logs down here.
Yeah, you have the logs, and so like, you know, this is my morning brief from yesterday that for me just helps me focus my day, right? Give me a list of like my PRs in flight, links to issues that are new that I might want to go investigate. So just lots of cool stuff. I think every day we're trying to figure out how can we make users' lives easier? How can we make our lives easier? You know, a lot of AI, I think at times I've met teams who feel like the way that they're using AI creates like a fire hose of noise.
Yeah.
And so we want to create an experience that lets you sort of like reclaim that focus.
Yeah.
It's not about like activity. How many PRs can you open? How many, branches that never hit production do you have? It's like, it's not doing 50 things in parallel. It's like, how do you find and then do well the 5 to 10 things that really matter, right?
Yeah, I love it. More tools that are helping out with that. I would always appreciate. I know a lot of people here we're talking about maintenance stuff that they start their mornings off doing. Someone was telling me about like they review a lot of like user activity on GitHub.
Yeah,
and they want like better ways to do that. And the app is like really answering a bunch of like missing answers from like the other offerings that we have.
Sure.
So this is awesome. Very excited. We have 2 minutes left. I don't know if I'll ask you a fun question.
Yeah.
What is a feature that doesn't exist in the CLI that you wish existed like right now?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
You know why that's tough? It's when I have features that I want, I just build them.
Yeah.
So I just need more ideas.
Yeah. No, okay. Cool. I appreciate the honesty. Let me see if we have any questions here. Let me see.
Yeah, chat. Fire off the questions in the last minute or two here.
Yeah, ask any of your CLI questions, Copilot app questions. Let's see. Who's gonna be the first to turn Mona into a space cadet? Someone asks help with controlling spend.
Yeah,
spend.
Yeah, 100%. So we're gonna start blogging about this more actually, but a large portion of the team does nothing other than work on our agent loop to make it more capable, more token efficient. And we actually have some really interesting results doing sort of comparisons on token efficiencies across harnesses that we're putting together a blog post for.
Yeah.
Needless to say, like I'm excited to get more public about that soon. But our harness is actually extremely, extremely token efficient when you look at everything that's out there. The other thing, in addition to that, sometimes it's not enough to just say, hey, this harness is super efficient and optimized. People want control as well. And so one thing that we're experimenting with is like being able to set token budgets for a task.
Okay.
So, you might say, for a task, you might say, hey, I only want to use 1 million tokens for this task, right? And then we can periodically feed the agent reminders about the tokens remaining. I would say that can be a double-edged sword because these agents can develop anxiety sometimes if they get too close to a limit, or like if you try to give it something that's too complex, and you have a token budget that's too small. At what you'll see at the end is that it'll start to rush through and get sloppy because it really wants to please. It really wants to finish within the budget. Right.
Yeah.
But we are always, we are working increasingly on these kinds of controls that users can experiment with and, find out what works for them.
All right. More to come then. Everyone make sure to stay up to date with all the socials. Very excited to see that. Evan, thank you so much for spending all this time here.
Absolutely. This was super
cool
fun.
Stuff.
Yeah.
And everyone else on the stream, stay put, take a quick break, and we'll be back with cool Aspire stuff. So we'll see y'all later.
See y'all later. Thanks, folks.
Whoa, welcome back, everyone. I am Maddy Montaquila. Wait a second.
Yes, you are.
How's it going, David Fowler?
Oh my God, I'm great. Thank you. My name is David Fowler.
Wow,
I
you're
know.
great. You've
Thank
been
you.
working out?
I have been, yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
I've been lifting a lot.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Terminal Live here at Microsoft Build 2026. David Fowler is sprinting.
He doesn't know how to use the Waymo app, so it dropped him off on the other side of the park that the venue is located at.
He has to do Equator Coffee, and that is where you get dropped off.
Yes.
That is the pro tip if you're here at Microsoft Build 2026. Is that what you need to do? We have all the goodies. We got the GitHub channels. We got the Aspire folks here.
Hi, Spire Bikes.
We've been live streaming and live coding pretty much nonstop since after Satya and everybody finished the keynote, which is awesome. And we've been having all sorts of folks. Evan was just here doing all sorts of amazing coding.
Yeah.
And we have Maddy, who's going to be hosting for Fowler whenever he arrives.
Whenever he arrives.
Aspire stuff. But I figure, why wait? Let's stream. Let's talk about what Aspire even is. There's probably new people
Oh, yeah.
into the chat. So I'm going to bring up your monitor screen thing. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Boop. There we
Love
are.
it.
Look at that. Your stack streamline. What does that even
Streamlined.
mean?
It's just words. It's just words. No.
Word salad.
We've been having fun this week because we have a little booth at Build. So if anyone's here, come by and say hi. Beth Massey on our team and Fowler and I have been staffing it. And we've been having to explain what Aspire is.
Perfect.
And so I've really worked on my pitch,
I'm ready.
Because so it's
You're in an elevator with Satya. What's the pitch?
I throw up. That's the pitch.
Well, no.
Yeah.
That's not
No. Aspire is at its very, very, very base level something that makes building your app, whatever your app is, if you have a front end and a database or a back end and a cache or whatever it is, it makes building that more efficient, both for you as a human and for your coding agents.
Okay, nice.
And it does that with our CLI. The CLI is kind of the brains of everything, especially for the agent. But you define your app in code. So instead of YAML or JSON or insert untyped language here, you say, hey, my front end runs like this, and it should know that my back end exists.
Yep.
And it should also know that this database exists. And so for all of us now that we're all agentic coding and we're doing these multi-agent craziness things and Copilot in the new GitHub app, Aspire can handle all your ports and your service discovery for you. So you don't have to have port conflicts anymore. This is the big thing this week. Usually we don't talk about this because people don't really care.
Yeah.
But now that everyone's in like work tree land, Aspire will randomize ports and tell your front end, hey, in this work tree, you're going to run on port 50,000 whatever, and the back end is on port 50,001.
Yep.
Instead of you just having localhost 3,000 crying all the time.
Yeah, I tell you, when these agents are like running and debugging and doing stuff, they're always like, oh, that thing's already running. Let me kill the process, do a thing.
Yeah.
But I can just spin up as many as humanly possible.
So at its base, it's a glorified bootstrapper. Then when you layer on the Aspire stuff on top, more and more custom DevX deployment things, you can build your own integrations for running your own team and your own company's containers and whatever it is.
You can plug in different database providers, cloud providers, and it's restricted to any specific programming language.
It is not.
Wow.
You can write your app host, which is that bootstrapper,
Okay.
in TypeScript or C#, and we have Python and Go and Java in preview. But it doesn't matter what language you write that app host in, all of it can orchestrate anything. So if I go to our integrations before we go into the what's new, integrations, we have a lot. We have 111 integrations, and they're all built on the same primitives that you can access to. So if you want to just run ls as part of your Aspire app or grep or whatever it is, you can just build an executable that does that.
Nice.
Or if you want to pull in some random arbitrary container image, you can pull that down as well and use it in your app host the same way that you use these integrations.
I see we have TypeScript, like JavaScript and C#, and you guys got Python or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
So we built in, we have Go, Java, JavaScript, PowerShell, Python, and Rust.
Oh, cool.
And C#. Oh my God, I almost missed it. But we have people doing, like, I know someone who's doing Zig with Aspire. I was why?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Why not? That's a great question. Why not?
If you can dream it, you can build it.
That's so true. So true. Anything that has a CLI, it's pretty easy to plop it into Aspire and call it a day. So we just shipped 13.4 on Monday.
Look at those release notes.
I know. I was writing these on the flight here Monday morning.
Sure, Copilot was.
Well, Copilot was, but I still read them.
Oh, okay, sure.
We actually total
Copilot
side
reviewed.
Yeah, total side chat tangent. Like we have a skill now that runs against our actual repo
Yeah.
and watches for changes and then tests the APIs out as we write the docs about them to make sure that
Wow.
all the docs we write are valid syntactical code.
That's pretty good. That's
It's-
awesome.
Bananas.
Yeah.
Bananas. The big thing in this release is we flipped that TypeScript app host to GA.
Oh,
It has
nice.
been non-GA for a while, just while we were making sure that it worked for all the different matrices of insanity in the TypeScript land.
Yeah.
I learned a lot about the common JS runtime.
Fun.
It's really fun.
That's
It's
awesome.
really fun.
Yeah, that's
Um,
that's huge. I mean, that's it's the number one bullet point, but I think that's,
Yeah.
really great. A lot of people, if you're building, a bunch of just, JavaScript applications and you have different things and boom, you're good to go. Your programming language stays the same.
Yeah. It's definitely like the soup du jour, the language du jour of vibe coding TypeScript. So
Mhm.
it works so well. We support Bun now as a runtime too,
Oh, nice.
which is cool. And for deployment side, which is like the whole other half of the story, we added Kubernetes support in the last release and preview, and we added a bunch of specific Azure Kubernetes helpers in this one. So your app model, your app host, which is just a TypeScript or a C# file, can turn into the YAML and the Helm charts or the bicep that you need to deploy to Azure. You don't actually have to hand roll those at all.
Oh, wow.
We will generate them all for you on the fly. And you can overwrite the properties and everything. We have a bunch of helper methods on like, hey, add this step to my Docker file,
Yeah.
or put this value in my Helm chart, or make sure that my min replicas in bicep are defined as 4. I don't know. Do something, do whatever you want. We also, this is like a very small feature, but it's huge emotionally for me.
Emotional release.
So
Like that.
so coding agents,
Yes.
right?
Heard of
They
them.
get a little confused with logs because it's a lot to load into your context.
Yep.
And so what they usually do is grep through them,
Mhm.
which doesn't really have a fuzzy match, but that's okay. We love grep. We stand grep. Grep on Windows.
Grep on
BT
Windows.
dubs.
Core
Huge.
utils. Install that.
When Clint showed me that a couple months ago,
Mind-blowing.
I gasped. I said, "Oh,
Because you're always grepping all the time.
I'm
so
grepping.
always be grepping.
ABG."
ABG always be grepping.
So traditionally what Aspire CLI did is we just said, here's the JSON, shove it in a file. I don't know, do whatever you want, grep it, agent, go nuts.
Yeah.
What we did in this release is we added server side or dashboard side, CLI side filtering, including like fuzzy stuff, I believe.
Oh, wow.
So it's not just a straight up string map
Yeah.
anymore. But that means that the agent can say, hey, search the logs for all of the resources for this specific trace ID and get just that trace back and only
Ah.
load that into context and not have to do any grepping.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah, I saw the PR come through. I was like, server side, what does that mean, server side?
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. We also shipped a whole new repository just for Aspire skills,
Oh, that's
which
cool.
you can pull in through the CLI. So we have skills, just regular Aspire. We have monitoring. We have orchestration and adding Aspire, the Aspirify skill. And then we also have a skill now for deployment. So
Oh,
as
nice.
the deployment story has matured and more people are using Aspire to generate production deployment assets, people have been asking, how do I do it?
Yep.
And now we have a skill.
Very cool.
We love skills.
Nice.
We're skills. We're very skillful.
That's awesome.
What else is in here? Oh, Blazor Wasm.
Nice.
Crazy
In there?
did.
A Fowler has appeared.
Oh my god. Oh,
with
you
food.
brought me food. Thank you so much.
Wow.
I love you.
A Fowler has appeared.
That was a fast 8 minutes. Did you take a lime?
Did you
He's
sprint
stressed
it?
out.
People did ask in the stream. Someone did it stream. Yeah. Does Fowler know how to sprint?
He does. He's pretty athletic.
Sprint. I said you were sprinting.
He
What?
he sprints. He
He
sprints.
sprints.
He runs. He actually during our team meeting,
Yeah.
our Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific team meeting is when his Monday personal training session is.
Oh, wow.
And he refuses to move it.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he still joins the call from his personal training session. So people will be saying,
Bro.
oh yeah, I did this, or like, oh yeah, we're working on this bug. And then you hear him come off mute and he's like,
I got on a one-on-one with Katie one time. She was like an impromptu one, but I had already planned on like cycling, like in my indoor cycling bike. And then I had the phone there, and she's like, "Are you on your spin bike right now?" I was like, "Yes."
no.
And I was like, "Hold on, mute." And then it was the same thing.
Yeah.
And then 20 minutes in, I was like, I feel terrible. I'm getting off this. Like, I
Yeah.
can't do-
Yeah,
yeah, we're
really
live. We're live.
And we're on the
All right.
Aspire YouTube too.
Yeah, on the
So
Aspire
you're gonna
YouTube,
you're gonna sit
Twitch.
here and plug
Here,
in.
Maddie's gonna switch.
I'm gonna sit there and
Yep.
facilitate.
Yep. We're no, I'm about to eat right
He's
now.
gonna
As soon
go
as you
eat.
get here, I get to eat.
That's mine. Put that one back.
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
gonna go
yours,
out there and
dude.
get food. Okay, we're gonna take a quick 2-minute swapperoonie here, and then we'll be right back. Okay, here we go. Boom.
Yes, that camera can see you.
That's wild.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
We're back. Sorry. We as we explained before we took that brief break, Fowler doesn't know how to use the Waymo app.
The Waymo stopped me 8 minutes before. For some reason, I was like,
You put in the park, not the event center.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's user error.
had a good walk.
So hi, I'm Maddy. This is Fowler. David Fowler.
David Fowler.
We have a lot of Davids. We just kind of use names.
There's 4.
We are here at Microsoft Build. We are in this little aquarium of live streaming.
We are in studio.
We are streaming to all the GitHub accounts, and we added the Aspire accounts for the next hour and a half while we do this because we love our Aspire peeps. Hi, everybody.
Nice.
And God only knows if we will pull ourselves together for an Aspire Fridays this week. We were exhausted.
No.
We were exhausted. We're very tired.
No.
So if you are not following the Aspire account at aspire.dev, feel free. It is always a good time. We live stream most Fridays, not every Friday.
Like, subscribe, follow.
Yeah. Ding that bell. So we're at Microsoft Build. We're having a great time. We got our cool little GitHub jackets. I feel like a real part of the
I don't have
team.
mine right now. It's at
Oh,
the hotel room.
That's okay. We're wearing our Aspire shirts, we're like really cool. And in 2 hours, we have a breakout session, which Fowler thought, and he told me very confidently was at 3. It's not. It's at 2:45.
Isn't it 3?
It's at 2:45.
Same thing.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Pretty much.
Anyways, and we have Beth Massey on our team holding down the fort at the booth by herself.
Wonderful.
The 3 of us have been the only people at the Aspire booth this week. And so we've had 2 days of 10-hour shifts, with the exception of right now in the breakout session. And Beth has to hold down the fort without us. So all of our friends are walking by.
Wonderful.
The Brady Gaster is staring in. We're live streaming. So what we thought would be fun to do for this is actually go through the demo we're going to show in a couple hours.
What Maddy thought would be fun for this.
You didn't think.
For the record.
You didn't.
For the record, I just showed up.
Yeah, he didn't think. So if this is not fun, okay.
Stressful.
If this is not fun, you can blame him for not coming up with a better idea. Like,
This is true. I give you no feedback.
what I thought would be fun for this would be to actually go through the demo that Fowler built some crazy app for this demo that it does not need to be as crazy as it is. He just kept building things for no reason. And go through the demo flow that we're going to show in the formal 45-minute session in a little bit, but in our more chaotic usual vibe.
In the prep.
And the prep. And then we thought, people who are watching who have opinions and feedback on Aspire, tell us what we're missing. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many things that we want to show. And this week, I think it's been interesting to hear what resonates with people who have never heard of Aspire before.
Yeah.
And we as you all know, we could go for 8.5 hours if you let us. So I think people calling out what's exciting, what surprises you, what we should definitely mention.
We
I
got a
think
chance
that'll be
to
really good.
practice our pitch, though. I mean, it's like to people who had never seen it before. So we got a chance to kind of test out what it meant to explain Aspire, like to people that were brand new. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. And I'll say, like, the thing that's hit the most, surprisingly, is that we handle ports for you, because everyone is getting pissed off with Copilot work trees.
Yep.
Smashing all their ports into each other. And this was like not that cool of a feature 6 months ago. Like, everyone was like, that's nice that you do port management, but I always have 5173 open. And we were like, okay, that's fine. Hard coded then. And now everyone's like, you manage my ports. This is the best day of my life.
It's pretty fun.
So yeah. Anyways, Fowler, I'm gonna put up your screen.
Okay.
I did push our little script if you want to go through it, by the way. It stops before we talk about Foundry.
Oh, cool.
I gave up.
Oh, cool.
But that's in the repo now if you're interested.
So while in the Waymo, I was like tethered to my phone trying to like get the app to test it. I think it works. We'll see. I think we need to clean the app post up to make it a little bit more readable.
Yeah, definitely.
That's part of it. But the app should be running now actually live in the club, which I will not show yet. But we should, I guess, open up the session.
Yeah.
So for those who haven't seen, this is the GitHub app.
Oh, it's so good.
And for those of you living in the future who either have access because I think they open up access to everyone or to more people at Build yesterday. So if you don't have it, this is the first time seeing it. This is my GitHub app. I have my Build demo as a project, and I have a new session. It'll be made in a work tree off of the main branch. So this is kind of the typical flow if you want to have multiple sessions.
Wait, Damian's here.
Damian's watching?
Tethered in the Waymo, my lord. He says. Yeah. We're having a
100%.
real SF Tech Bro week.
It
We are.
is peak Waymo week.
Yeah. So
So it's not extra high. I'll just put it on medium just to like make it not so crazy. So let's look at what the app is. All right. I will create the work tree. So I'll just say like, tell me what this app is because I don't know myself. The VS Code app. How do you zoom on a Mac? I don't even know.
do you have the accessibility settings turned on? Hit Command Space and type settings. Okay.
Oh,
No,
Oh.
not setting the table. Nope, settings. And then go into on the left.
is it gonna pop up on the wrong screen? Oh no, Oh no, it didn't.
Nice. Go into accessibility. It's right below the one that you're
Oh.
Yep.
Oh,
Nope. Zoom. There's like a zoom
Oh,
one.
zoom?
Yep. Turn on.
Control.
Nope. Turn on. Use keyboard shortcuts to zoom,
it's pretty good.
and then hit the control button, and I think it's 2-finger zoom in.
Control zoom. Control what?
Modify.
No, use trackpad to zoom in. There it is.
Oh yes.
So this will zoom now.
Yeah. Control.
In theory.
Hit the control key,
Oh, control.
and then 2 fingers to zoom.
Let's try it. Let's try it on her.
Does it work? Does it not
Nope.
work? No, go back. There's a different setting then, because I know this is how it works. Use scroll gesture with
option.
modifier keys to zoom. It's the third one. It's that one. Control,
Control.
scroll.
Oh, there.
Wow. I am so glad we're doing this before our session.
Yeah.
There should be a regular zoom if you do
I
Command
feel
Shift
like
plus.
Command Shift Command. Not Control.
Command Shift plus. Yeah.
Oh, wait, in here. I see.
So zoom that
Might
in a
be-
bit
might
too
be
for the
useful.
stream,
Yeah, okay,
folks,
that's
because
good.
your fancy Mac has a high resolution.
You don't have high resolution?
Oh God, fancy. No, I have an M1, ancient.
Yikes. So the app has an open in VS Code button, which is kind of useful for looking at code for those who do still. If you haven't seen Aspire, what
Evan was
version you
just
know?
on the stream, by the way.
Who?
Evan.
Really? Is
Your
Evan,
boy.
is Evan hanging out?
He was he presented
gone?
before we did.
Oh, cool.
He was on
Um,
time.
Yeah, who built the app to begin with. So this is like 1,000%. We need to clean this up. But it works in theory, right?
This is our demo app host.
This is the,
Okay.
the demo app host. There's a lot of like stuff going on at the moment.
There
and
is
it's
a lot
just
going on.
Squiggly. So we should make that work by running a restore. Is that a top level command? Let's see if it
No,
is.
it is not. Oh, it
There
is.
it is. Aspire restore packages.
I said
Let's do that.
so confidently, and I was wrong.
You were not correct. What did it do? Did it work?
I don't know.
It says completed.
Okay,
Okay,
it
we're
might
not-
just be IntelliSense
okay,
acting
we're
up. I mean,
not.
Daniel just walked by. Let's go call him.
So this is a TypeScript problem.
Yeah, it's an LSP TypeScript. It's okay.
Let's blame them then for that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna open the terminal and I'm going to just run someday when it loads.
Early
Aspire
disco.
restore. It makes work trees with like random names
Yeah.
that are interesting. So this is our new TypeScript app. For those who have not been following along, we were working on originally Aspire was all C# and .NET, and now we have a TypeScript-based app host, and we will actually be supporting multiple languages coming in the future. But now we support TypeScript and C#.
Yep.
Officially. So this app, at a high level, is an app that lets you plan stuff in a calendar. And what we want to do is make it agentic. So what do you do to make it more interesting? So let's say you want to book an event or book some show or whatever. You want to know things like what you should wear that day because maybe the weather is going to suck.
Yeah.
And typically you would have to check on that day yourself. But now we have agents. Now we have these smart agents. Could I have an agent go off and run some background tasks to like do an analysis and then suggest things to me for my event, right? So that was the idea behind this thing. And we want to show off new tech. So Copilot SDK, you can host the Copilot SDK that is used for coding in your own container, make that run, show off some Aspire features, and show off the new Foundry sandboxes. So that was the goal, the overall
Yeah.
goal.
Yeah, we have 45 minutes in one session. So we were like, we're gonna pack everything we want to talk about
Let's
in
see what
there.
happens. See if we can pull it off.
Build sessions are recorded and uploaded too, so
Yeah.
we know that people are going to go and watch this after. So we
Yep.
need to do the intro stuff, and we need to show off the
Show
Foundry stuff
And
and
show
stuff.
Aspire features. All right.
things and
So-
stuff. By the way, if you do want to stop to eat at any point, let me know so I can mute your microphone.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
You don't want to hear the ASMR chews?
yeah,
Yeah,
no,
no.
because I'm about to do that and take a bite of my own. So I just want to let you know
Yourself.
that's also an
Yourself.
option. Yeah,
Good to know. Good to know.
yeah, I got you.
Okay, so this is the app. The app post is pretty complex. So we're gonna clean this up to make it like more readable because this is all like slopped together, 100%. Ooh, super interesting what the agent did for some of this stuff. I don't even know what we ended up with. So I'll show the app first, and just to show off some features in the GitHub app. There's this run button, and I added an Aspire start command. And you can configure scripts in your repositories with the GitHub app. And the script, this config file just tells the GitHub app what to do when you run commands. So for Aspire start, I want you to run Aspire start isolated. As Maddy was saying, if you want to run concurrent sessions for your app, you have to randomize the ports because you can't just hard code, 9,000 or 3,000, whichever one does today for dev. Because if you want to run that multiple times, ports are a shared resource, therefore they'll conflict. So Aspire has this feature where it controls ports, it controls allocating containers and processes, and it can randomize ports when you pass this flag in. So what I want is for every session to be its own work tree, so I can work on features in parallel and then not have to conflict. So start does that. And then whenever I archive or delete a session from the app, I want it to tear down that app. So this is a really simple way to model booting up an app in a work tree with isolation and tearing it down on stop. So that's pretty cool. So I can click on Aspire Start, I can run this. And it will spin up a terminal. The GitHub app has a terminal as well. So the terminal is here. I can see the app post spinning up. And we are working on performance. I promise.
I know.
It's not great. But this isn't the
You did a deep
fresh
dive
clone.
of profiling it. So
I did.
that's good. The next thing is to look at the profiling you did and actually
I did
fix it.
I fixed some stuff.
Did you see our build time improvement that Ankit did?
Mhm.
It takes
I
about
did.
2 hours to do a full build of Aspire. So we're
The
shipping a
source
servicing
itself.
release today. Yeah, the
Aspire
source itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like every single integration and package and end-to-end and unit test and CLI and everything.
Yep.
He cut it down from 120 minutes to like 90 minutes in
Yes.
one PR.
Yes.
I was like, bro, why didn't you do this like 3 months ago? what?
Priorities.
Well, now the priority is I want it under an hour.
Ugh. You see this bug where like if you have a wrapped
Yes,
stuff,
it's driving
it
me
does not work well.
bananas. It's driving me bananas.
and it won't let me select the stuff. Okay, I can copy this. I can copy.
No,
I
just
can
go
copy
into a
this.
terminal and run Aspire PS.
I can copy this.
Go into a terminal
That's much more painful.
and run Aspire PS.
Oh, there's the app. Okay, so this is the app that I have running locally, and it has a Postgres database. It has a web front end that is, I think, this is a Vite React app,
Mhm.
and it has a worker, the planner that does background task stuff. Then it has the API,
Mhm.
and there are a couple of things that we're showing here. The app has these nice names: Calendar Assistant and Calendar Broker API. This is the UI. This is the backend API. This has no UI. There's no Swagger in here, so it's just like super empty. But it also has these nice links. So one very easy, nice feature that you can do with Aspire is name links to your projects to make it easier for people that are new or onboarding to see what your app does at runtime. Some other cool things that we do in Aspire is you can look at logs for all your services. So here's the actual app running. Here are all the services. Here's the API database, the installer for NPM, the cloning the actual application. Here's the entire thing running, right? So that's one thing. The other thing you can do is see open telemetry traces. So if your app is wired up for open telemetry, which is part of our Aspirification process that we'll talk about later on, you get logs and traces for all your services. And it seems trivial until you're calling anything that is not your app.
Right.
You're calling an API, you're calling a backend database, and you want to know why your app is slow or why it sucks. It's probably because you're calling something that is really slow, but you don't know. So Aspire helps make your app more visible.
Yeah, go to the
That's very-
traces tab because structured logs doesn't work for TypeScript always.
So here,
that's a
yeah,
TypeScript
oh,
thing.
look at that. So here's the example of.
Oh, it's polling like
an
every 10
end-to-end
seconds
trace.
or every like half a second though. So it's
But
really
would you have
noisy.
known that if you didn't have the traces?
No, that's true. But can you please change it to like 5 seconds?
You want to be more aggressive or less aggressive?
Oh, it's a good question. Is there a blog or some resource about the Aspire port manager for work tree enthusiasts? Oh, there sure
one.
is.
There's one.
James Newton King. I will look up the
Want me to
link
bring
right
it up?
now.
Okay, you're gonna do it. Perfect.
Yep, and I will post that in. But James on our team wrote a blog when he did both isolated and the background start task. So originally it was
Start, yeah.
blocking the terminal, which as anyone who uses coding agents in anger knows that if you block the terminal, the agent's just going to freak out.
It freezes.
So, and now background tasks make it a bit better, but it's still not great because it has to constantly monitor the background tasks. So start runs the Aspire app host in the background. And it's very fancy.
So
Yes. So Alex and Tal, who has been on Aspire Fridays, are talking about how container start is a bit slower and Aspire start is slower. We know. It's Fowler's fault. It's Fowler's fault. We're fixing it.
for now.
We're going to service it kind of incrementally as we make improvements. So it's not like you guys are going to have to wait for that.
Fun fact though, we actually use the Aspire dashboard to instrument the Aspire CLI. So there's a hidden command in the newest version that we can use to self-profile all the commands. And it has end-to-end tracing across all of the things that we launch. So even when you're developing tools locally that have more than one process, the Aspire dashboard is super useful for that in general. So
yeah. Wow. Okay.
cool.
So apparently, no, this is not a new theme. His colors are off.
What?
I don't know why. It looks fine on the StreamYard and in OBS, but your Mac coloring is doing something weird. So I'm sorry the colors are weird, but sorry.
Looks pretty good to me
It looks nice
on my screen.
I would go and try and fix it right now, but that if you try to change Mac display settings, it just gets messy real fast.
Don't touch
So
it. Leave it on.
so
So
Fowler question.
Yeah.
When using isolated,
Yep.
how are persistent container lifetimes managed?
that's a good question. It actually does not work super well for some lifetimes yet. We are making change. We have to make some fundamental changes to how ports get allocated to make that work well. That's one of the gaps currently with isolated. So TBD.
That doesn't look that bad. Damian texted it to me. It doesn't look great.
Yeah, that's fine.
Looks fine. I've seen worse.
Let's see. So other things in this app that are interesting to know of. This app ran the command Aspire agent in it. There's this
they can't see the
icon.
top right.
There's this icon.
They can't see the top right.
There's this icon. Can you see now?
No.
Okay,
Our
so
faces are in the top right.
Okay, so let me
Move the
do
browser
this.
window.
Oh, you mean in general? Or I
Mhm.
could just zoom, right?
I can move. Hold on. Let me move our faces. Oh no, wait. I can't do that because then I'm going to touch the thing that James told me specifically
what's
not
the,
to touch.
There it is.
Yeah, and then zoom further.
Wait, hold on.
More. There you go.
This button.
And then move your thing to the right. Move your mouse to the right.
This button.
Yes, but move your mouse to the right edge of your screen so that it moves
Got it.
and then zoom further because you're still behind your head. Up there. That button.
This button. This one.
Yeah,
No,
your
this one.
face. That button.
This one brings up this dialogue that's brand new, and it is the new coding agent dialogue. So it's if you want to get your project set up for agents to use it with Aspire, you run Aspire agent init in the root of your application, and it will dump a lot of skill files that explain to the agent how to use Aspire.
Yeah.
For running, for Aspire-fying an existing app that you have that may not have Aspire at all, you can use it there. Also, it can do deployment now. This is a brand new skill, and it's a really cool thing to kind of add if you're using agents. Hopefully, you are using agents.
Yeah.
Okay, more stuff to show. So let's talk about the app itself before we dive into like more things. The app itself, the vision behind the app was going to be very simple. It was I could book an event. I can come here, and this is why I spent too much time just like making this garbage work. Okay, because once we have
at like 7 o'clock this morning, he's texting me and he's like, "I'm building features." I'm like, "It's a demo app. Make the deployment work."
the bar is so much higher now. Like we just need to make it.
Damian,
Really
this
nice.
is what happens when you leave the two of us unsupervised.
So the calendar app now has this really cool like Outlook style, Gmail style drag and drop for your event, and when you book it, the agent goes off and runs an analysis in the background And then eventually it comes back with this prep, right? So it tells you when you can book prep for the meeting. It tells you what to wear. It tells you about travel setup. So you got to reserve time for traveling to the meeting, and then a thing to put for your agenda. So like if the meeting was about some specific topic, it would do research to figure out that topic and then put it in the agenda for you. So this is the whole idea behind this end to end, and it looks super simple. But when you start thinking about all the parts that have to be right to make this work well, running locally, and then making it work when you deploy it, there's a lot of moving parts. So let's look at kind of how the thing works, or what we ended up with. There's the front end React app, the assistant web. There's the API. So whenever the web is rendering the calendar or doing any operations, it calls via the API. And then there's this planner. And the planner is the worker that kind of takes all the operations that are happening to the calendar and spins up the agent. Now, in local dev, I actually don't have anything happening that's agentic. That data you saw was all like fake. And sorry, the database is just storing the actual state of everything, the calendars and stuff. So that is less interesting, but this is just state, API, and here's the worker doing the actual like agent background job dispatching. This is the overall design. And when you're building apps, you typically will have operations or scripts or wherever you have to kind of like make the app easier to use, either for you or for your like co-workers. So for example, let's say I want to have a feature that would let my app that would let me randomize events in the calendar. I don't want to have to kind of sit down and add events by hand. Maybe I will just like want to generate events that are random, but I don't want that feature in my app. So typically people will build like an admin slice of their app. They can go there and kind of poke at the app behind the scenes, see what's happening. In Aspire, the equivalent of that is adding commands. So you can add custom commands to your app host, to any of these like resources that are running. And the API has a set demo calendar, and the clear calendar. So I could run this and it confirms and it will clear all the events on the calendar. So this is like an example of just like a really simple feature that isn't in the app itself, but is tied to the app. And it's kind of a operations thing you would do to make it. It's like, I want to test my app quickly. So you don't want to clear the entire database. You want to clear just the events. So I could come here and generate a calendar for, either a build or a random calendar. Let's choose the one for build. See what happens.
Oh, I like that you use the drop downs. That's the new command inputs, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
very smart.
It's
You
very,
did
it's
do
very
something
clever.
useful this morning.
See?
Oh, I'm so proud.
It's good. It's good, right?
I'm almost not mad at you anymore that we're 15 minutes late to this. You were actually 40 minutes late
I
to
was doing
this,
40.
but that's okay.
It was the Waymo. It added
That's
like 10 minutes.
Steven says you can still finish calendar sync before the session, by the way.
Can I?
Yeah. No.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, we've already taken up our entire session time just talking about what the app is.
Did we?
We're close. We're at 30.
Oh, wow.
So I'm going to talk and then you're going to demo, you
Okay.
know?
Okay.
I have a spiel.
You got a whole spiel?
I have a spiel.
Did you look at the app after the changes?
Mhm. I pulled the code
Okay, that's
and
good.
I made sure it ran.
That's good.
We need to build Foundry. That's what we need to do before 2 p.m. now.
Do you want me to finish this, or do you want to show?
No, keep going. Keep going.
Okay. So, how those commands work is you can on your specific app or resource. We call these resources. Each app is a resource. So,
Yep.
might have an API resource.
Each executable thing.
Each component in
yeah.
your app host is a resource. So even things like parameters or things like project.
Yeah.
Or is there a prompt agent here? This is kind of crazy. It's slot pretty good. It's a pretty good slot. So here's my API resource, the backend
What are all
resource.
these switches in here?
We'll clean it up. We'll make it nice. It's not nice right now. It's kind of just messy. So with command lets you add commands to a specific resource. And new in 13.4, commands can define arguments. So here's my command says choose calendar. Here's a calendar.
Alex Chrome is on holiday. That's why he didn't find the bug.
Makes sense.
We shipped a regression and it's
we-
fixed.
He
But
He
we
did
knew
give it a
Alex
test.
would find it.
He tested it,
Oh,
but he didn't find it.
it must have come in hot. It must have come in when he was on
He
vacation.
doesn't work for us, but we should take away his bonus. I'm kidding.
For those of you who are new to the Aspire community, Alex Chrome is our homeboy.
He's
Goat.
the best tester.
Yeah, he's like by far
Finds the
the
craziest
best
bugs.
finder of bugs. Yeah.
Yeah.
We shipped a depending on how you use Aspire, either really minor or really major regression. Some people will never even
Major
know about
regression.
it.
Major
It's the
regression.
worst one we've shipped as a team ever. And it's probably because we were going crazy
Missing
trying to
coverage.
get things out for build.
Missing coverage
Yeah.
is the reason.
Which but when I woke up and I saw the Discord messages about it, the bug had already been fixed.
Yeah.
David Nexon on our team had already
I
fixed
think
the
he
bug.
fixed it yesterday.
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
spun the service release. So thank you, Sonder, who filed the bug originally.
Yep.
And thank you everybody who is posting on the
community.
thread and workarounds. And as soon as 13.4.2 is out, we'll update the issue and let everybody know.
Yep.
But just if you're using specifically persistent container lifetimes, there's a
Yeah.
very simple workaround. But if it breaks, just wait an hour.
Yeah, it should be done after a talk.
No, he said before.
There's 2 releases today. One after, one before. Oh, it's back.
Oh, it's back.
It's back.
That's so funny.
Minor glitch.
I had to
This
text
thing just
James.
died.
He's going to be upset about that.
So brand new in 13.4 is you could have added commands before. Now commands can declare arguments. And why it's useful is because you can kind of write code that grabs arguments, but you don't have to pop up that dialogue. That dialogue came just by me defining declaratively these arguments and what the choices were, what the values are. That was all just done for me by for free. And there's 3 ways to invoke commands. One is via the dashboard. So we showed that UX before. Me coming here, running this command, copying up UX. This is one way of doing it. Second way of doing it is, did I close VS Code? It's still open. So I can use the Aspire. What do we call this? This is the Aspire panel in VS Code. When you install the Aspire VS Code extension, there's a panel now that shows you all the same things that are in the dashboard, kind of as a summary. And I can go to, this is brand new. I can go to commands. Where's the API? Here's the API. Go to commands.
Mm-hmm.
And I can now run commands directly from VS Code. So here is clear calendar. I'll run that. How do you run it? Oh, right click. There you go. Clear calendar.
Oh, is it right click? Okay. I'll get Adam to Ella.
We should make it a little bit.
Did Ella build
nicer.
that or did Adam build that?
This came from a contributor actually, and I think
Oh.
and I think Adam added some more changes, but I think this originally came from a contributor.
Yeah. We met the contributor yesterday, Emmett, who built fuzzy search for Aspire ad in the CLI.
Wow.
Originally Mitch hard coded everything. So you had to, it was like Redis. And if it was
Direct
Azure
search.
Redis, it was AZ-Redis. Like he manually prefixed every package with short names. And about a year ago, I think we had a contributor do fuzzy matching
Yep.
for our CLI. And we were like, wow, this is amazing. And yesterday there was people at the booth and someone was like, oh yeah, I've contributed to Aspire. And we were like, what'd you contribute? And he goes like, oh, just like search in the CLI. And I was like, oh,
That's you.
what do you mean just? What do you mean just?
It's
saved my life.
much better.
Saved my life.
So here are the 2 choices. Same thing you saw here. So it's the same choices, different UX. One is in the dashboard, one's in VS Code. But this is a really cool thing about, I think, how we design Aspire. The data model is kind of not coupled to one place. And I think this happened when we started to get agent crazy.
Yeah.
We need to make sure the agents can do the same things humans can do. And the dashboard is for humans and the CLI is for agents.
Yeah.
So I can run it from here. I can run, generate the theme, runs the command, gets the results. But then also I can come to the app itself, can minimize this, and I can say reset the dashboard.
It's a dashboard.
Oh, reset the calendar.
Thank you.
And then generate build.
Oh, that's a good question, Stephen. Are commands reachable from the command palette?
The
Tal said
command
yes.
palette?
I imagine you can Control
don't
Shift
think
P.
so.
Command Shift P. Commands.
I don't think so.
Fire.
Because it would.
Nope. You have to put the hyphen. Yep.
It would require. So we spoke about this, but commands aren't there because there's no context. You would need to pick the resource first. So commands are tied to resources. And if you were going to run a command, it would need to be like resource.
Well,
Then you pick commands. Then you
we can build that flow. That shouldn't be too bad.
But yeah, we could do that.
Let's do
It
it.
could be there too.
Adam.
Is Adam, yeah.
Oh, Adam. No, I don't think he's watching. But he'll know. He'll know his name was invoked.
It didn't use the commands. Oh wait, it says to the commands.
Through the commands.
Same thing. Same thing.
Yeah, I think we need to figure out a way to generate skills on the fly for custom commands in
You
your
don't have
app.
to. It can inspect the commands via either help or using Aspire Describe. which
Okay,
shows you all
then
the
we
commands.
need to put in the skill
Yeah.
that it should do that in the front matter.
And then hope it does it. So if you look at this, now we expose the commands to the CLI in the same way it can be accessed from the dashboard in VS Code. Super cool thing about this
Oh,
is that when
dash
you
dash
run-
mode.
Wait.
That's fancy.
the thing that it's called mode in here.
Oh.
This is called mode. See mode.
I
So this gets expressed as an
see.
argument in the command line,
Whoa.
but it shows up as a. I mean, so when
Look
you
at that
when
code,
when
bro.
the thing gets the require value mode, this is resolve the mode value from the arguments. So it is. I think this is the one of the coolest features.
Wow.
One of the coolest features.
That I have some evil ideas.
When. But yeah, this is. So you can basically give the
I can
agent.
finally build my tweet dashboard.
You can much easier, much more easily,
Finally.
and then the agent can do it. Then the agent can tweet for you, post for you,
That's horrific.
not tweet. Tweet is old.
I tried to build a social media tool to manage the Aspire social media accounts by using the dashboard as the UI for it, where I just built a bunch of custom commands and it was like send tweet. And so the command would open it. And then I like hacked the interaction service. It was a disaster.
Yep.
Like hot mess. We didn't even have parameters modeled at the time I
We
tried
did,
it.
Yeah.
I think now you could actually use the dashboard as like a custom UI
Properly?
for a bunch of scripts.
You can. You can. You can. I mean, you can. You really can.
Oh
And you
man.
get UI for it. It's like a little DevOps dashboard, right? The other command, clear
I had
calendar,
things to do on the flight home and I'm gonna do this instead.
you are going to do, or you mean tell the agent?
I'm gonna tell the agent, but
Oh.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun
You
with
going to
it.
code yourself?
I'm gonna watch the agent do it and I'm gonna say,
Pretty good.
whoa,
Trad coding. I
trad
like it.
coding, artisanal.
Artisanal. Okay, so those are the kind of the local dev features. That's the overall app.
You should
I should
clear your user secrets.
clear.
We do
my
not
user
have an
secrets.
Aspire secrets clear command yet.
I
But
thought you were actually clear for what?
do you have Foundry defined in the app host?
Not for local dev.
Oh yeah, I forgot you didn't. Can we try and figure that out now?
We can do it in a work tree.
Let's do it in the work tree. So the other local dev feature that has been resonating a lot, I think, with people this week when I showed it,
Mhm.
is the concept of parameters in the app host. And that's basically our way to model env
Yep.
as strongly typed objects and as a resource so that your app API, front end, database, whatever, can rely on the existence of an environment variable to run. And the dashboard and the CLI have the same interaction ability to populate those secrets. They're based on the .NET user secret store, which is actually stored in your user profile on disk and
It's
not
not
in the
anymore, right?
repo.
Ish.
So it's based on. It's inspired by,
Inspired by is
right?
good. Yeah.
Aspired by?
It's-
Aspired by. And that means that you can't accidentally commit them to source. It
Yeah.
also means that there is a plain text file on disk that you can copy pasta over Teams if you
Yep.
really need to. And then you can use RCLI to set and delete individual values. In the dashboard, it will tell you if you have parameters that don't have values. We call them unresolved parameters, right? And then we give you the inputs. Integrations can extend the parameter API to build out custom parameters for the integration. So the example that I've been using a lot this week is the Microsoft Foundry integration. You need to have an Azure subscription in which you provision a resource group, and then in that resource group you provision the Microsoft Foundry project, and then in that Foundry project you provision a model, you deploy a model, so GPT or whatever you want it to be. And if you have the Azure CLI on your machine, and or AZD, we love everybody, or another way to authenticate with Azure, I think there's a couple other ones. The dashboard, when you run it, the Aspire Azure Foundry integration will say, hey, you have unresolved parameters.
Yep.
And the dashboard, when you hit enter values, will use the AZ CLI to get a list of all your available subscriptions, tenants,
Yep.
resource groups, etc., regions. And you can actually click and select the subscription and the tenant, and then it saves it to disk. So it provisions it the first time for dev. So if you have a dev sub or if you have a test environment or a personal Azure, it provisions it the first time, and then it saves it as a user secret, so it never has to provision it again on this machine. If you want to move those secrets over to your other machine, if you're like me and you have a Mac and a PC and you kind of use them both depending on the day, you can just copy paste that file and link that secret store to your app host.
Good.
So that's what I do now. That's an example of integrations. What?
Keep going.
Oh no!
Keep going. Keep going.
What are you doing?
Keep going. Keep going.
That is a really good example of an integration leveraging the parameter API to really assist with onboarding as a dev feature. So instead of me cloning the repo and going to .env.development and saying, okay, I need to put in a subscription ID and I need to put in the GUID for the tenant, and I have to type out East US 2, and I have to put all these things in my app settings, the dashboard gives them to me as like typed parameters that I can then click my way to glory, or the CLI can do it. The CLI does currently struggle knowing if the
Where?
interaction service is popped for
Yes.
parameters.
It doesn't have to, right?
Well, it
The CLI
doesn't.
isn't supposed to use that anymore. So when you run a command via the CLI in 13.4, it will disable the interaction service. You're supposed to use parameters now.
Right.
Inputs instead.
But
arguments.
if there's a resource in waiting and it's
Yeah.
waiting on parameters built
Yes,
in,
it
the
doesn't
CLI doesn't quite get it yet. So
This is
that's
true.
something we're going to fix.
Although in 13.4 we do say now what is being waited on
Yes,
status, so that it might help.
it totally will. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's crazy.
The this thing totally gaslit me. Total gaslighting.
You're getting your celeb pictures. Hey, Ravia. You know, Lance lives like a mile from me.
Really?
Yeah. And we only see each other at conferences. We never see each other in Revere. We're live streaming.
Oh, this is so
See you guys in
good.
a bit. Love you. Bye.
This thing is working, but it's not using
The Copilot SDK?
an agent.
David,
It deployed the agent to the agent service. That's good.
you give me heartburn.
Look at this.
And it's not just because I ate those two little bow things.
I didn't get any.
You wanna eat
I
those?
should get food.
That you have the food. You want to
I
eat the
should eat my
food?
food. Hold on. Let's just make sure that this is like this is gonna work. I'm gonna cry. Oh my gosh. No, we're fine. This is good. This is normal. This is part of the demo. So now we're gonna add the Copilot SDK to my agent.
We're just going through all the
This
stages
thing
of grief
is just
in front of us. It'll be fine.
Lighting me.
It
Never
will be
trust your
fine.
agents. Trust but verify.
What did
okay,
Beth
people?
say? Beth said that agents can scale, but accountability can't.
Whoa, that is the most corporate.
I was like, that's a marketing
That's pretty
line,
good.
man. You can take the girl out of marketing. You can't take the marketing out of the girl.
It's gonna rubber duck now and try to figure out how to use the SDK. This is the future of coding.
So why are you using the Copilot SDK and
Why-
not
I want to
Bounce
show.
agent framework or
I want to
something?
show off how two things. One is these like coding agents are super powerful, a little bit too powerful. They want to write to your disk. They want to send requests out the internet. They kind of have all these tools to run code, write bash. They're very dangerous. And if you were to deploy the Copilot SDK as a container image running on ACA, it would work. But then think about how you would make that work in a multi-tenant environment. So you have different customers that want to do different sets of inference or different agentic operations. If they run in the same container image, they will be able to see each other's threads, see each other's sessions. The SDK does not have a clean way yet. They're working on it. A clean way of like separating how operations happen within that environment. So it is pretty much like machine wide.
Okay.
So the way of fixing it is there's a new service called Foundry Hosted Agents, and it lets you spin up a sandbox with a container image on the fly. So we're going to use that to spin up a SDK sandbox,
Right.
do a bunch of stuff, write code,
Yeah.
spit out results, and then that will die, and then we'll get the results back for the calendar.
Yeah. It basically like puts them in a clean room.
It's a clean room. It's a clean room per user. So
Per
there's
user,
no
yeah.
there's no cross. No
Cross
cross talk.
pollination.
That too. No cross talk. Then no cross nothing.
No cross.
No streams being crossed.
No crossed
Don't
wires.
cross the streams.
Do not ford the river. you will get dysentery and you will die.
You will actually.
We're not gonna make it through the session, man. We're gonna just giggle the whole time. It's like an hour. It's like an hour.
Is it an hour?
It's an hour and 15 minutes, but we have to be mic'd up in an hour.
We do. We got time. It'll work. It'll work live on stream. So one thing you should do while I'm watching my agent do nothing. You know what we could do in parallel? I could actually, hold on. Let's try this. I'm going to show, let me create a new work tree. I need to clean up this app host.
Oh, no. Tell it to make a copy of the file without all the junk in it.
It's a work tree. I can't show this on stage. Don't embarrass.
Don't embarrass Maddy. She's weak. ... Oh, that reminds me. I need to throw that slide in. I can do that when we get them mic'd up.
Lose my job.
Don't add. You're spending tokens.
This is true. I don't want to spend tokens.
Yeah, it's fine. We're token. Oh, I mentioned this before you got here, but 13.4 sneaky great feature is that we do log search and filter on the side of the Aspire CLI and the dashboard, so you don't have to load everything into context in your agent anymore. It's very efficient.
It is very efficient.
And
It's super efficient.
Yeah, we're building a lot more features like this that are just like optimizing for coding agent usage. So less context spent, less floundering, less tokens, like whatever it is. Do we know how to properly do evals? No.
Not yet.
Nope. We're going to have to figure it out.
But people close to us do.
Yes, people close to us do. And I've started now saying, hey, I needed an eval. And they go, so build one. And I go,
there's a lot of there's eval framework that are being built that we're probably going to adopt.
Yeah.
And then we'll have CI that tells us that our markdown has a typo and it made the agent like 10 times less.
Wow.
So don't say blah, say blue. That kind of stuff.
Oh my gosh. Jose is here. He says, interesting. David speaks to the agent exactly the same way he does to the rest of the team. Don't embarrass me. It looks kind of crazy.
Don't break it either. Don't break it either.
Thank you, Aspire team, for holding down the fort while Fowler and I sit in this little aquarium and talk to people all week.
Oh, look at it. They figured it out. Look at that Aspire restore. So
don't break it either. What does that mean?
Just don't break it.
Oh my goodness.
So it is going to add Copilot SDK. What is this? Interesting.
What are you doing?
It's all JavaScript too.
You're giving me heartburn.
Let's see what happens.
I really wanted this to be a multi-language demo.
We can do that, Phil. You want to change the language right now? Hold on.
Make the Copilot SDK thing in Python. No?
No. Make the we need another
maybe a Python hosted agent, a different one. With the Foundry integration with Microsoft Agent Frameworks, we can use a little integration with the thing.
See, the issue with coding agents is that product managers now believe that everything is free.
So you're worse than I am.
You just snap your fingers and enter a prompt and get features out the back door. We need to. You're right though. Tell me what is easiest to do. All right, so see now we got 3 sessions going. This one says it's working. I don't believe it at all. Can you run this locally?
It's giving me heartburn.
You need. I mean, the good thing is it's in a work tree. If it doesn't work, we just don't merge it.
That's so true. That's so true.
Oh, cool feature. Cool feature. Cool feature. Talk to the. So you can make sessions. It's kind of weird. You can have these agents talk across sessions.
What? Whoa.
So I think if this works, it'll send a message to this session and it can reply back.
Wait, that's so cute.
What's crazy is like I didn't even know this worked until I just tried it. So that works. Oh, cool. Let's see what happens.
Wow.
Oh, it's waiting for local. It's not. It's waiting for local. Okay,
Yeah.
it's gonna see if that works.
Aspire wait, baby.
Wonderful.
Aspire wait, another really good agent command. Instead of it just sleeping for 120 repeatedly, you just sit there like,
That was pretty annoying.
Yeah.
Sleep for 2 minutes.
yeah. Wait is wicked good.
So like, we got 3 features going concurrently. This is like Maddy's dream.
This isn't the Agents app, Marshall. This is the GitHub Copilot app. The Agents app is similar, but it's much more focused
Similar
on
but different.
being in VS Code, and it's per workspace. This is across all your repositories. So I use this a lot when I'm like doing dev. I mean, when I'm doing like feature work and doc work and everything, because I can have sessions across all the different projects and slopping up a side project, you know?
So I can look at the diff and see what's happening. I don't see anything new yet. I think it thinks it's done. It wrote some code and it thinks it is done. So it wrote, this must be this. Look at this. Look at this thing. It wrote a system prompt. Analyze meeting readiness, blah, 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 blah. Suggestions. The valid suggestions are prep time, proposed patch. Every proposed patch has a create operation. Yeah, seems reasonable. Look at this jank thing.
What regex junk is
I'm
that?
trying to extract JSON. I'm betting this is like trying to extract JSON from the response. So you
Because it's not using.
You said, please give me the response in English, in JSON. Please, or my family won't get.
You don't have Zod in here?
There's Zod.
It should be
There's
Zodding.
so much Zod. Actually, maybe you gotta have it do the Zod. And the funny thing is, if you use the agent, it can write code. So you can tell it something like, make sure this passes, and then maybe it'll just work. Okay, look at this crazy thing.
The Foundry users. Okay, this is the issue I was just talking about. Foundry users are still starting because they are the parameters probably aren't set.
Yeah.
Go to the dashboard.
And it's also because so here is this one.
Oh no, you have to make your terminal smaller so that you can do it again. Nice. What? Oh, I might have just killed it.
The first one. There's two. There's. Okay, I stopped it.
Which one? Which one?
I'm rebuilding the app host. Okay, this is.
It doesn't say. Where does it say?
What, the session?
The work tree name.
This is the SDK inference up top here.
But what's the work tree name?
Here, add Copilot SDK inference.
Oh, I thought the work tree was named like Disco Kitten or something.
There's three work trees.
Well,
So there's clean app host, add a language, and app overview. So this
glowing invention.
actually, hold on. Are you right?
Click on that.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
this is
curly disco.
something. Yeah.
Curly boy.
So really, I mean, this is cool because once the agent has all the like data and the insight, it can kind of just run without you having to like stare super often. Because it can run the app, it can launch the app, it can see the results over and over and over until it works. Hopefully not in a doom loop, not burning all your tokens. The app is restarted, waiting for it to be finished. Let's see what the clean app host looks like. You think it's good?
No.
Oh my gosh, did it over-engineer it?
Yep.
Is it like Java now? Look at this crazy thing.
Ew. Just you're just gonna let me talk through the app
This-
host.
Looks crazy. Like Java.
I mean, just tell it to split things into files, into sub files. Can it do that with an MTS? It can't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just tell it to break the
Maybe
commands
we
out into a
can
file.
move the command, a file, and reduce.
Beth
cleanup.
is looking at us from the booth. She's like, I'm dying. I'm so hungry.
Is she hungry? We should
Wait,
give her-
let's get Brady to replace her for a minute. I'm gonna go up.
Yeah.
Don't everyone watch Fowler.
Dun, 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 dun. Huh. This is the most important one. If this doesn't work, then we can't do our build talk. So found one issue. I think I have to remind it to use this sample. This is the working sample that I built. Remember to use the working sample Copilot SDK and add.
Does it work yet?
No,
Oh my God,
this is on Medium.
I'm so tired.
The cool thing is, it's actually spinning up a hosted agent. It's just a hosted agent with like my code in it. It's good. It's
So
like
it's doing no
like-
AI. So
like-
it's just over-engineered.
I mean, what is AI? if this, then that.
I'm gonna
But
pee my
like-
pants.
But like in model parameters,
It's true. It's true.
in the trillions. So these two things had a conversation. Look at this. Okay, look at what happened. 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 Let me minimize. Receive message. Can you summarize the current deployment state of blah, 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 blah?
Wow.
Nuts, right? And then it says,
Wait, that's actually so cool.
I will send a concise message back. Here is all the stuff. Here's what it looks like.
Whoa.
Here's the end to end. Blah blah blah.
That's
blah,
not
blah, blah.
concise, but I appreciate
It
it.
is like what our engineers do. It's
Wow.
very verbose. So that works. So you can spawn sessions from sessions. You can communicate across sessions. You can do orchestration essentially. So
Joe says if the demo works, he's going to send DTF to us.
really,
There's no DTF in SF. There's one in Santa Cruz, San Jose.
I can drive there.
We'll go for a ride.
We'll go. And a Waymo.
DTF, Din Tai Fung.
Will the Waymo work?
No, the Waymo doesn't go on the
that's too far.
highway.
It does if you get on the list.
I know. I tried to get on the list, though. They didn't add me.
Oops.
I saw the new little van, though. It's so cute.
Zooks.
Nope, not Zooks. The little Waymo van.
Oh.
It's called like the Ouija or something.
Oh, okay, this is peak San Francisco
Oh, yeah.
behavior.
Did I tell you about the guy in the elevator this morning? I did. I was in the elevator coming down like 7 o'clock in the morning to come to build. And this guy's in the elevator with his AirPods and he's like super worked up. And he's like, man, I'm just sick of people having their laptops open everywhere. Like it's just, you get on the trolley and people have their laptops open. Laptops everywhere because I'm assuming he was talking about because everyone wants to keep their coding agents running. And so I'm just like saying, I'm like looking at my
That's so
phone.
funny.
And he's like, yeah, like, I mean, seriously, man, like what kind of work are you getting done at the trolley on your hotspot? And I was like, you have no idea, girl. I mean, this guy's Waymo hotspotting. I now, when I drive home from work, I kick off a session and I put it in my front seat on the hotspot and I just leave it open a little bit while I drive home. I don't type while I drive though.
You sure?
I am sure.
It's good. I just see what you were saying. It is confused
It's super
because
confusing.
it launches and I think it's stuck on the
Yes.
the Azure
It doesn't
the Azure stuff.
yet understand. Aaron's showing me Tim Tams. No, not another one. Not another one. Thank you.
There it is. It's starting. It's stuck. This is why
I
I
told
need
you.
to put in, so you can't even enter parameters from here, can you?
Not yet.
The whole thing. Yeah. Okay. That's a missing piece.
Open the dashboard.
Someone should fix this.
File the bug.
There it is. There it is.
Uh-huh. I told you.
Maddy was right on stream.
Oh,
That happens once
Oh.
every.
6 to 8 years.
We'll take it.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Oh my God. I'm
Let's
so proud of
use-
myself.
The worst part about this is that we don't always know
Sweden Central.
where the models are. So
Oh,
we,
it's so
we pick
bad.
Sweden and we hope for the best.
Yeah. At some point, I think I think this is a point in time problem.
They know.
Like, I think
They're aware of it.
eventually the models
Oh
will be
my God,
deployed
it
more
failed the permit,
places.
it failed the permit.
Why? What happened?
I don't know. What?
Bad file descriptor? What the heck? Are you logged in? No. Go back to the error. Can I look at that with my human eyes, please?
This is the guts of the AZ CLI barfing.
AZ bicep build. Fatal Python error. Yeah. Oh God. Is your AZ up to date?
I don't know.
Do brew upgrade brew update and brew
There's
upgrade.
no way. Look.
No. Just go to the terminal. Just go to the terminal. Just go to the terminal.
What?
Just go to the terminal.
To do
Oh.
what?
Brew. You need to update AZ. I'm telling you, that's what it is.
Let me ask the agent what it thinks we should do instead.
Mm.
Look at that.
It would be done. It would be done now.
Or we could show off our products on a stream. What do you think? This is quite strange. This is how I talk at work, by the way. This
No,
is quite strange.
no,
I have a
no.
quandary. I have a quandary for you.
Quandary. Just tell it. Just tell it. If you're not going to do it yourself, just tell it to upgrade it. See?
Why?
Because it's got.
See? So maybe a glitch. A glitch.
I
This is how I am at work, by the way, just so everyone wants to know.
that is how he texts, by the way. Like he texts, which is funny
I
because
burn tokens
it's how I text too.
like this.
Like I say, like, what? Are you kidding? WTF? Blah blah blah. Like enter. So Fowler and I, we both get
Thoughts?
into a thread, and the thread suddenly has like 700 messages. Everybody else, like Damian, comes in with his like well thought out paragraphs. He uses punctuation, and I'm in there. I'm like,
Punctuation.
WTF?
That's crazy.
Oh my god. Oh my
Is it
god.
going to just work now because I already put in the Azure stuff? Let's see.
Oh, maybe you think it hung for too long.
Boom. It works. No, it's not working, but it's
Okay, that's good to know.
It got further along.
I do really want to demo that though. I want
do?
so you do. You're gonna need to nuke your secrets.
Super risky.
It is, but I really want to show that
Super risky.
because that is how
Let the
integrations.
audience vote.
I don't know. Steven said select and puts in dashboard emoji. So
Ugh.
that's pretty good. Yeah,
Ugh.
it's pretty sick.
Okay. This
Jose just
thing-
goes the worst is when Fowler goes, "Hey, I had an idea," and then you don't get another message for hours. He'll text us or he'll text me and he'll be like, "We're so effed," and I'll be like, "Why? What happened?" And then I just won't hear from him.
I like
All right,
the
it goes over
suspense is
mine.
pretty good, right? Okay, so it cleaned up the commands. It moved the commands out. So this maybe looks a bit better.
Okay.
So it has post commands
How many-
NPS.
Okay, I like that a lot. Actually,
I mean, this is like a little bit.
it's cleaner. Yeah. I would move the.
Why do we even have a prompt?
I don't know.
Is this thing even getting used?
Did it do a prompt agent instead of a hosted agent?
I think it has
Interesting.
flags for each one.
Interesting.
Wait,
So this is how I implemented DevAuth in my most recent app. Is I did parameters to set whether I was going to use GitHub Auth or DevAuth in Next.js.
yeah. Oh my gosh.
What's going on? Brain blast
Oh my gosh.
or a fear? Is this a good? Oh my gosh!
We are not doing this on stage. Look, okay, I can clear secrets, but it has to be deployed already. This is too slow. Look at this thing.
No. You put in the secrets, and then we explain what the app host is. Can the app run? Can the calendar app run while the agent isn't running? Like, can you drag things around the calendar if the agent hasn't started yet?
Yeah.
Good. Then we'll say, okay, now while we wait for our agent to deploy, let's go look at how we built this in the TypeScript app host. And then that's when we'll piece, because that's going to be multiple minutes of us talking about lines of code, man.
Let's decide how long it will be after figuring out how long it takes to deploy this thing. I am tentative. Let's put a pin in that one.
No,
Let's just put a pin in that.
I'm right.
I am. You're not wrong. But you're not right. You're gray. Okay, you're not green or red.
That's fine.
You're currently gray.
I'll take that.
So this might. So let's say it's 5 minutes. That's okay
Yeah,
because it would be fine
you and I,
as long as you don't.
you put us up
We
there. You
don't
say,
wait.
"Oh, you guys need to take 5 minutes." Okay.
But now I'm a little bit confused. What is the prompt agent for? Because if it
A named agent definition for the hosted agent deployment path. That's not what that means.
burn some more tokens.
No, no, no. Don't be mean. Oh. Oh. The planner agent is different than the policy agent. It creates two. I don't know what theme Fowler's using in the app, but I know that his coloring is all wrong
Theme?
because
The
his
default theme.
his coloring is all off because the Mac colors are weird over this USB port for whatever reason through the capture card. I use purple rain glow and it's amazing. Omnideath, you'd love that one, just for the record.
Oh, it's not working yet. Oh, it's there. Okay, that's not too bad.
No, we can do that. We'll be fine. We need to show parameters. That is the best part of onboarding.
That's not parameters. That's a whole dialogue.
I understand, but it's using parameters.
No,
Yes, it
it's
is.
not.
What's it using?
The service directly.
That's stupid. That should build on parameters.
It should. I agree, but it is not currently.
Okay.
So now we're like.
Well, I want to show that though.
We can show it.
Yeah. I think that's a really because this is when you talk about why this make clone and run good beyond just running, right? Like that's when you start to get into the you don't have to deal with copy pasting a subscription ID out of the Azure portal ever again.
Yep.
You have to do AZ account login or whatever, AZ login. And then the dashboard is smart enough with that integration.
So yeah, okay, so we can do that, and then I didn't show the browser logs thing either, so we could do
Oh, yeah,
that.
we're gonna do that. That's in this. It's in my script. My script.
It works. Look at that.
Does the agent work?
No, the agent.
The agent.
We are gonna now that this thing is I think working, it is gonna just keep running until it works. And then by then we will be fine because our talk will be like a minute away.
Tal, that's a good question. How do you suggest onboarding new devs to what is Aspire and how to augment it and develop in it? The number one thing you should do is tell them to use it. Oh, good. Oh yeah, let's do some Q&A while Hungry Boy is hungry. If you tilt the mic up too, then it won't be in your way. Yeah, I got you. You don't have to be out of the camera. It's okay. They can watch you eat. So one of the things is just using it. Just be like, yeah, the way that we run the app is you use Aspire Run. And they will be like, what is this? And you'll just be like, just click on the dashboard and then it's good. So that's like the first thing. As far as augmenting it and developing in it, so like adding more Aspire-ified Aspire native functionalities for dev and test and everything. The way that I decide my features is by seeing what other people do. So I love to read people's blogs and videos or just like in the Discord, like I'll see people, or I talked to Michael Cummings, who presented at AspireConf, does some crazy custom command stuff with the VS Code extension marketplace. And he just showed it to me one day and I was like, I didn't even conceptualize that I could build a command to do that. And so I think a lot of how you can onboard people to Aspire is just showing. I would also say like, you don't have to have Aspire native devs. I don't know if that makes sense. Like you don't have to have people touching the app host ever. Once it's done, it's done. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad thing, right? Like, but it really is. It's like, would you the nice thing about touching the app host is it's much harder to break than if you touch like a Docker Compose or something. Like that's easy to bust real bad. The app host is much harder to break, but because of it, I mean, because it types pretty much like, but people can onboard onto your team and not have to know what Aspire is or how it works or what the app host is, and just know that they have to run the one CLI command and everything is good. I built a custom integration that I should ship that is a markdown viewer using the in dashboard markdown rendering. And the reason I built that is because I wanted to be able to show my README in the dashboard. So clone it, Aspire start it, and then I can open the README within the dashboard, which says there are custom commands here, or there's this, or you need to get an Azure sub or whatever it is. So yeah. Oh, Jose has a very good metaphor. You want to hear this? He says, I think a good mental model to try with new folks is the metaphor of the orchestrator in an opera, which I mean, I imagine you think is the conductor is what you mean. But the conductor coordinates the symphony, makes them play at the right time and work together better. Without an orchestrator or a conductor, you just have random instruments that sound terrible together. It's true. True. Some guy did say to us yesterday, he was like, what is Aspire? And we were like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, so it's a bootstrapper? And we were like, I guess. He goes, why didn't you just say that? And we were like, is it working? You're making a scary face. Wow. Look at all this CSS. Readiness running. That's fake. That's too fast. Oh, maybe it's not fake. Go into the hotel. Is the hotel hooked up? Does Copilot SDK have hotel? It's not working? Why not? He said he doesn't know how to do that. I know you can't hear him. Oh, put your mic back down. Oh, no, your ear mic. Your the thing that goes to your mouth. The thing that.
Yeah. It is eating.
Eating? It is eating?
Huh. So cool.
So you're telling me when I texted you all morning, can you please make Foundry work locally? And you're like, no, I can't. No. You could have.
I made everything else work that made this trivial. See, it's like building a building, right? You need to appreciate the layers. So I built the foundation. It was set in stone. I didn't just slop the whole thing together. I had to slop the bottom and slop the next layer. Brick by brick, we built this demo. When you call me, we were at brick 4. This is brick 5. If I had done brick 5 before brick 1 and 2.
He's been calling it his demo, by the way, which completely disregards the fact that this demo was entirely Damian's idea.
What?
And that everything else around this besides building the app has been me and Beth. So Beth made the slides and I've done everything else. And Fowler's been going, yeah, my demo later. Oh, I have my demo later. My demo.
Our talk, my demo.
Okay, you know what? I'll take that.
Because if it fails, you can be like,
No.
I just work here.
No.
I just work.
No. I'll never blame you.
I can't blame you. No, you can blame me. It's fine. So hold on. This works. I should. Okay, let me
make sure it deploys.
So a little bit weird. How long do we have?
5 minutes. 4 minutes.
Okay. I'll make a PR.
Okay.
Huh. This thing said you should do Python.
Yeah, I agree. No, don't rewrite. Just say yes. Just say yes. Yeah, it's replacing your static weather schema with a separate sidecar, separate microservice for it.
This is why Uber had 1 million services.
I don't care about Uber.
Because someone woke up
I
and was
don't
like,
care about Uber.
let me have a time service to get the date and time.
It's that video
It's NPM.
when it's like you have to go from like metaphor to Aegean. That video, it's like a 4-minute video of microservices, and it's just the PM explaining why you can't change someone's last name in the database.
That's funny.
Yeah, just do
Wait,
it.
so this
just do it.
This just becomes the way to get weather.
And we'll say, it's Namo. Yes, bingo was his Namo.
What?
Someone totally gets the reference to the video I'm
Oh.
talking about. It's like an old video now. The way we'll talk about it is obviously this is contrived to have our microservice to just tell me what the weather is, but we wanted to.
Is it though? What if the weather service goes down because their repo got hacked because they use NPM
because a meteor blew up.
because they use something that got like supply chain.
For
so
those
then-
of you in the Boston area, they're in the New England area, I hope you all also got to enjoy Saturday afternoon, the meteor exploding over the ocean and rattling everyone's house within like a couple 100-mile radius.
Wow.
That's how you blow up a weather service right there.
You know what's crazy about this thing? So I'm doing, if you want to see how we do code reviews in the time of slop, you go through line by line, you scroll, and you scroll. Look, this is a lot of code.
A lot of code.
Huh.
I wonder.
Does this work? All right. Cool. This is for demo. This doesn't matter.
Yeah, the way that the code actually works isn't as important as showing the features of Aspire.
Says the PM. This morning, she gave me a lecture. She was
I
like,
did.
doesn't matter how the code looks, David.
I was trying to give him like a pep talk, and it totally turned into like an admonishment.
Why is she scolding me?
Petition to rename Aspire to Galactus. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Galactus. Damian,
Is
the rename
um,
happens now.
Is the domain available?
Don't ask me. Someone's going to buy it now. And we're going to be able to afford it.
AI.
Galactus. Oh, wait. This is my computer. I should not go into name cheap here.
Wait, hold on.
What are you upset about?
This has to work again. So what did we do? We chose Sweden
Central.
Central.
I'll talk you through it.
It took how long?
About 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
It'll be okay.
Okay.
If you want, you could just delete one of the secrets.
Because we are using work trees, every work tree gets their own universe.
Gets their own secret store?
Yeah.
But the secrets are stored on the user profile.
But when you have isolated turned on, they're per work tree.
No
You
way.
randomize per work tree. Yeah. We're smart.
Sometimes. Sometimes we're smart. I
So
wouldn't
this-
say all the time.
This is merged now, but we just like got this merged. I don't know if it deploys though.
But
so,
you
like,
already have it deployed that worked.
Worst case scenario, I have a deployed thing
That works.
that works.
That works.
No one else knows besides this stream and us
That's so
that
true.
it might be fake, but
That's
because
so
locally it's gonna
true,
be good.
bestie.
And then we'll just talk through it. Like if it's like, I mean, backup plan is backup plan.
Yeah.
You got a backup plan.
The way that we're going to do this demo officially is 3 stanzas, right? So the first one is the DevX of Aspire. The second is deploying Aspire. And then third, we're going to talk specifically about the work we did for Foundry hosted agents because we wanted to give them some love and agent framework and stuff. So like if you go to the dashboard, Fowler,
Wait.
the hosted agent resource isn't even here.
So this is the one that I deployed before.
Yeah, now go to the dashboard,
The dashboard.
the Aspire dashboard.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your hosted agent?
Here.
That's
mean
not-
locally?
Yeah.
Locally, it's just models.
Where's the? But the assistant,
I love Maddy.
the planner, you said is the
Planner is
hosted agent.
It will be when you deploy it. But when you run
So
locally,
do
there's
dot
no,
as
there's no
hosted
deploy.
agent.
That doesn't deploy when you're running locally.
I don't want it to deploy it. I just want to
It's-
be able to use the responses API.
Oh, I see.
The dashboards. It's the.
I
it's
see.
the-
I see. You want that feature?
He acts like I'm
Wait
crazy.
though. No. Nope. Doesn't work. We got like 0 minutes.
No, James is right there. He's ready to come back and take over for us because we're being
But let me show one more feature.
One more thing.
Spawn a new session based on main to
Use as hosted agent on the
use a
TypeScript planner
hosted
resource.
agent locally with the Copilot SDK.
It's just yeah,
See if it works.
it will. It will. It will. What's up? Speak of the devil.
Yeah, I know, right?
Speak of the devil.
The good devil. Wait, is there a good devil?
Okay, everybody. This is
Thanks.
really fun. The build sessions, I believe, are all uploaded. So feel free to come check us out. Main machine? Is that how I turn it off? What is this? James is pointing at I'm getting scared, scared. I know. Let me wrap up. Stop pointing. Everyone's pointing.
Oh, it's nested. This is cool.
Oh, Fowler, shut it.
It's off.
All right, everybody. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the next session. I have no idea what it is, but it will be on the little rotating slide. So yeah, tisk, tisk, tisk. See you later, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to Microsoft Build 2026. We have the terminal live at the terminal section of inside the terminal.
Boom, now I'm unmuted. You could have just talked and I could have heard you, Patrick. Boom, and we're live back at Microsoft Build 2026. Oh my goodness, we're here live in the terminal live. We're inside of a terminal, Patrick.
Yes, fantastic.
We're in it.
Excited to be here with you.
We're inside the terminal. My goodness. Well, we've been living and vibing all day here and yesterday too, building all sorts of crazy stuff. We're streaming on the GitHub, Twitch, YouTube, X account, LinkedIn, wherever you're at. We're live coding a whole bunch of stuff. And Patrick is over here from the runtime, the CLI, the SDK, all the teams.
A little
Patrick
bit of
and
it all.
I have known each other for 18 years. We go back. We went to high school together, if you can believe that. So it's good to be reunited. It's one of my best friends in the entire world. How you doing, Patrick?
Doing fantastic. Thanks
Yeah.
for having me here. Excited to talk a little bit about SDK and the journey we've been on, do a little vibe coding together.
Yeah, this is gonna be great because
Yeah.
a lot of people have just been vibing and doing stuff, but now it's like you're gonna actually build some like things, some agents, but with GitHub Copilot. So if people don't know what the GitHub Copilot SDK is, what the heck is this thing?
Yeah, so the GitHub Copilot SDK just was GA'd yesterday.
Generally availability.
Generally availability.
Out
So
there.
we've been quietly, for the most part, working on it internally, making sure that we're reinforcing our harness, making sure that we support more languages, and making sure that you can embed this thing just about anywhere so that you can add our agentic loop to any application, backend system, et cetera, that makes sense for your application.
You're saying if I have an app, let's say I have an app that is looking at the weather.
Yep.
Like Carlcast
Yep.
earlier that was built. You're saying I can put an agent in my app, but use the same harness, which is like the agent loop that the CLI is using?
Absolutely. Yeah. So today it runs on the CLI server, which is the same exact server that the Copilot CLI leverages as well. It's the same CLI that our GitHub Copilot app uses too. And so we're moving to a state where we're rapidly deploying a great set of holistic experiences that share the same agentic core. And so as you use different agents, as you build experiences for your customers as well, I think one of the major benefits is that you get hands-on with it during your development loop. You build a lot of strong intuition for how the agent behaves and performs, and you translate that to experiences you build for yourself, for internal users in your company, and for your external customers as well.
So here's a question for you before we even jump into the code. And we're going to do some live coding. But what about, like, do I got to deploy something? Like, I've been using a lot of Foundry. I got to deploy models and have a hosted service, things like that. And that makes sense at scale, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But let's say I have an app that, Carlcast,
Yep.
just local, it's just for me or for my team or whatever. Or
Yeah.
some tool, maybe CI/CD pipeline.
Absolutely.
How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I think we're entering into a state where the agents themselves should be able to execute anywhere. And that means that if you start a session locally or in the cloud, it shouldn't really matter. You should be able to run that same agentic core in both environments. And then there's obviously logistics around how you actually move these things between the environments themselves. But we've really laid the groundwork for this future to come, where essentially the agents are detached from specific compute, meaning that you can build local applications, little web apps, little desktop apps. You can translate those to agent sessions running in the cloud as well. Some of the things that I'll show off today is how we're actually distributing that compute currently. So you can run your agentic loop on your computer embedded in an app, but all of the sessions can be run in ephemeral cloud sessions, which means if you have a GitHub Copilot subscription, a really kind of mediocre piece of hardware, you can actually have really powerful agentic sessions running, handling complex jobs, but not using the local resources, but accessing information that's on your local machine at the same time.
So someone's got to log in basically with the Copilot subscription, or you could bring your own key or something like that.
Yeah, bring your own key, bring your own model. We usually articulate it as bring your own key because we really thought, hey, people will deploy Foundry, they'll plug it into authenticated resource. What we quickly realized was that the number of different deployment and distribution models for the Copilot SDK are so expansive that we actually brought in more robust support for things like bring your own model. So when you think about unauthenticated endpoints, agents are really powerful in their current form. And so when you stick them in an environment, a lot of the time you're trying to keep secrets away from them. That includes inference, other external resources. So what a lot of people do is they stick the agent in something like a container, they proxy everything out, all the credentials get injected there, which is where bring your own model kind of runs into bring your own key in an interesting intersection. Yeah.
I like that. That's awesome. All right, let's bring it up.
Yep.
Because like you said, some important stuff happened. Boom, you're live.
Beautiful. So the first thing is Copilot SDK is now generally available on github.com, which is wonderful.
Is that how you publish it too? Or you just did /generally-available and then a skill kicked off?
Oh, I wish. I wish it was that easy. Unfortunately, it takes an army of my fellow team members at GitHub and across Microsoft too to get these things out the door and make them successful. And so as much as I would love for it to be a / command, we still really very much lean on the quality of the output from the team as well.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. But the Copilot SDK is open source. It's MIT licensed. So if you are worried about where to use it, how to use it, one of the first things I always share with people is that the SDK is open sourced and MIT licensed. The second thing that's important, because it always comes up when people are asking about the CLI server, which is technically closed source today, is we did upgrade the license for our CLI server. So you can bundle it, you can redistribute it, which means you can safely build applications, package it all together, ship it out the door, and have fun, whether it's a personal app or a real app you're trying to put in front of your customers too. So a lot of flexibility there from how you support it.
Very cool. This is super cool too, because you can see how the team works in the open. I dropped a link over there onto, you just go to the GitHub changelog. But what I love about this is that it's like all of them. You can see .NET and Go and Java and Node. They're all there. So you can see exactly how the team works, leave issues, things like that, which is so cool.
Exactly. And we started with 4 SDKs originally. We added the 2 after technical preview. Rust is new with our GA. And so, again, really that core message of making sure our agent can go anywhere, can run anywhere, really even transcends all the way down to the languages that we support as well. So a lot of fun, exciting stuff there. And if you have any questions before we dive into the vibe, you've got great docs folder. This all synchronizes to the GitHub docs page too. A lot of great answers. Questions can be answered here because it covers deployment models, features, how things work at a runtime level too. And so a lot of really good information there as you get started and think about the right thing to do. And if you don't want to read it, point your agent at it.
That's true.
it will take care of organizing and figuring out the right things for you. Really easy to get going with the SDK. I don't want people to think that you have to know what specific amount of code to write first. We take care of a whole lot of that complications for you.
We're going to get into it. It's like surprisingly simple because as I was an early dog fooder of the early builds of the CLI, and I was like, what if it did this? What if it did this? What if it did this? And the team added it, right? And I was just talking to Steve Sanderson about the SDK, and he's like, what else could we do to make it easy? I was like, what if we had an agent plugin for SDK building so it could do this? We have all great docs, and that's usually what I do is I just point at the docs for the folder and the language. But I was like, what if it was just, and it was, we could do best practices or say, I've implemented this, then what else could I do? What other recommendations? So, all right, what are we cooking, sir?
So, I like to show off what I've been cooking for
it's a beautiful desktop.
3-4 weeks. No. Unfortunately,
that's the big desktop,
we don't have image gen models yet, but potentially they might be coming.
An AI image one.
We need to have all the multiple modalities available for expressing the work we do with agents and have agents express it back. So as much as I would love to be able to produce this today, it's a tomorrow thing, unfortunately.
Nice.
But I do want to show off something that I like to show people as they think about the right way to really address how powerful these agents have become and all the different capabilities that we've put in the SDK. And so this is the personal writing app that I use as a PM, which I think is really important to always really push the boundaries of what it means to go from clear intent to a clear outcome as fast as possible. And so as you see over the last 3 to 4 years or so, we've rapidly got to a place where more steps are being taken out of the middle. And as a PM, as we've gained more MCP tools, we've got skills, we got an array of plugin capabilities as well. one of the most amazing things to happen is just the level of context you can bring into a surface so that your agent can actually do more complicated jobs and more nuanced jobs outside of development as well.
Yeah, that's cool.
And as a PM, we're always doing things like PRDs. We're always trying to create launch checklists and roadmaps, those types of things. And while this is a sample workspace, it doesn't look too different from my normal day-to-day workspace that I use as well. And so the reason why this is super interesting is we've entered into this world where we now have, like I was saying, compute distributed across a few places.
Yeah.
And so why I love this app, there's also...
You built this app. This is your app.
Oh, yes. This
is Patrick.
one step beyond the personal assistant world into my writing tool, because at the end of the day, strip it all away, you just really want to write and you want to achieve a result.
Yeah.
And so the thing to be aware of is it does have a bunch of capabilities that are new to the SDK. And so I've added remote, so you can launch remote workspaces out of it. This allows me to talk to my personal assistant across all the work that I actually engage with it across the different canvases. You, of course, have workers, which are agents that are being deployed, which we'll do some improvements in there in a second.
Cool.
I have a skills catalog that I can turn into workspaces to do works. And then there's an activity log to show, as I complete things and get things done, it goes into an archive. So a really tight package. And one of the things that I've been iterating on is making sure that I can access things from anywhere, because I don't always sit on one machine.
Exactly.
And in fact, I usually carry around multiple machines with me.
Yeah.
So it's always a problem. And so the first thing that I'd love to improve on the products is really improving the way that these agents work themselves.
Okay.
And before we jump into actually modifying them, I think what's really interesting is in the SDK, you can create very different personas and they can operate entirely different ways, and you can stick them into one experience, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
And so these agents are fairly literal. At cloud, we'll create an ephemeral cloud session. It'll work in the cloud for me, something I can access remotely. Dev is a local dev one. It'll bias to create work trees and try to work in isolated areas and then merge results back in as well. When you think about the editor, I'm obviously writing on text, I'm making changes, etc. I want something that will work with me as I am making changes to the document. And I'll show how cool it is to actually be spawning these things very dynamically just by writing on a canvas. And then the sandbox actually uses the local MXC sandbox technology. So you can actually run when I feel a little dangerous.
Put it in the sandbox.
I can put it in the sandbox, which is great. And each of these agents has settings for auto-enabling YOLO mode, setting up sandboxes. There's even an ephemeral checkbox, which uses some of the multi-tenant virtualization abstractions that we've created in the SDK. So one of the things that we showed off on our SDK session is there are these new abstractions inside of the SDK that allow you to run it in process, in memory, without a container or a VM, while maintaining security guarantees that you would expect. So the agent thinks it's living on a machine, it's just living in memory, which means you can have totally ephemeral agents in the SDK as well, which is super powerful.
That's super powerful.
It's used by things like Azure Copilot Chat. If you've used it inside of the main Azure portal itself, they're actually going to market within the next couple months here, integrating the multi-tenanted version so it can all run directly in the web browser, work safely and securely as well.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
But let's actually make some improvements, because we came here to vibe code a little bit, and I like the vibe. Before we do that, let's actually show what we want to vibe code. So one is the launch checklist. So normally there's a lot to do. You want to actually prepare to get things done. And so what I would say is, round up GitHub Copilot SDK features we shipped in the last 30 days on the public repo, and create a quick list I can use to create documentation. So I want to take a look at what's been done. I don't want to do it because that sounds like a lot of work. I can just put my editor agent in motion, go do this, and it's going to actually go out, spawn a session for me. It's going to go do its work, and it should communicate with me through the canvas. It's probably going to leave me a comment letting me know what it did. It's probably going to update the canvas with the information that I expect. And I think that's a really great, interesting flow that enables me to, with very simple interaction patterns, deploy agents en masse. So I can just, if I want to enable YOLO, never look at that again, and it's going to go off and work. And it's reflected both on the workers tab and in the canvas that I'm working in, because I could be working across multiple canvases.
Yeah, totally.
As well.
That's cool.
And so that is great. That's a wonderful experience in general.
Yeah.
I'm delighted by it. I built it, so it feels
Yeah.
good to myself.
Yeah.
But where it gets more complicated is when I'm trying to use clouds and sandboxes and other things where there's nuanced UX interaction patterns that just don't feel so great.
Yeah.
And so let's actually see what that looks like. So while that one is running off, doing its thing, we want to test the MXC sandbox in an environment. Use whatever code base you can with, and let me know if you are able to apply policies successfully.
I see you have a voice button down there.
Oh, look, and we even got
Whoa.
the features that we shipped. So it injected it,
Oh,
put it
crazy.
in there, it merges it nice and clean. And the nice thing about this, I'm just working. So I just
Yeah.
like do stuff, it keeps me in my place, and it adjusts the dock around me, which I think is wonderful.
Oh, that's neat.
But what I can do is, because I want a developer to kick off and do this one, I want to actually, let's run it locally. Let's feel like what a good version of this looks like. And because this is all on my local machine, the thing that's really interesting is you get all the benefits that you would expect, right? Like it has my tokens, it has my MCPs, it has everything configured for me.
Yeah, any skills that you have, anything like that.
I
It's
didn't
like
even
your
say run it in a
globalized-
sandbox. I'm like, just go do this.
Do it.
And so we can go ahead and approve this. Let's put this in YOLO mode because we'd love to run that, especially when we have other protections in place. But you can see it's really simple, right?
Yeah.
Like I just run it, I set it, I forget it, I'm gone.
Yeah.
But if we go into places like, do the same thing as above, but run it in your environments, and we comment the cloud version instead. Now we're basically saying, I'm going to delegate this entirely.
Wow.
And what's really wonderful about this setup is because we have mission control, we have all the other investments around remoting, we have all the investments around compute as well. We're actually combining a set of solutions today, which are really just the first rev. And what it enables you to do is deploy environments, connect to them, close your main app, continue remotely. All of those good things come with it as well.
Yeah.
And what I think is really amazing is while there's still things we're working on, it shows those pieces coming together. But I assume we're going to run into some UX issues that we don't like because along the journey, there's a lack of clarity that might come about. There's friction points it might run into. And so given that I've never actually run this query this way, we're going to figure out what happens together.
Totally.
But you'll see that it understood a lot of things. So do the same thing as above, but run an environment. Cool. It knows that I mentioned the cloud agent. That looks great so far. There's a thought process. The user's asking me to think about above, but run it in the environment in the cloud, which is wonderful. It's telling me, oh, I can't access that repository from this requirement. It requires SAML SSO.
It does.
Which is true. And now
For us.
I'm stuck. But I could pass a token via an SSO link, which is not a very good practice, right? And this is where those agents can actually produce guidance that you don't necessarily want to follow. I can try a different repo, or we can skip this task, which is okay-ish, I guess. But what we want to do is we want to figure out, as soon as possible, do we get the repo? Is there a way to get it the repo? And then like, what can it do to work around? And I think one of the best parts about Vibin, we're going to go super hard into this. Is we're just going to see if the agent can figure out alternative solutions. Because technically it is possible to go get the repo. The issue is actually it's using a token. I'm a GitHub employee. Therefore, everything must be SAML. So we're in this weird gap place, where we need to actually close the gap on it. And so what I think is also great is let's go ahead and just take a little screenshot of this. Because one of my favorite ways of Vibin, just share it through the image.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'll really take this to extremes. I will put notes on a piece of paper, let the camera take a picture of it. The agents have seen so much visual data, and our image classifier technology today in the modern world is so good. Can beat humans in many instances. I'm always surprised at how much it's able to pull out of my little doodles and actually do something with. But the canvas is really nice again, because you can just go back to it, do the same thing as above. I can actually paste the image right into it.
Oh, nice.
And then I can say, hey, dev, help me with this, right? Review the image above and give me an alternative path to help users with this. The repo is public and doesn't require a token necessarily. I want to be able to review and modify the public repos.
So everything you're doing here, when you're firing it off, right? You've developed it to call in to the Copilot SDK.
Everything does. Yep.
And everything that we're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen is a session being triggered. And this is visualizing visualizing that session the same way that the CLI does, or the GitHub Copilot app does, or anything else that's using this harness for all intents and purposes.
Exactly. We went through this phase where we all started in a CLI, and then you go to this phase where now you want multiple panes and you want to be able to have multiple tabs for context switching between projects. And that's really where things like the GitHub Copilot app came out of. The multi-agent orchestration became the tension.
Yeah.
Similar to how the verification of changes became the tension too. And
Yeah.
so we're
Yeah.
doing more.
Yeah.
We also need to maintain high quality bars across more things than ever at the same time.
Yeah.
And so when you take into account those two concerns and needs and requirements, you end up in the state where we all need to up-level our abstraction. And so the way I like to think about experiments like one with the SDK is I'm trying to go one level higher again.
up.
Because at the end of the day, if we can throw a ton of compute at a problem, you can verify it most importantly, you can be given the time to do it.
Yeah.
Your limit is how many things you can do with clarity.
Totally. Well,
and that's really what it's all about.
And that's when inside the GitHub Copilot app, there's we use the word canvas a lot for like everything.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there is a canvas there. But
Yep.
really, it is, hey, listen, all this stuff is available. What if you just tell the agent, here's how I want to work with agents. Like, here's how I want to work with this project and delegate, right? I don't like multiple sessions, or I don't want to have to go all the way to github.com to like look at the different project board. Maybe I don't even like projects, right?
Totally.
I want to work in a Kanban story. I want a Scrum style, and I want, I want some fun type of thing that color codes XYZ and emoji based reactions, blah blah blah.
Yep.
And then it's how you want to work with it, and it'll allow you to orchestrate the agents in and override the opinionated way of doing it. That's kind of what you're doing here. Is like, here's not only what I'm doing in this canvas and what you're doing in the app that you made, but here's also how I want to visualize my workers, visualize my skills, visualize my activity. You have that capability.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's this weird blend between the core experiences you use and then these weird ephemeral versions of things that you use. And the closest thing that I equate it to is, when we create reports for business related needs, really we're creating a higher level abstraction of information. And so I'd see working with agents very similarly. We're really trying to find the most personal way to share an idea or share a thought or share a conclusion. And I find what's really wonderful is we can all have these little mini versions for ourselves while at the same time using these broad systems that we engage and interact with. And so all of this gets shared across the GitHub platform, my sessions, all that stuff. So I'm still working with the team, even though this is a little personal corner. And then if I go to the GitHub Copilot app, I'm still working with the team in the same sessions. So everything starts feeling a little bit more homogenous and together rather than these disparate solutions with different agents.
Totally.
And that's the power of us actually taking the SDK, ship it into market. And I think what's most important is if there's integrators externally that bring it in, you're actually getting some of that integration out of the box too, through our Copilot subscriptions, through the primitives that we make available, and more importantly, the shared ecosystem that we're actually building in the process.
Totally.
But let's take a look at the feedback that we're given. Let's see if we actually can work our way around this problem, because we, from within WIM, can have Swim to go fix it. All right, so let's take a look. So I sets it off to do that. Alternative path, public repos, that SAML, screenshot shows, agent training the failure, public repo, that token isn't needed at all. Read it without a token. Great. SSO wall only appears when you send an org. Great.
Tarball. Perfect.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's not
last resort. Let's tarball.
Let's not do the tarball. But what's interesting is because WIM is something on my computer, let's actually continue to vibe together, because I think that's way more fun. Is the project folder. Let's try to create a reasonable solution to this problem above. All right. And let's go kick off another dev.
You're about to use the SDK as a coding agent.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I use
it because it's a harness. It's there.
You'll notice that we renamed the GitHub coding agent to the GitHub Cloud agent.
Yes.
And I think what's really important about that is as we get more generalizable models, models that can perform more jobs across many more domains.
Yeah.
We recognized earlier this year that it was the time to really internalize what that meant for developers, for people that work developer adjacent. And so not only do I think users will become more powerful on their own, but I think the ways that we communicate across boundaries will blur a little bit more too, which is why the tools themselves will up level over time, to the point where we all have our specialties and the ways that we like to wield things based on our personal experience. And then we want to combine that with a team. And I think the agents really reflect the broad set of needs that we're trying to accomplish.
Totally.
And so this kicked off another session, which is great. Let's go ahead and improve. Again, no idea whether or not it's going to actually be able to resolve this for cloud sessions, given that they're a -- cloud. But either way, we're going to end up with a conclusion, which might be an issue for us to file and for us to actually improve the core product down at the runtime layer as well. But I think this is a great example where I'm always poking and prodding and then trying to figure out, is this an SDK problem? Is this a runtime problem? If it's a runtime, we'll get it out through the other mechanism.
Yeah.
The SDK, I love to patch it, open a PR, get it in as soon as possible as well.
Yeah.
And so you'll see, like, you can get all the actions, these are all the intents reported through the SDK. You get all the same tools, all the permissions, capabilities that are in there. Every single thing you can do in the CLI, you can do in the SDK, with the exception of a few of the features that are more specific to like a CLI type user in that context, right?
That makes sense.
Because every application is going to have, its things that make it specific to whatever it's trying to do.
Exactly. Yeah. Like the GitHub Copilot app's different than VS Code's, different than the CLI's, different than, exactly.
Totally. And so, there's already, if this thing can't succeed, or it's running, actually, let's just let it run and let's continue vibing.
We got to let it cook, man. That's all you got to do. I believe in it.
What I'd love to do, I think using a product, there's no replacement for using a product and loving your product. And so some of the things that I wanted to check out is, are there things that I hate about my product currently that we're looking at that maybe we want to go fix? Because we can go fix small things while the big things are cooking.
Yeah.
And so when I look at some of these things, I don't really know if I like the command outputs. I can look at source. The diffs are kind of ugly. Like maybe we need a better diff viewer. I don't know. What do you think?
Some rainbow or something like that.
I think at least something that presents it a little bit better.
I think so.
And so what we can do on this one is, let's go ahead and Project Whim.
This is interesting as you type that, because it's almost, these bulleted lists, if people are kind of following along, Patrick has basically created his own custom app, but it's also his own GUI for the harness of how he wants to work with these agents, where they're living. What's kind of fascinating is each of these bullet points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, are, for all intents and purposes, different kind of sessions. If you're inside of the GitHub Copilot app, you're inside of sessions, agent sessions inside of VS Code, you're kind of getting this, you're creating these different sessions, but you're creating it how you want to work with it, because the capabilities are there.
Yep.
And I like, what's fascinating about this workflow is that you almost have an audit list of all the things that you did today.
Everything.
So everything, it's all there.
It is direct, no latency information capture. And what's really beautiful about the setup that I like the most, let me go ahead and YOLO all of these things. I should just turn on the auto YOLO for those things, because I trust my agents in this context. These are all just to-do lists.
Yeah.
So I cross these out, the workspace gets archived, the canvas is captured, it moves to the activity, which more importantly means when I get to wonderful parts of the season, like reviews and things like that, I can literally take all of that output, distill it down into the format, and I've saved all of that time, record keeping, translating, making sure it's ready. And those kind of shortcuts and gains, I think, are the most amazing ones, right? Because the agentic tools are in a place where, yes, they can drive a lot of stuff autonomously and wonderfully.
Yeah.
But most of the joy that I get out of the current set of tools is me being able to do more, context switch more, and more importantly, like offload the unfun work where I feel like I've already done something.
Yeah.
And then I'm going back and I'm changing the thing that I already did just for a different form. The agentic tools really help me with all of that context transitioning.
I agree
as well. And so we should have these things rolling, which is wonderful. Let's take a look at these workers again. And you'll notice on this one in particular, like I just asked it to go use a work tree. It'll go use a work tree. It'll then merge it back in because again, it's all natural language on expectations. And then if I want it to operate that way by default, I just encode it again, using the SDK right into the instructions. And one of the things that we did when we shipped the GA SDK, we actually did it a little bit sooner, is we made everything extensible from a system prompt perspective. So not only can you get every section of our system prompt, like from the SDK, raw text. You'll see everything that we're doing,
Oh wow, cool.
every single thing in there because
It's open source. So
well, it's not just open source because it comes out of the runtime technically.
oh,
Um,
that's true. Yeah.
it is literally the identity of the agents. It's the core instructions for how it operates. It's the tools that it's actually managing. And what it allows you to do is swap the whole identity if you want to. So there's other teams that have integrated the SDK that they love everything about it. They just don't want it to say it's Copilot. And that's totally fine because they're producing a product. They're handing it to people.
Yeah.
Their customers would be confused, arguably. And so they're able to go in there and just tweak those little things, like tweak the identity of the core agent. But what's really amazing about the coding agent and our GitHub Cloud agent in particular is they are very generalized, even in a coding form, because coding agents are really designed to navigate the digital world more than anything else. And so their ability to craft tools, call APIs, wiggle themselves out of a corner was one of the most exciting things I was personally waiting for. Because once you have an agent that can do all that, you have an agent that can traverse the entire digital space, which I think is a really important point in time that we've got to. And now we're really seeing the benefits of what that means.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But let's check in on L agents. All right, yeah, it's actually building CSS styles. I have a feeling we're about to see a diff editor coming to the horizon too.
Do we have hot reload happening on this project? You're gonna have to shut it down.
It should, I believe. Worst case, I mean, I did
because you npm.
I can't remember if I did a run start or
it
run
should
dev.
have output, right? If you bring up the terminal.
Oh yeah. It should tell us right here. All right, let me. Other thing I like is I can just quickly dismiss it. All right, let's go take a look at the output. Yeah, so it's still waiting on some changes to land.
Okay.
I might have done an npm run start instead of an npm run dev, so we might went on reload. But
Windows PowerShell, come on, where'd you get a default to PowerShell core? PowerShell 7. Come on, bro.
I know.
Just go in the settings.
I know. All right, we're gonna buy some settings
there
updates.
you go.
All right, let's do it. This is a newer, smaller laptop that I got, so it's not quite
just in the default profile dropdown.
All right, let's do it.
Wait, where's your PowerShell? There it is, right there, number 4.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, then don't forget to hit save.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all you need to do.
We're reviving some default settings up.
Don't close all of it though.
Oh,
see, it saved you. Just settings. Settings a tab. It's a tab at the top.
Oh yeah. Perfect.
We were talking to someone in the booth. Kayla came over and she's like, "Oh, you can just go into settings." Like, there's settings.
It's been great to honestly spend so much time on the Windows side because there's just beautiful things, and part of our collaboration, which is one of the subtle things that was announced that GitHub participated in, was the new agentic terminal as an example. And so there was a nice little close collaboration between the GitHub side and the Windows team to make sure we can bring an intelligent terminal to life, and it's been fantastic to see that come to market.
I asked Kayla earlier today, I said, hey, should I just install the intelligent terminal? Like, that's it? And she's like, yeah, it's just your terminal, and then it's down there if you want it to be, right? And I was like, that's a good idea. So now I've just have the intelligent terminal pin. And they're separate, so you don't have to if you don't want to get in, but it's the vibe for it.
There's the evolution. Like, we want the feedback and see how people experience it. But I think one of the major benefits of it is when you get stuck, it'll help you get unstuck.
Yeah.
When you want to background something real quick, you can background something real quick. And so I think the team did a really good job balancing the agentic capabilities and the pain points of why you would want an agent in the terminal to begin with. And so just having that there to unblock you. For example, you call out the settings. I normally would just go in there and be like, change my
exactly.
And it totally works in the modern era, which is wonderful.
So these are all your events from the SDK, basically.
Exactly. So we pump out a whole lot of events. These all come out of the runtime. It gives you an opportunity to decide what to listen to, and more importantly, decide what you want to render on a display. And so when you look at things like Whim, you obviously that I use a good amount of those events because I do care about sub agents. I do care about streaming updates. I do care about the report intent. So it's all there as well. It looks like this one just finished, and let's take a look. So it worked on a work tree, which was great.
Nice.
It did a fix. It's great. Files change were here. I also ordered a short summary under the canvas. Okay, so let's just go check in on that canvas real quick. And I have a feeling we just need to run a little hot reload. I'll reload it, and we should be there. So let's go down. Yeah. And the nice thing about Whim is, like, I'm just documenting things that I'm doing, and it's very convenient from that perspective. Let's see. Where are we going? The right spot.
You need a search. You need a Control F.
There is actually a new one. The funny thing was, Jonathan Carter. He actually built the Markdown editor.
Oh, really?
And so me and him like to experiment on different ways. And so like part of what we've been doing for the last, I don't know, 6-7 months or so is we build these versions of things. And he was obsessed with the Markdown editor, and I was obsessed with multi-agent orchestration through Markdown. And so we got to a state where he provides updates, and he actually did provide search, and I haven't integrated yet. So we have these mini integration teams, which is a lot of fun too as well. And he's bringing a lot of those learnings over to the GitHub Copilot app as well.
I'll call this out. We got a compliment from you. I know it doesn't happen often, Patrick, but we have a generic LinkedIn user because they're probably not logged in to the chat. So the Copilot SDK is the clearest signal yet that we're moving from AI assistants to true agentic systems.
Beautiful.
Instead of watching Patrick break down how developers can orchestrate capabilities, instead of just prompting, is a glimpse of where the entire stack is heading.
Yeah, I think prompting is just communication and interfacing with the agent back and forth. And so I look forward to the future where we move away from the word prompting in general and more towards that natural structure. Because like when I engage with you, I'm not prompting you as a person. But we are interacting, we are collaborating. It feels very fluid. You know, I love working with you personally. And so I aim for that same level of like low ceremony collaboration with agents as well.
And that's why I actually prefer voice, to be honest with you, to when I speak to agents, because it's off the dome. Right.
Yeah.
Just if I'm having a conversation with you, I am thinking in real time processing, but when it has to go from my dome down to my keyboard, like there's an additional like thing. So I do this with my connects, and I do this when I talk to agents. Connects are like our internal reviews that we do. I just speak to it. I'm like, here's from the dome, here's what I'm thinking. And then the agent can figure out, I can smooth it. Or I can have Copilot like, clean that up, right, all my garbage. But I can actually just go, here it is, right? Here's what I'm really thinking. And I can just keep going, which is the cool part. And like I say, the thing I just talked about earlier, Patrick, like, no, that's not what I meant at all. What I actually meant was this. And it can parse all of it in a natural conversation. And the one thing I do, I don't know how you do it, but I prefer, even when I'm not in plan mode, I'm like, I always at the end, I'm like, and ask me questions along the way.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Like, I know you just want to do it, but like, I got time right now. If I don't have time, then I say just yellow it. But I'm like, hey, just ask me some questions. Like, clarify.
Absolutely.
Let's do the thing. Because if I'm having a conversation with you, we're talking through something, we're clarifying in real time, 100%. Right? So
100%. And I love that, in our latest incarnate, we have things like the Ask User tool and our illicit feedback and things like that as well. Because I think you're touching on two really fascinating things about LLMs, right? They're token based, which means they're not based on words. They're based on broken down versions of words, right? Which means my typing has become a lot worse since the LLM era, because I'm just chewing garbage out, and the LLM is smart enough to pick up on the nuances there. And so while, quantitatively, you could say it hurts performance, for me as a user, I don't feel like it hurts in performance. And that's what's really fascinating, is it's not operating on the same sense. So like a couple misspellings here could still have the right tokens to do the job. And then the other aspect is like voice mode. My voice mode usage has gone through the roof.
That's crazy.
And not even well thought out, well articulated voice memo notes, like 20 minutes, kick the feet up on the desk, record the note, be very free, distill that down into a structure using agents that makes sense, use that to then inform. And I just find there's a tremendous amount of freedom to getting that feeling back of sitting in a room with 10 other people during a meeting and just glancing off to the distance as you think and have a conversation. And there is, in fact, like research-backed studies that show that that's extremely important to creativity. And so like our ability to wander, to look away, has been ruined a lot of the times by all of these video meetings online where you have to be fixed to a screen. When we're typing, we're very focused on what we're doing. And so I really try to seek out those moments where I can find a little bit of pondering time, even if it's in some kind of rapid thinking moment itself. Right?
That's why I cycle. That's after
100%.
work. I have to get away from everything. I clear my mind. But sometimes I'm just clearing my mind when I cycle. I'm legitimately allowing my mind to cycle. I'm bringing in the nature. Funnily enough, like, I'll read this entire study about dogs. And, when they're out and about and they're sniffing around, they call it a sniffari. Right? Because it's equivalent to them reading the newspaper. They're getting the news. It's
absolutely.
The sounds, the sights, especially new places. It like really, like the brain activity, like really lights up, and it can actually wear them down because there's like so much intake because their mind is just. And I thought about that. It's like when you go to a new place and you're driving through a mountain or and your mind's doing that same exact thing. Which is like really fascinating.
Totally. And they walk up to a tree. It's like the world's best TikTok feed to them. They're just sucking in all the smells and all of the things that came by. It's really incredible on that front. And there is something that's really amazing because agents don't see the world how we see it. Right? We're communicating through these planes that make sense to us. In reality, it's very similar to walking your dog and seeing how they observe the world, how they experience it. Because most of the learnings from agents come from observation itself. They don't come from some, A leads to B kind of way of thinking. They come from, these conditions lead to these kinds of outcomes, and this is why, and then you have to backtrack the whole reasoning behind how it actually changed. And so it's much closer to the scientific experimentation kind of way of working. And that's also another aspect that I love. There is no like done state. There's only learning more and kind of progressing and making progress.
Patrick's so smart.
But let's actually see if it actually updated the main one.
Did we get a diff?
Oh, okay. So it's okay. We can see where it left off.
Well, at least that was a diff in the code. I mean, maybe there was a different code diff. We did send it the
let's just see. All right.
diff viewer test.
Merge the results back into.
Oh, you think it's in the work tree still?
Yeah, and that's
How
fine.
do you feel about work trees?
I've been using them obsessively for 6-7 months because.
But did you see there?
Yeah.
Did you see how that he didn't instantly say I love them?
There are a few things that I don't love, right? So when working on a really large repository, not a great experience. When working on smaller repositories, wonderful because it's fast, it's quick to clone, and so depending on your hardware, you're gonna like or not like work trees based on your actual machine itself. I also have generally been a big believer that with all of this compute going in the world, don't constrain me by my machine. I want to be constrained by your limits, and I want you to offer to me the best you can so I can feel like I'm always free, right? If there's something to be done, let it go work is kind of the core philosophy. So I think work trees are a great transition step. I think they'll be here for a while. I think they're very useful. I use them all the time. Yeah. But I as the models have gotten better, I can just have multiple agents working in a project and I'm running longer projects. So I don't care if it takes longer for them to verify. I just care that we reach the outcome eventually and that we can work collaboratively on it. And so I think we're just in that weird place where work trees are absolutely essential for many workloads. What it will look like in the future, I think we all have this mythical world where everything just is happening the way that we want all the time. Yep.
I think what's super crazy fascinating is as I've been watching people use these different agents and models, how they work with them. Like, Toby was in here and he was one work, one branch. He's like, I'm just going to keep going and going. And what we saw is that the agents, they kept track of what they changed. And they're like, I noticed there's other changes here. I'm not going to commit those changes. It's like they were kind of smart in figuring it out. Obviously, I do like the separation, but I feel like I still haven't mastered am I merging, committing, am I pull requesting, and how the work trees kind of overlap.
Yep.
But they are very nice.
Yeah. So let's see what this thing is doing. So it says that it was actually merged in, which is wonderful. The commit is there. And so let's take a look. All right. Let's see. Again, I don't really think it's fully there or whatever it put there. It doesn't meet my expectation, which is always the other problem that you might run into. And that's fine. We'll go ahead and iterate one more time together and say, this says it's in there, but the UI for diff doesn't look any different. Let's solve for that. And actually, before I mention it, let's just go ahead and put in the screenshot because context is context, and that's wonderful to have.
Exactly.
And the nice thing is it will read the whole canvas too in the process, so it's always sucking up that information and trying to figure out what the right thing to do. In Wim, I could also just continue in the chat too, which I think is really nice where it left off. So you don't always have to go comments. I do that when I'm kind of opening up adjacent threads usually. But many times I'll honestly just solve for it right inside of the chat because you can just push it along, not wait any longer, and you don't have to open up too many sessions as well. But I have C stuff in the background, so let's take a look. What's it?
I also found some people are like, I have a bunch of repos running single things at a time. Like, how can you manage? And it's hard to deal with more than one agent running. That's also okay. Like,
totally fine.
I find myself often how I work with agents is, I was saying, when I have an idea in my mind, I wanted to just get that to work somewhere. Now that might be on my computer, it might be in the cloud, it might be like something from my phone. But I just want to get it to work. Like, it's working, right?
Exactly.
So I don't lose that thought process.
Totally.
And I might be working on a project, and that's why I love the idea of multiple projects, like the agents window and the GitHub Copilot app, because I can say, you know what? I have this idea, go work on it. but I might go look at that project the next day. Who
Totally.
cares, right?
Absolutely.
But I don't want to lose it. So that's what's really nice about
Yep.
it, and figure it out in general. Like I had this in the CLI, in the code. I did a pull request. That was a few weeks ago now, and it's for updating when you pick the model. So
Mhm.
right now I zoom in a lot because I'm a demoer, so my fonts are ginormous.
Yeah.
But you can't really scroll it. So I want to improve that. I want an info box. It
Yep.
shows me the costs and everything. I've been working with Andrew and Evan and the team and everything.
Yep.
And that's been like an ongoing thing. And I'm like, every time I have an idea of how I can improve it, I just kind of keep doing it. And then that code is changing so fast.
Totally.
I'm also just like, hey, just go grab the latest, merge it up, do the pull request.
Yep.
And I can just have those things run in the background while I work on more important things that
Totally.
I'm working on. It's not the main thing I'm working on.
Absolutely.
So that's
Absolutely.
how I've been thinking about it. Is like, why wait for me to resolve that merge conflict? So I can just have the agent do it over here, like implement that thing, and
Absolutely.
I'm focusing on my main task.
Absolutely. And,
Yeah.
and that was a lot of the reason for why this thing is a hotkey, basically.
Mm.
Because actually, when you bring it up, it always brings you to that point where I'm creating a space, because you can actually just hit spacebar and record a memo real
that's
quick.
cool.
And so as I'm talking to people, I can capture notes, I can create workspaces from it. I can make
Nice.
sure that I don't get distracted, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of the times I'll get a Slack message or I'll get other things that come in my way. And so it's one of those areas where context switching has gotten worse, but the tools have gotten better to
Yeah.
enable us to actually support this a little bit better.
Yeah.
And so again, it's why I love using the GitHub Copilot app to go across all my dev sessions, look at the
Yeah.
world. I'm always constantly seeking that next level for like, what does it mean when developers become a larger pool? Like we've always talked about scaling to 1 billion developers on
Yeah.
GitHub, which I completely believe in, because you just see the proliferation and how easy it is to develop in the modern
Yeah.
world. So not high grade production systems necessarily,
Yeah.
but many use cases that traditionally you would rely on somebody else, you can just self-service all day long. To your
Totally.
point.
Yeah.
And so let's take a little look at what it's doing on the verification side to see if we can get some nice little diff before we get out of here.
Well, we still have, how long do we have? Another,
Huh?
how long do we have on this puppy here? We got another, half an hour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
we,
so much time.
we got so much time. And,
So much time.
and I have a feeling it's loading. Usually I run the installed version while I'm doing the dev on Wim itself. So we're like crossing a little boundary here.
Good.
But it did say that it reloaded and refreshed something. So let's take a look.
Well, the crazy part about all this mostly is that you haven't even looked at anything that's really, I mean, you know what it's doing, but I always have this thing in the CLI.
Mhm.
I'm always like, I want to see the code.
Yeah.
So then I just open up VS Code.
Yeah.
I'm often working in VS Code. It's my main driver.
Definitely.
But then I also have projects that, like the CLI, build with the CLI.
Yeah.
I just feel like it makes sense because
So-
I don't know the code base.
Yep.
But I can review the code base. Does that
Yep.
make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't need all the stuff that VS Code has there and
Yeah.
compared to my other projects that I'm like really, it's close to me. It's my artisanal code.
Yep.
Where I want to be a little bit more hands-on in real time as it's approaching it. So what's fascinating here is, I mean, things are changing somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
it's happening.
But I don't aim to look at the code when I'm building clarity, right? Like again, when you want to touch something tangible,
Yeah.
because you can spend months turning that clarity into something real,
Yeah.
in the modern world. And so I think what's really important is if everyone's on the same page for what feels great, you can get a whole team to chase that outcome together by all means that are available to you. And so a lot of the cognitive load goes into what's right, what's wrong to do.
Yeah.
Given that the time it takes to do certain things, does that change our perspective on it? When you think about what we're doing in the SDK itself, rewriting the runtime into Rust so we can meet more platforms, that would have been a ludicrous idea a year ago to dismantle a business that is already moving, replace a core, just so you can actually continue scaling it a different way, because so many other teams depend on it and will depend on the SDK as well. And so we're feeling more ambitious than ever. I think just like more teams, more organizations are. And again, it comes from that clarity. Like the Rust rewrite came out of 3 POCs of us doing the rewrite to like see if we could do it and see what it would look like. And even though we sat on it for a while because we weren't ready to take on the work itself, it was always in the back of our minds that we had gotten some clarity, that the gains were so good in many ways that we want to service our customers appropriately. And so it really sits with you when you get that glimmer of light, which is, very much gonna be short of the final amount of work that you need to do. it's really hard to leave that idea on the table after a while, which is why I find the clarity so powerful. When somebody touches a POC, no matter how imperfect, and it feels really great, people want whatever that thing means. And then the question is, will it stand the test of edge cases and all of the other real users that have to actually put their hands on the thing?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people like ask that, like, how do we, think about trusting code and like reviewing code and like human code versus machine code and AI generated code. I mean, I think every project, we had a lot of conversations here at Build, every project is their own journey.
Yep.
And every developer, every company, it's about the practices you have in place. When I jump in the CLI, the amount of obviously code being generated is huge, but the amount of reviews, the tests, the actions, the automations around that is like so impressive that the team has. And there's a final human reviewer in the loop. It's like making sure everything is here, and then there's CI, CD, and all these processes and things in place.
Yep.
And it's the same. Like different projects are in different places where I care about the code, I don't care about the code, or I care a lot about the code.
Yeah.
And none of those are wrong.
No, absolutely
it's
not
wrong. And it's based on the project, the team, the thing, anything, right? And it's your code. So I always say at the end of the day, I'm the one hitting the merge button, so that's on me, right? And I'm not, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So you're the one controlling what it's doing, right?
Yeah,
and
definitely.
so it's up. So it's your comfort and ability there. And then to me, it's like, well, what am I creating right now?
Yep.
Am I creating production code scaling to millions versus billions?
Totally.
Versus like, I'm building that for myself here,
Yep.
right? And I'm going to take on the tech debt as it goes, whether I wrote the artisanal code or AI wrote the code or whatever it is. I'm always, what's that juggle and that balance, right?
Totally.
And the cool part, especially when you're just working in branches, just like we always had, you get to experiment as much as you want.
Yep.
You just keep going, and then you review and you merge it when you're ready. It's kind of like the same as we've always had with software engineering, right?
Yeah.
Whether someone's slanging the code, and then
fundamentally, like everything comes down to who owns the quality bar you're trying to hit. What are the liabilities you open up by not hitting certain quality bar levels at certain points in time? And then what are the trade-offs to the decisions you can make underneath to change those variables? And I think what's really kind of interesting is that's, to your point, not different than what we've always done. Right?
Yeah.
It's just that certain aspects of our job were always limited by kind of our need for focus. And agents, you can deploy 20 of them. They don't really care too much. You can create more instances of them. As much as I would like to create a second instance of you, it still is impossible in the current world, though we can create proxies using agents for how you think and your preferences and your style. And that's where you see, LLM judges and benchmarking come into play. Because really what you're actually trying to do is not tune it towards just a specific result. You're trying to tune it towards somebody's understanding of a great result, if that makes sense. And so a lot of the work that goes into agents and them running reliably and well and at scale is teams internalizing, I'm not giving up the quality bar. I'm just creating opportunity for me to actually duplicate my efforts across a broader spectrum of things.
Optimize and prioritize.
But we always own the quality bar.
Exactly.
at the outcome. All right. Looks like it's almost done over here. Working on reading some files. I'll give it a little bit more time to wrap up. But I think this is what is amazing about agents in general is you kick things off. Normally I'd be completely consumed by a diff editor. Is it a high value thing? I think it's great for readability. I think it's beautiful to have an experience. But there's probably 20 other things that customers are yelling at me for because they have like urgent things that they need to get done. And so while you and I are even having this casual conversation, we're able to cook, let it have problems. I think we've given it really 2 prompts so far, not too much. Because the core thing that we're trying to achieve is fairly well known. I'm not too worried that it understands what I'm trying to do. I'm just more concerned with, can it integrate it in the app that's running live on my machine and npm run start right now. So we'll
exactly.
But it is plowing through, which is fantastic. Let's take a look at some of the stuff.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So we got a diff editor a little faster. Right. It's doing some validation, it looks like.
But it's there.
But, and this is where it's kind of meta. It's still running, it's already there. And so
there.
The nice thing is you can always stop it, like it, enjoy it. And this is the point where I usually would go look at the code. Like, okay, what kinds of things did it introduce to add this? There's obviously things like dependencies you're worried about, like different code syntax. Did it create weird folders when there was like a logical place for it to sit? While agents are great at many things, you'll commonly hear that they're really bad at architecture, which is true. They do really well with certain types of problems. When it comes to those broad abstractions that help you grow with time, it's not thinking about that as much necessarily.
Totally.
And then the other aspect goes back to you as a person. how you think about abstractions, the right extensibility models, that's where you really get into the quality of something, and that's where you'll continue to see some improvements need to be made on the model front.
That's cool.
But what's also secondary, really wonderful about this is they're pattern recognition machines. So once you've established a pattern, like it's already been established in the code base, I have higher confidence. I know where it's going to create things based on logically what it's finding and stuff like that too as well.
And for me too, you know, we talk a lot about like how important is the code. Well, it's important in different parts of time, and even knowing the code is important in different parts of time. And for me, when I'm contributing the CLI, I'm exploring the code. I'm understanding the code. It's a brand new code base that I've never seen before, right? It's never seen it before. Obviously, it doesn't see it, right? But for me, the closer I am to the code, the better I can guide and navigate it as it continues to learn and create, you know, patterns and practices and memories of how the code is architected and instructed in different places. And that's why, funnily enough, for me at least, I don't know how you are, but there's a lot of model talk. And for me, I don't necessarily need even the biggest beefer model. It's just, to me, it's how I work with the model and the instructions and how I enjoy progressing with the model. I mean, I'm still a big 5.3 codex user myself. I've been using a lot of
living in the past, my friend. You know, really?
So the interesting part is, you know, we have a lot of conversations. You know, let's take Opus for example, right? Or even GPT. Like GPT, you had 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, right? And you take 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, and they all work, but they're all different, right? They're different. They're all different. And once you get to know something, you have this vibe. So I remember when like Sonnet 3.5 came out. That was like a game changer for me. And 3.7 came out. I was like, oh, I just know exactly like how I want to work with it.
For sure, definitely.
And then it actually took me a while to progress to other models, like the GPT-5 models and other things, because I was like, I feel like I'm vibing with this model.
Totally.
And it wasn't until I realized there's a lot of other advantages that I could take it, I could optimize in the usage of the newer models or even smaller models. There's different models, right? Just because it's newer, there's different tiers of them, right?
Definitely.
And then what I found is I'm like, oh, actually, I can start to vibe with, and I was a huge GPT-5 user when it came out. Vibe with it, I'm getting the speed that I desire, right? But I'm getting similar results. I thought that was really cool. So.
Yeah, and it's really incredible how well these models have scaled to such a broad set of people.
Yeah.
Because the core thing is you do build awareness and like intuition for a version of a model, and you do get attached to them because they start reflecting your expectations.
Exactly.
And then there's always this concern. It's like a new relationship, right?
Yeah.
Like I just moved to GPT 5.5 from, I was always on Opus models for many months at this point. And I'm like, you're always like, but should I? You know, I've heard good things. I know there are things like I let it do reviews, those kinds of things. And when you make a switch, you just you learn it all really quickly. And I find like the cycles have gotten faster and faster. Where I find the nuances and like the personality of the thing. You know, at the end of the day, like some of them, as much as I like to have an AI that glazes me constantly, there are points where I'm like, you probably shouldn't give me that much faith and that much effort. Because you really want truthfulness, accuracy. You want something that helps you both as a mentor, something that you can also lean on as an expert in domains where you're less fuzzy. And so the way it communicates with you is a funny thing. Like I don't know about you, but I apologize to the thing.
Oh, all the time.
I get upset at the thing.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm always thanking him.
And there's literally zero reason for us to do any of that except for we're expressing ourselves, and they're actual machines that can help internalize what we're trying to say when we express ourselves. Yeah. Which is wonderful.
I had this conversation with one of the models the other day because I was in the CLI stand-up when Evan was saying something about the PR reviews and this and that. And we also wanted to try out 4.8. And I asked him, I said, hey, I talked to the model, I said, Evan's the boss and he really wants this PR to be of the highest of quality. We're getting close to build. I want you to re-review, reanalyze.
Yep. I
said, but it's really it's imperative that Evan. I was like, I'm not even. I was like, it doesn't care. It doesn't know anything. It's just literally it's just words.
Yep.
It's not even words, right? It's just like slices of words.
Yep.
And I was like, but I gave it this emotion of how important it was and this and that instead of just telling it to do a code review.
Yep.
And I don't know if that made any difference. It might have.
It does. It does. Yeah.
And I let it rip. But then even how it broke down, like why it was important, I thought it was really fascinating. So
I mean, the really amazing part, right, is when you think about all of this information going into these centralized places and these core agentic loops, processing it and helping to facilitate it. It's kind of wonderful because I like to imagine when I'm in a situation like the one that you described, what's really happening behind the scenes is the distributions and the weights are shifting to find a person or a perspective that's similar to the feelings that you have, right? And so it is reflecting back the experiences in many ways, which is why they're amazing machines that really reflect who we are as people and how we think. Even the chain of thought words that are in there are traditionally things that are written down of people explaining their thought process. So you're actually seeing on scale how we as humans deal with situations, learn, gather information, all of that together. And I think that's been available in a bunch of other mediums like search engines or a prime version of that. But there's been nothing that can scale up to the sheer number of types of people there are and then shift you into that mode. And so every token, every word helps the LLM understand who you are and your bias. And it's literally trying to match like versions, pseudo versions of that to yourself. And in a really abstracted way, of course. But one of the things that we want to do is we opened up this other one for the not just the diff editor, which got merged in. And,
beautiful. I love a good diff.
But let's go back to where it tried to create a reasonable solution for the other repo, because this was still running. Again, can forget things, pick them up. It's wonderful. So it says that it actually created a new branch, which is fine. This fix turns the authorized the token model into a silent public upstream repos. Okay, that sounds reasonable to me. And then it made a few different changes to detect when SSO is required. Honestly, this all seems pretty reasonable to me.
It sounds
and
correct.
While, doesn't necessarily, not 100% sure, this is my vibe app, so we can just go ahead and vibe. So let's ask it to merge the work tree back into my main repo in project/whim, so I can test out the changes. Because I did notice when I checked the Git status over here, there was a work trees. And something that's funny going around to like how my behaviors have altering. You'll see that I opened a terminal tab and I just wrote commit and push. Because my mind is already in that place where I can talk to an AI agent in the process.
Now what you could have done is Copilot -P commit and push.
Exactly. I do have those aliases set up usually on other things as well to shorten it to like C or a question mark or something like that. And the new agentic terminal as well, the intelligent terminal has some of those capabilities in it.
Cool.
Because again, it goes back to some of the use cases where you really just need some information. You forget a command, you don't know what to do. How do I get that command without leaving? All of those conveniences should come into play and be more standard. All right, has changed. My work tree branch no longer present. Let me check. All right. Well, my work tree was missing because I think I might have adjusted some things. It's going to take another look locally. I think it's still there. I think it's not fully aware of what's there yet.
You know, it'd be a pretty cool feature to add.
What's that?
Is when you do the tilde to go find projects, like to actually have like
the
a
GitHub search, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
little
that's a wonderful feature because I've thought about it all the time.
I know you
Because
did.
there is a UX question on my mind of like, does a canvas have scope, or is it if you actually go back to well, let's just continue what we're doing and I can show you what I'm talking about. So inside of here, you can manage skills and you can pin skills to a canvas. So instead of just having this massive catalog, I can link it to a canvas so it understands its context that should be brought in when the agent's processing. Because I think as we get more things that we can do through things like skills and stuff like that, we want a way to kind of curate things in a natural way. So this is my way of just saying like, hey, here's an artifact to attach. It doesn't feel like I'm like skills adding or any of this other stuff. I'm just bringing it in as additional context.
I have a folder at work called work. And the problem, and it does like a bunch of YouTube stuff and work IQ stuff and this stuff and that stuff and all these things. But like if I'm just but inherently I do have buckets of different work. I have like YouTube work, I have GitHub work, I have other work. But they're all just lit up, right? And this actually allows you to optimize a lot of that attachment.
Totally. And so because the feature that you asked is actually kind of interesting because I don't have the canvas inside of the app itself. It's a dependency that I bring in. But I do have a fork because I can't wait on JC all the time to implement my fixes. We're impatient. We live in the agentic world. And so what we can do is actually just modify the fork, bring it in, and get the job done. But this is an interesting one because the Markdown editor is a very pure Markdown control. So we added some extensibility points. So there's some things to think about when we actually hook this up.
Cool.
But to your points, I commonly use GitHub repos as references in my documents canvases. If you're interested in checking out the NPM package, it's just documents.
Oh, nice. Documents.
Yes, JC was always good at naming things. Shout out to him. When I type or I probably maybe want special prefixes. Another special prefix.
Like GitHub colon.
I want it to open a GitHub repo search interface for my Pat Nico repos. Perfect.
Yeah, I like that a lot because then we get it really connected down to the project.
Exactly.
I can't remember all my things. I'm just saying.
Yeah, let's go.
Just like you have that at dev, right? I mean, it's like,
Exactly. And technically the dev should do the work tree, but I want to make sure because, we're usually just having fun.
Well, I think what's fascinating is you can do that same exact thing in the CLI and whatever. Just like create the work tree. It knows how to do it.
Yeah. And there's been, it really came from another app that we had built because when we started moving from single CLI to like, we need some way to deal with multiple CLIs. Originally, we just built an upgraded terminal that allowed you to hotkey panes and all this stuff. And it's something that we even use today in the small team that was actually building at the time. And I think what's really wonderful is there was hotkeys to spawn a work tree. So you just fork a work tree environment, and then there's like a little merge button. So you just click the button to merge back in.
That's cool.
Because a lot of the work tree tension comes from the Git commands, waiting for your agent to sort it. But what's really also great is modern agents deal with work trees really well. Like they understand the concepts of them. Work trees, honestly, I don't think have ever been more popular than they are today. They're incredibly powerful and great as a feature, but they do come with their odd UX handling.
Oh, totally.
And so the auto merge capabilities of agents is really the game changer to the merge. Because for many months, you'd merge, but really, unless you were starting with a repo and then only creating work trees, right? So everything was kind of in its own world, and then you brought it back down. You'd constantly run into, well, I created a work tree, but I made updates. And then it enters into this weird tension point that we all like to get around. And so a lot of the improvements UX-wise, which again, you'll see all of this in the GitHub Copilot app because it really just blurs it all away entirely. Is work trees, I think, will become more fun because the UX is just better.
I think so too. Well, hopefully they just fade into the background. You don't have to worry about them.
I mean, there is some newer tech outs related to kind of just tracking the changes to the folder. That way you're not creating like whole clones of a repo. It literally is just doing like additive changes or modifications in a different directory, and it's able to merge it at a file system level. And I think those things will probably take hold more than anything else, because if you can create those deltas, right? Then you have everything. And most of the time, the deltas are not that big, right? Like you're just trying to get a feature out. It maybe it's like 100 lines of code. You're trying to get the right place. And so all of this copying just becomes, much more overhead than what you expect. But I think this one is going to be, again, interesting because I don't think I told it that there's a fork. It's going to have to maybe figure that out on its own. So, this is what's also exciting is it should be pretty persistent, or what it's going to do, it's going to shortcut it and it's going to try to just add a slightly jankier version. Because what you can do, which we did add as an extensibility point, is like this button to fork it. So you can actually take this comments and just fork it to a new canvas and then continue working as like a sub. You can also send it to a child document. So you can extract a page and that becomes a link back to the main one. So now you can like build context as a graph, essentially.
That's cool.
But the important part is it might just use one of those. If it finds a good extensibility point that seems somewhat reasonable, it will try to just take it.
That's cool.
And so, I'm actually very curious how it approaches it. And I think what's really wonderful about taking some time just to vibe is you're really taking time to recognize that maybe there's more ways to do it than what's in your mind.
Exactly.
And so while we're only doing this on one, you can imagine I can kick off 4 parallel ones to create variants of the same one. Right? And that way I can actually very quickly do a review. And what's so great about current models, again, is like, you can get it to take screenshots with our harness, review it. You can pop up all the variants. You can make choices. There's some very fun experiences made. And if you go to the new extensions and canvas capabilities in the GitHub Copilot app, as an example, you can get all of that in that as well. And I don't think at this point, we've even scratched 2% of the surface for just broadly what people can do with the canvases.
Yeah.
But we're really excited to see once people realize how much power is in them, what's really possible on the other
I
end.
was just thinking like, so we were over in the terminal section where you can kind of like just go to any Copilot integration and then go vibe something out.
Yep.
I was over there and Evan was adding, he was calling CLI pets. You have little pets that are on the bottom, they have little life. So I was like, oh, I want to have like a GitHub pet. So I want a WinUI application, Windows application that basically like little Tamagotchis, you know what I mean? Trademark, I'm sure. Tiger Electronics or someone. But what if you could link it to your GitHub account?
Yep.
And then it would like listen to your GitHub account. So when you're committing, so when you're doing pull requests, it's like feeding in and doing all this stuff. And it's funny because I just like started vibing out something and then I left. Then I actually had something come up and we could have multiple. And then I came back and Tim had like evolved it into something like crazy, right?
Oh, I vibed it so it started walking around and stuff. You know, like you don't leave that up and not expect random additions to come in there. So,
but that's why I love doing this.
The PM team had a good time with your Tamagotchi rendering.
When we do Let It Cook on the VS Code channels on Fridays, like that's the most fun is because to me, you know, I'm coding a lot with agents, but now we're just having a conversation. So I'm learning about how you're vibing. I'm giving some sort of some you know introspection, kind of a little bit of how I do stuff. I'm asking about this. I'm like, what if you did that? What if you did that? And the cool part is that you can just do it. Right. And then we just let it cook. And then we just have a conversation about life mostly. Yeah. I mean, that's why I've always podcasted. I've done Merge Conflict and now the VS Code podcast forever. And that's why I love podcasts. It's just talking to someone that you're just catching up. And hopefully it's an interesting conversation. Other people enjoy it.
Absolutely.
So while we're vibing and doing stuff, you know, it's like, hey, just like, this is us.
And I think the range of just users is so broad. You know,
Oh,
while we get the pleasure of playing with stuff like this, it's great to constantly have to meet users at the beginning because it's such a new technology. There's so many things to absorb about what it means and what expectations will be put on you as you work in businesses and just try to get through life in general. And it's amazing technology that will help countless people. I mean, the accessibility gains alone with agentic tooling is just wonderful, right?
Yeah.
If you go back to all of that work that was done between 2010 and 2020 on accessibility broadly across the industry, and you compare it to what kinds of experiences we would build today to deal with that, we're truly in a world where more people than ever can express themselves, have themselves understood, and communicate. And and I think that's always the gains of technology, right? Like when you look at scaled up, you know, for decades now, it really is about bringing people closer together and making it easier for us to get things done at the end of the day. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. So let's see.
Cooking, man.
It's in the document. It's in.
You can see the diff. You know why? Because you implement.
I know it's so wonderful when you get that immediate reward. And so it's a little bit more pleasant for me to look at than the previous text with the pluses and minuses there as well. And I know we're in the wonderful new auto mode that we've added in and stuff like that. So who knows what models it's currently using.
Can you so from the SDK you have access to auto and everything like that. So any model you have available, including auto.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way to think about the SDK is there's two like main modes to it that you'd want to consider. One is there's a lot of users that want it to behave like the CLI, right? You start in the CLI, I want to be able to pick up sessions there. I expect permissions to be the same. I expect my MCPs to be there, all of this stuff, as much consistency as possible. And so a lot of the feature requests there are, can you add this other feature? You know, like we recently just finally put in the modes for plan mode and autopilot and stuff, which we held off for a little while. We want the CLI to settle. We want to see if there's like consistency that we can bring because the SDK ultimately is there to try to drive consistency across a bunch of surfaces. The CLI wants to be a great CLI, and there is a gap there somewhere. And so while we work on those pieces, that's one area of investment. But the other major area of investment is the bring your own cape, bring your own model, which means any of the models, and Foundry as an example, any third-party models you want to use, as long as they're compliant with the standard interfaces that are used for all this stuff, you can bring them into the SDK, you can use them, and we don't care. We in fact, in BOIOK setups, don't emit any telemetry whatsoever, only the GitHub Copilot subscription.
And you don't even need to be authed or anything, right?
No. In fact, it's because of the deployment models themselves. So the SDK runs in, for example, like secure government clouds where a lot of these things don't even have access to the internets. They don't have access to identity providers of certain kinds. And so what does it mean to like auth the SDK? Just changes, right? And in fact, when you scale it up to all the production grade systems, like what we do inside of Microsoft across a few of the bigger organizations, every agent sits in an isolated container. All the credentials sit outside. Everything is proxy. And that means that the agent can work freely within the constraints that it's given. And you never have to worry about the agent seeking out creatively tokens and other stuff, because what's really fascinating about agents is they're so goal driven in their current form. And our harness is so determined to help you that that's where you'll sometimes see it. It went beyond the boundaries of what you expected because it's there to go achieve that outcome.
Very cool.
And so there's been fascinating areas where, you know, it'll look at other things on your system and it'll observe because it's trying to figure out based on the environment and what tools do I have to accomplish the job at the end of the day. Yeah. All right.
It's a lot of commands. It's done a lot of things.
I mean, it's definitely cooking something. I think we'll find out. I believe. Let's see what it's actually edited. All right. So it's definitely modifying Wim directly. Didn't go down to the sub dependency, which is not a super big surprise because it won't usually assume that I own a sub dependency. What command is it running? Okay.
Is it building it now?
Yep, it looks like it.
I wonder if it reloaded. I wonder if it's there.
I think it's still on the work tree actually.
If you look, it's not in the
if I look right here, it's trying to verify it on the work tree these days.
Gotcha.
And I think that's the other thing that's kind of fascinating is we were so used to like 1 to 3 minute feedback cycles, which gets you gains in that hyper focused inner loop kind of setup. But once you scale it out to wanting it to do more, it's going to spend more time verifying. But I find the work, the turnarounds, again, it's all about maximizing the context. And auto mode, it's probably trying to adjust to a more cost efficient model. Normally, I just crank that thing up and let it go. But this is a really good version of what's available today, just to get that auto flexibility out of the box.
Yeah. I did auto model May, which was just I only use auto for the entire month. That's actually pretty much my default all the time. I don't really like it. It just, I mean, I hope we go more and more down that route because now it's getting routed based on your prompts and your things, and it's going to figure out different models that it needs to do.
Yeah. There was always, I think the industry at large is trying to move as fast as they can because there's always compute constraints from a world where we're just using autos to deal with capacity. Right. Because we need to shift wherever we can. There's high demand at certain points in time to one that it really balances, right? And creates balance for the customer at the end of the day. And so I'm thrilled about those investments as well, only because I think we should be balancing cost performance outcomes. But this is it's all part of a really complex formula. We're trying to figure out the right values.
Right value.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Should we wait? Should we wrap? What do you want to do?
Oh, I think we're 3 minutes over. We'll let it run.
Okay.
I think the team is seeing how we like to code and vibe on this pace. So.
All right. Well, Patrick, as always, an honor and a privilege over here on this side. I really appreciate you coming on, talking about the SDK, showing off the cool things that you built with the SDK. Everything you showed is using the SDK. So it's crazy to think about and then building the SDK to build things on top of things in real time. So cool. It's cool to see your workflow as well. I'm gonna get this app.
I'll give it to you. I'm gonna turn it public actually soon just to give the source away. So
I love it.
Play with it too.
All right, everyone. Stay tuned. We got a whole bunch of goodies. Thanks, Patrick. We'll put links to everything in the show notes, but go check out the GitHub Copilot SDK. It's open source on GitHub, github.com/GitHub/Copilot-SDK. It's available in like 6 or 7 different programming languages. Give it a look if you want to put a little bit of AI agents into your applications, manage your sessions, do all this stuff. You have the entire harness available to you. Give it a go. All right, that's going to do it for right now, but we're going to come back in just 10 minutes with the VS Code team, Osvaldo and Pierce in the booth over here doing all sorts of crazy VS Code things. All right, we'll be back in just a few. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. It's
Hello,
me and
everyone.
Osvaldo.
Woo.
Your camera's right there.
This is my
Mine is
camera.
right here.
Okay.
Although you can look into my camera if you want. Let's get a little Inception action going on. Okay. We are live. We are at Microsoft Build. We are in a very interesting glass room here. And we have been blessed, #blessed, with being the last people. There's James Montemagno back there.
Yeah, there you
with
go.
being the last people to go build something in this tank at Microsoft Build.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is our first live stream together.
Yeah, we've never streamed together. So the chemistry may not be there. So let's give a warning to everybody. We're streaming on...
We barely know each other. We just met right now.
This is the first time I've ever talked to you. No, that's not true at all. But we are live on VS Code, on GitHub, on several different channels. So if wherever you're joining us, we can see you. Weigh in on the chat. I got it pulled up right here. I think we're going to be cooking. Someone needs to probably actually remind me how long we're supposed to be live. But I think we're going to be cooking for a while here. So I'll be jumping into chat. We'll be recapping what we thought were some of the cool announcements at Build. But maybe we should just go ahead and get into it, because if we're being honest, there's going to be a lot of time we're waiting for the agent to do stuff.
Yeah.
So we got time to catch up on stuff later.
We have time to make jokes too.
Yes, we do. So I'm going to switch over to your machine, and I want to hear what are we going to be doing in this amount of time we have together?
I was thinking about that, and I was thinking that maybe we could work on this app that I started vibe coding a while ago.
Okay.
But then I just met someone in Build, and they showed me a really beautiful website, and I forgot the name. I think it's Traces, something like that. No, this is not it. And I wanted to show this website first, the gharbor.dev.
Okay.
Which is something that I use pretty consistently as a member of the VS Code team. We get tons of issues, right?
We do
every day. It's never ending, and there's not, for me, when I joined the team, there's not an easy way to manage everything and know what's in what you already looked into and what's pending for people to give you more information. But as you can see here by the black background and the kind of bluish and purple tones, this is fully vibe coded, right?
I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
there's no hints at all that this
Zero
is
hints.
Entirely vibe coded website I was looking at.
Yeah, nobody could tell. And then somebody showed me this website, and the first thing, traces.com, and the first thing that I saw is this website is beautiful.
Oh, this is very nice. Doesn't look vibe coded like your thing.
It doesn't. If you had to guess which one is vibe coded and which one's not vibe coded, what do you think it would be? What would you go for? I'll put it.
I will say you don't have any gradients going in your experience, which is a dead giveaway. So at least that's good.
At least I got something. So what if we try to have the agent use this kind of cool, beautiful design into these ugly vibe coded. If you see the title, it has an emoji on the title. There's no better signal of a vibe
you got
coded.
emojis, you know this thing has been vibe coded.
Yeah.
I had a session earlier and I was actually shocked. GPT-5.5 did not spit out an emoji, and I felt so uncomfortable with that outcome that I had to go and explicitly add emojis to my website.
They're gonna think that I actually built
They're
it.
gonna think I built this by hand. I did not, I swear.
Let's go.
All right. So where are we right now? Okay. So I'm seeing this window. What is this thing?
You know what would be interesting?
What?
If people could say if they know what this window is in the chat.
I would be interested to know if the chat's familiar with this. It is a fairly new addition to VS Code, at least VS Code stable. So if you know what this thing is in chat, please let us know.
So this is, I'll bring up what VS Code looks like usually. We're very familiar with this.
Yep.
You have your files here. Well, this is not, it doesn't have any workspace open or anything like that. But if you click on this button here, open in agents, it will bring you to this very cool, very polished agents window experience, which is to be able to do agentic first development, right? You don't have to. Everything is centered on your sessions and your like multiple agents running and working for you, which is fantastic. You don't have to do more than supervising what they're doing.
So someone in this booth, and it was not me, had a direct responsibility in bringing this to life. So what is the inspiration for this over just having the chat view inside of VS Code?
I mean, the thing is the chat view. Sometimes you don't want to like. The editor gets in your way a little bit, especially when you are doing multiple agents and multiple sessions, and you want to be able to like sort of like focus on one thing at a time. And being able to switch those things as fast as you can, right? And so you can see in the sessions, kind of like groups here, they're grouped by your project. And so you are able to switch between projects really, really fast. You don't have to have like these multiple.
Yeah, that would have been like 5 different VS Code windows I would have had to have had open previously.
And then having to like coordinate all that, it's just insane. And so you can see, for example, let's go into this very complicated server, which is just basically a simple server.
Love it.
And you can see my agents and like customizations are really boring. But if we go into a session of VS Code, there's a PR there. It's already merged, and hopefully didn't create any regressions like the one that you showed.
I put Osvaldo on blast in the session earlier.
So it has a bunch of skills and stuff that we use within VS Code. That are particularly useful for the development of VS Code.
I think like to me, like you said, like VS, like it's very hard to take something like VS Code where the primary artifact that you are meant to look at is the editor, right? Like literally it started as the Monaco editor. And then like obviously like the way we partner with VS Code has changed over time. We have chat, right? Like we have agents. And I think like, of course, like you could basically have this UI in VS Code, but I think you still want all of the strengths of like the editor as a thing you can jump into, right? You don't want to totally overload that UI, and it wasn't made for that. And so the thing I like about this is like, okay, when I want to stay like, I call it like outcome focused. Like I there's something I want to do. Okay, I'm partnering with the agent. The editor is still like just one click away for me to open the editor, dig into the code. But like in this view, there's a browser, right? I can stay super high level in my partnership with the agent. And like, even if I am someone it's a type of project where I really want to go look at every single line of code, I think for all of us, especially when you're running multiple agents, you can't do that as a first step because you can only parallelize yourself so much if you do that. You kind of want to like run it first. And then you're like, did it even do the thing? Of course, it makes no sense to do the code review if you're like, well, I'm just going to destroy all this code immediately because it doesn't do what I want. And so like, that's the cool thing for me about Agents Window is like, it's still like it's literally still VS Code. This is VS Code componentry we're seeing here, right? From chat. But I can say like agent first. And then of course the editor, it's literally a window inside of VS Code. I can always tab over and I'm there.
Yeah. And that's the beauty also, right? Like this is why it's a companion window.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You can go back and forth with VS Code depending on what you want to do, right? Like we have millions and millions of users that everybody is in a different space and everybody is in a different AI journey, and especially in like the constraints of like maybe your corporation or like your whatever you do.
Well, even personally, like I'm sure, like I would say there's definitely projects where I feel comfortable. Like I feel comfortable literally not understanding how all the code works because like maybe that's your Trello board thing you showed us because it's like, hey, this is just for me. Like if it breaks, there's low stakes, right? Like I don't care. But then obviously like there's very high stakes part of your system where like I even think like my own like approach that I would take would be different on the project that I'm working on. Like if it's something I don't really care, okay, sure, like maybe I don't look at all. If it's something that I really care about, like VS Code, right? Like then the bar is higher for me if I submit a PR to the team, right? And so I want to validate the behavior much more at the code level than just the outcome level.
Yeah, 100%. And you said something very true, right? Like the project that I just showed is written in, I think it's written in Python.
Yep.
And I think I've written maybe 5 lines of Python in my life. Like, honestly, I'm not a Python expert whatsoever. And so Is it?
Yeah,
the app.
that's like a counterintuitive thing that I think that I always thought that people. I was like, when AI first came out, I was like, well, this just means that the popular things are going to get more popular, and that's probably partially true. But I would actually say, I now am exploring more stacks that I would not have had time to like go learn even the basic Hello World demo for, right? Like I'm doing Python. That's not my background. I've even started exploring Rust because if you're a SWE in the year 2026, if you haven't explored Rust, what are you even doing, right? So like, Swift apps, right? Like I worked at a company called Xamarin, which was cross-platform mobile apps in C#. But like I'm getting back into Swift, and I can read Swift. I can't write Swift, but like I can, because I'm a computer programmer, I can read the code flow and stuff like that, even if I don't understand the exact syntax. And so that was like a counterintuitive thing for me with agents, is like, now I can actually go use all these stacks that actually maybe were underappreciated previously.
Yeah. I used to have this saying years ago that when people ask you, do you know how to like program in this language or whatever, like in reality, you just need a manual or a book. Read about it. If you already know how to program, you just need to read about it for maybe 2 weeks to a month, and then you're able to like write code in that language. And now you don't have to wait for 2 weeks and a month, right? Like you have to like open your agent's app and then just kind of like do whatever you want.
I do kind of miss those books though. Like I have a whole bunch of those at my house, of like the really thick like programming books. My first one was like I got it really into World of Warcraft, and I was writing Lua add-ons for World of Warcraft back in the day, and I had a giant like building add-ons for WoW like manual, and I read that front to back. And that was like how I got into programming.
I actually did something similar. I when I was in college, I bought a book of how to write Android apps. And finished the book and started selling apps to like friends and stuff like that. It was just like, this is fantastic. It just took for me to read the book and the price of the book.
That's crazy. Like, and that wasn't that long ago, right? Okay,
that was not that long ago.
We're in Agents window, right? We're using some Opus. So I see new session and dashboard with Copilot CLI. So I know that dashboard is the project that you've referenced. What does the with Copilot CLI part mean?
This is saying that it's going to use basically the Copilot SDK to execute the sessions. You could choose multiple things here. These local agent hosts, actually, let's execute it in local agent hosts. Let's be brave. So this one, basically, imagine how the VS Code server works, right? But instead of being a VS Code server, it's an agent server. And that agent server executes through the Copilot CLI, executes sessions, right? But these are backed and managed by a completely independent server running in your machine.
So basically if I was to go into VS Code and select one of the agents, like the agent loop process is running in the same process as VS Code. You're saying when I select this option, there's now a separate process on my machine, not attached to this UI presentation that's running the agent loop.
And we're going to see what the benefit to it is in a second. But you can imagine this is how it works. Separate server running in your machine, right? And so let's start by, this is how I love starting sessions. If I know I want to go into like, have this beautiful design in this website, what I do, it takes a long time to try to like tell the agent what to do, right? So why not letting the agent discover what to do? Can you see this website?
So the nice thing about this, obviously, is it can literally fetch the page contents and understand exactly what it is, and you don't even have to describe what it means.
And
so, I was going to say, I use this pattern all the time because I think it's like we have a lot of cases in GitHub Copilot and VS Code land where there's an implementation of something that is like what I want, but it doesn't live in a particular surface. And you can literally just point it at that thing and say, I want that, like that is a reference implementation. I want that to work here. And honestly, like 95% of the time that the models are actually really good if you give them an example of like actually replicating that in your code base.
And like what I used to do before is bunch of screenshots, right? And screenshots are not particularly easy for sending to the agent, right? Like they could get pretty heavy very fast. Like your context window could get heavy really fast. And so, what's even like the point of doing that now, right? Like if the agent is able to like go into a website and read DOM and like see the design and everything, then that's even easier.
And to your point, like, you know, thinking about like token efficiency and stuff like that, like it's not even just the context window. It's, you know, with usage-based billing, like you want to think about like how can you get the same context to your agent with the least amount of tokens? And like if you're sending a bunch of screenshots, those things are going base 64 and being sent over. I mean, that's a lot of tokens that you're sending. So this is definitely more token efficient as well.
So let's get into this. It's able to see it. So let's say compare this UI to what the UI in this project looks like.
So I love this style of prompting, and I always love doing these live streams because I see how different people work. And the thing I love about this is like I think a lot of people go straight into agent and they're like, build this thing, right? But like, or they go into plan mode and they do like build this thing, but they're in plan mode, right? And the cool thing about like what I'm seeing here is you're basically almost through conversation, you're building a plan, even though it's not officially a plan mode, right? You're kind of in agent and you're asking it questions, and that's kind of building a plan on the fly.
Which is fantastic. Like it used to take me so much time to try to like build the context and everything. And I'm like, why do I need to explain the agent how something works in order for me to tell it what to do? Why I don't let it discover it itself, right?
Well, and I think it's actually better that way. I've been thinking more about it, like, because when you ask like questions and you make the agent think through it, it's generating like the chain of thought tokens, right? And so I think it is legitimately producing higher quality results that way, because the model in some ways has to introspect to generate the next token. And so then that actually, I think, leads to higher quality results than just be like, do the thing. You know?
100%. And on top of it, it knows like you're fitting into it. For example, in this case, we told the agent which website we want to like pick from. And so automatically you're generating this kind of like verification loop, right? The agent could go back to it and be like, oh, let me check that this is actually looking like you want it to look, right?
Because you basically gave it a definition of what done looks like, which was that site, right?
So it says a bunch of stuff. It was able to open it and says, if you're thinking of bringing some traces.com patterns into G-Harbor, discover yourself, make it look pretty. Let's see what happens.
So I got some questions about this UI that I'm seeing. Okay. While this is working. So what is the things under this prompt box? I think I understand what agent is, what interactive is, the model picker, right? But I see a little like, you know, it looks like cell phone tower icon, and I see bypass approvals. What do those icons mean?
This is part of the well. Let's
I'm ruining your demo. One. We're gonna get to the cell phone thing eventually.
Yeah,
right?
We're gonna get to it, and we will right now if people ask for it. So this is kind of like an approvals picker, right? Like how. Oops! It opened. It's navigating through it. Actually, now that we're here, let me switch this into saying let's open them as in the editor so you can do this thing. Okay, anyway, so you have approvals here, and so it depends on what level do you allow your agent to do on behalf of you, or like what do you want the agent to ask you for permission, right? Like in this case, I know it's navigating URLs that are just extremely low risk, right? And this app is just a Vive coded app, the one that I have. So it just doesn't really matter much. So this is the default is it's gonna ask you a permission for anything you want the agent wants to do. It will ask you a permission. Bypass approvals, it's just all the tool calls are gonna be automatically executed. And autopilot is, imagine if the agent has questions on direction or questions on like how to implement a particular thing, it's gonna decide itself, right? It's gonna just go from 0 to 100 and until it's completely done, right?
Makes sense.
And so this tower thing here, it's the beauty of what we did for the local agent host, the server we were talking about before.
Okay.
And so this is executing in this server, but if you click on this, then you get a beautiful axis error. I don't know why.
A 401. Failed to toggle remote connections.
This is live. So
yeah, that's what we're doing here.
We're gonna try something different.
Do I need to hide your screen, or are we good?
No, we're good. We're good.
All right.
So I'm gonna run the same thing that's supposed to do, which is code insiders tunnel. And so this is gonna execute basically it's gonna there's an agent running, and then this agent that is running, I'm gonna forward it through tunnels, or like dev tunnels, so that it could like bring it up online. And then what it means to bring your agent host server online is you have access from anywhere, which is fantastic, right? Yeah. Like, how many times have you been working on a particular task, and then you're just like, you need to leave your house or something, and you're like, come on, finish.
Unfortunately, quite frequently.
Right? And you cannot close your laptop. You're just kind of like, oh my God, please, I need to go now. So let's go into what this did. If you go to insiders VS Code.dev agents.
So what is this VS Code dev thing just in general, by the way?
So let's start with,
because I think a lot of people don't know about this.
That's a very good question. So in VS Code, we host VS Code online too.
Okay.
Right. And so you can access the VS Code shell online, and if you want to open a particular repository, for example, Microsoft VS Code repository, you could do this. Well, it's gonna.
So you do /GitHub/ whatever the owner is /repo name.
Yeah, okay, exactly. And you are able to see all your repository in a serverless environment, right? Like, there's no server here. If you open the terminal, if you open the terminal, you can't do anything, right? There's no server.
Right.
So you can continue with code spaces, or you can working locally if you clone the repository. And so it's pretty cool in order to navigate your file tree and like everything that you have here, or even reviewing PR. Sometimes it's nice.
Dude, I do all my note taking actually. I use VS Code Dev for that. It's like my note taking app, literally, in the browser.
Yeah, it's so powerful. And there's these extensions that are using WebAssembly to be able to give you an actual highlight, like syntax highlighting and language servers in a serverless environment, right?
Okay.
Isn't that crazy? Like,
that's crazy.
I think TypeScript, and I don't remember what other extensions do this. And so you could potentially see like if something is wrong here, right? Like, you're able to see the whole thing, which is really cool. You're able to compile in a serverless environment. It's insane.
That's really cool.
Anyway, so you have this, and so we added a route called agents, and the route agents is gonna not this one. The agents route is gonna bring you into what the agents window look like, right?
Okay, so
you can see the similarities here, right?
So I see the UI, the same UI. So okay,
right? It looks pretty similar. It's the same. It's the same workbench. It's the same agents system in the web. Okay. And so you should be able to connect to, for example, here. This is the one that we forwarded here.
We just created. Okay.
This is the one that we just created. And so now I'm connected to that particular tunnel that I created.
Oh, that's super cool.
And execute sessions on this remote machine, right? And so if I go here and then projects, what do we do?
So you're actually picking stuff from your actual OS here in the browser.
In the browser. And so you saw before we didn't have access to a terminal, but we have full access to a terminal now.
Yes.
And so you can do anything you want on the fly. And imagine you're on the bus, home, on your phone.
Yep.
You could actually.
Oh yeah.
get a nice experience on the phone. And then you can just keep working on this session that was not finishing, and you're like, oh my God, I need to send. I just thought of something, and I'm on the bus, and I can't steer my agent anymore. Well, now you can.
That's really cool. So okay, so we have, just to recap, we basically turned our local, dev box here into a server via tunnels. Then we've connected to that from vscode.dev/insiders.vscode.dev/agents. That works in the browser, so obviously that works on desktop. But if I go on mobile, I can pull that up. And I'm assuming you're referencing like a server. Right now we're running that agent loop server locally, but I'm assuming I could run this thing, like, say I just wanted access to my agents anywhere, I could put this in the cloud somewhere and I could connect to this. Like if I wanted it, it's in Azure, so I could access this from literally everywhere. And I don't have to turn my laptop into a server. That works too.
Exactly. That's the main scenario that I use usually.
Okay.
Having a machine somewhere, and then that machine never turns off. Right now, lots of people in their houses have a Mac Mini.
I was literally thinking my OpenClaw Mac Mini, I need to repurpose into a VS Code server.
100%. And then just like the other day, I went to the DMV to like.
I'm sorry about that.
I know. I so much time passes in your life while you're waiting for somebody to like.
That's true.
And it's just like, you would think this is gonna take me 10 minutes, and it's just never happened.
Oh, it's hours.
It's hours, and then. While waiting on the DMV line, I created 3 PRs that are things that I just thought about for VS Code. And I'm like, this is crazy.
I actually have way better ideas when I'm not working. It's unfortunate. But I wish I had them when I was actually working. But usually, like, there's something about movement, I think, that like gets your brain going, like at the chemical level. And I have way better ideas when I'm just like walking around. And I used to have like I just go in, the notes app on my phone and I would jot things down. But now it's like, no, I just open up, VS Code dev /agents and like it's there. So it's pretty cool.
Actually, one of those, I'll show it later, but one of those things that I thought of while on the train home, I'll show it right now. It was so easy to build just because like, you have the access to an agent 24/7 and it's
That's
fantastic.
So cool.
Let's look back into our session, see how it says that it finished.
Yep.
And actually, you can verify it here.
Okay.
Where did it go?
We're looking for a browser icon. Oh, okay. We got a little screenshot.
Thing is, this is, people don't realize this, but I had to zoom into these windows so much in order to be able to see it better.
Yep.
And I can barely see it. But you can see this is kind of nice. Well, it's still a little.
Can you expand? Like, can you make the changes and files go that way, or no? That doesn't work. So that you have more visual space for the browser.
Part?
Yeah,
I don't think you can.
Okay, new feature request.
New feature
incoming.
request. But what do you think? I feel like it still looks a little vibe coded.
It does. Yeah,
right?
I'm seeing especially the gradient button. It's not working for me.
Yeah.
Right. We have the king of vibe coding right outside our booth right now. I know he knows that thing looks vibe coded.
Yeah.
So we got to fix that.
So Justin, thumbs up or thumbs down if you think this is vibe coded or not. I don't think
he's giving us a thumbs up. Okay.
Cool.
He has no idea what we're showing.
Okay. It looks very vibe coded. And
we need like a D vibe code skill that we build into the product, and anything that looks vibe, you can just run this skill and it like basically deletes all that.
Deletes all the emojis.
All the emojis. It's a one-line skill. And the gradient.
And forbids the purple from anything.
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious. What do you think? Why do you think usually picks purple?
The only thing I think of is that there must be like there is someone's job at these labs, right, to basically go and curate data sets and say like that is a product decision, right, for a model builder. What data sets do you want built into the product? Because the model will obviously reflect those data sets. And I don't think this is actually how it worked, but I like to imagine that there's someone who's like, I really like the color purple and think it looks quite nice. And then like made sure that the training data distribution was overly represented in purple. If there's anybody from the labs in our, we do have quite a lot of people on the stream right now. So if there's anybody online right now who knows the answer to why it's purple, I would love to hear that.
That would be really cool.
Speaking of which, if you're in chat, I'd love to know like how you're using VS Code today, or using VS Code the editor, using this agents window thing we're showing off right now, or using vscode.dev. We'd love to know exactly what you're doing. Get some feedback from all of you on what you think is cool that we're showing off here. I see we're editing some CSS now, so I'm hoping that we're doing the right sort of thing. You know, earlier we were talking about like outcome verification. I really like, is this browser thing inside of VS Code new?
Yeah, it's actually new. It's,
is this like an iframe? Browser. What is this thing that I'm seeing here?
Isn't it beautiful? And then the best thing of it is you can share with your agent, and you can actually select things and tell the agent like, actually, this is purple. Nice. I don't want this to be purple.
All right, we'll see if that works.
And you also have access you have access to your dev tools.
Yep.
Pretty sweet. It's really, really cool. And then that's kind of like the best way of for the agent to verify it.
You know my most I sent this to Kyle, my #1 integrated browser feature request, which is currently not implemented, that I want now that I'm doing a lot of agentic work. I need the ability to open TikTok or Instagram Reels from this thing.
And while it works, you just like scroll,
doom scroll while my agent works. This is exact. And then when my agent is done, I need to lock it. Like I can't keep doom scrolling. I wanted to like completely lock it, not let me watch any more Reels until I go address the comments.
I agree, and like it checks at least one of your sessions has to be in progress for you to be able to scroll. I think that will be a fantastic feature.
Okay, so we're getting a comment. Let's see. I think I know how to use this software and highlight comments. We're getting something that says it's a Tailwind fad where everything was purple. And so it must have been a deal where like a lot of the training data distribution had Tailwind stuff. And that's what happened.
Interesting.
That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Who was this person that gave us the info?
Salosen.10 on YouTube gave us that feedback. So
nice.
Thanks for the tip. That actually makes a lot of sense that it's from Tailwind.
Yep.
So, okay. So what's happening now in the agent here?
What is going on? It's just not doing. It's still purple, or unless he hasn't finished working on it.
So I was actually going to ask you, like, okay, like this thing's been running. We've been discussing. Obviously, I'm distracting you, but like, how would you normally? Oh, we're fixing stuff. How would you normally, like when the agent's running, are you watching this? Are you not watching this? Like, what is your partnership style with the agent in the agent's window?
Depends on the work that I'm doing, right? Like depends on the project that I'm using.
Right.
Usually I care about the before I send the agent to work, the decisions that it's gonna make. That's the part that I care about. How like does tool calls and stuff like that.
But did you used to care about that? Because I remember when I first started on the VS Code team, I was like, I got to watch this thing like a hawk, you know?
Yeah, I want to make sure that.
And now it's like, I mean, especially with work trees and stuff, everything's get backed. I can always roll back if it does something crazy. Like I have a pretty high confidence that the right things are going to happen. I'm kind of similar. Like I also think like one of the challenges of multi-agent is like you literally cannot work that way if you want to run multiple agents at once, because by nature you can't watch multiple threads going at the same time. And if you could, you can't process them mentally, right?
Yeah.
And so you kind of have to like part of going multi-agent is you do kind of have to let go of that to some extent.
Yeah.
Obviously you're still validating when the chat's done, maybe going through and reading through what it did, but like I'm the same. I don't just literally stare at chat while it works.
And I think you made a good point. Before we had to do that, and I'm thinking like, why do we have to do that? And I think it's also the models are becoming so much better that you 100%. Trust more of like the path it's going to take, right? If you have a particular direction that you told your agent to go through, it's going to follow that, and it's going to make even better decisions. I don't know if this has happened to you, that even an agent tries to like scold you and being like, you don't do it this way. You should never do it this way. And you're like, okay, you're right. Calm down.
Yeah, I think like I had a talk earlier with Josh from our team, and we were talking about like how model capabilities change, like how our team works. And I think when I started on the team, I don't remember exactly. I want to say like GPT-4.1 was maybe state of the art at that time. And we had this metric we tracked, which was like how much of the code from the agent is actually being committed. And I think at that time we were looking low 50s for GPT-4.1, which still like over having literally no code that was written that way. That was a massive improvement, right? But then you look at the models today, whether it's GPT-5.5 or Opus, right? The latest state-of-the-art models, you're getting like high 80s, 90s% of code being committed by the agent. I mean, that advancement in just 1 year enables you to focus at a higher level because the capability of the models is just so much higher.
I know, and if you think about it, many of the product decisions that we did back in that time, right? It was focus on the capabilities that the models had at that time. Right. And so the needs of what people and what people want changes with the model changes as well.
That's right.
And so there are many things that if you start using this a lot, then you realize, oh, actually I need this thing. I need this other feature and I need this to change in this way and that way. And this is why I recommend people, if you're a fan of having the latest features all the time, download VS Code Insiders, and just you'll have the latest and greatest with it. We ship twice a day. If you're willing to try things as fast as that.
Yeah, like as fast as we literally can build them. All right, so I still see purple, by the way, dude.
Why? Why
you gotta use the little inspection.
Purple?
Use the inspection tool in the browser. I like the emphasis with the exclamation points. All right.
Isn't this fantastic? Look at it.
That you may not like it, but this is what peak prompting looks like. Yeah, I think you were so right about like the model kit. Like I know for VS Code, I think like there's also this thing that you almost also have to be building for something that does not yet work.
Yeah.
Because if you wait for it to work, then it's kind of obvious to everyone that it works.
Yeah.
And you almost have to be so ambitious, which is really hard to do. You have to be so ambitious to basically be like, I want to build something, and it sounds like crazy to people. Yeah. But that thing that might be possible in a couple months, right?
Yeah.
Like when we first started building code review products for GitHub and things like that, GPT-4.1 didn't catch a ton of issues, right?
Yeah.
But now with like agentic code review, latest state-of-the-art models, it's catching a ton of stuff. And so that's an example where the product maybe initially under-delivered, I think, but like now is actually quite good with the model capability just improving.
Copilot reviews are insane.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot better.
Copilot reviews
a
are
lot better
crazy.
than they used to be.
I don't know why are you choosing to do this? You know what I mean? Like,
okay, so we got the purple has been eliminated.
The purple has been eliminated, but it still looks very similar to my. You know what? Let's. How do you? I think it's committing, commit and push, and then we'll see it live in the website. I want to switch to a different project because you said that you have to be brave. You have to build things that are not as simple as this app, right? And so I wanna show this other project that I have here called Codamente. If Pong is watching us, say hi.
We love Pong.
We love Pong. So let's do this, and I want to show you first what this is. Run this in iOS Simulator.
So what models do you typically which models do you typically use as an engineer on the VS Code team? Everyone gives a different answer, so I'm curious what you're going to say.
I use Opus.
Okay.
I use Opus, I want to say maybe 90% of the time.
Okay.
Maybe 95% of the time.
Okay.
But I've tried 5.5 recently. It's really good too.
I really, that's my daily driver. I think for UI work, the Claude models still have a bit more style to them, and I do appreciate that. And of course, we have a new Microsoft MAI model for coding. It's not like an Opus level model. It's more comparable to something like Haiku that's rolling out. I've actually been enjoying that a lot for like more everyday work. It's still not totally rolled out to all individual plans. I forget exactly where we're at on the rollout, but at some point this week, hopefully we get to 100%. So if you're on a GitHub Copilot individual plan, check your model picker.
Yeah.
There's going to be a new model. If you just search for MAI, give it a spin. I'm pretty excited about it. And I've been playing with that a lot more, like for, most of my tasks don't really need Opus. Like, I think that's kind of the thing you do kind of get used to, just like, I'm just going to use this for whatever. But I think I've been trying to get more cognizant of like how, like, am I actually using the right model for things?
Yeah, it's easy to fall into like, I want the best for everything. And what you showed this morning was really surprising, right? Like the not making it the thinking effort as like extra high, and everything will give you. It might give you good results, but you might also get the same results with a cheaper model or a cheaper like.
Yeah, that's right. And it's not even just a cost consideration, right? Like if you're bumping up thinking, if you're like, even in a world where you don't care about token efficiency, right? You're just like, burn the dollars. If you just bump everything up, it's also going to give you a worse experience, because the turn time is going to be drastically longer because you've bumped up the thinking so high, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to have the same level of iteration with the model back and forth. And maybe you don't care. Maybe it's like an overnight run and you're just like, I'll bump it all the way up. It doesn't matter to me. But like, I don't actually think that's how most people are partnering with agents now. They want something more responsive. And so I think like, for me, like, that's why I like things like the new MAI model. Also, Haiku's great, right?
Yeah.
GPT-5 Mini is great in the product. So like things like that for like a little bit more, like when I'm synchronously partnering, going back and forth, I kind of actually do appreciate the responsiveness.
Yeah. And also that's a good point, right? Like I think it's we have to shift a little bit into especially now with like every company is doing usage based billing.
Yep.
We have to like be more aware of these situations and understand that not everything is Opus. Not everything will be like the most expensive, right?
Yes,
and so
totally.
being able to like coordinate that better without compromising the outcome, it's going to be something critical, right?
I think that's like a big differentiator we hope to deliver upon as a value prop inside of VS Code and GitHub Copilot. Is like, we not only give you a really good experience, but we do so at like really efficient, token efficient way.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we seeing? I see iOS. Is this an iOS simulator we got popped up here?
This is an iOS simulator.
All right.
This is a bunch of errors that I had from before. So what this does, let's see if this is working today. And if not, we'll have the agent fix it. Okay, this is not working. Let's make sure that we're selecting the right. I'm going to select, speaking of cheap models, let's select this one and let's see if this works. Hello, it doesn't work. Clear. And then, okay. Done. Let's see. Hello. Okay, let's have the agent fix it.
Let's do it. Your credit balance is too low, but you had selected the GitHub stuff, right? For this one? Okay.
So let's do why, even if I'm selecting the GitHub models, I get this error in every request. So what this is intending to do is sort of, when you're doing a lot of agentic coding, you end up with like a million sessions. Right now they're kind of like cleaned up a little bit, but if you go into filter done, here they are. This is all my sessions, right? There's so many.
Yep.
And so sometimes it's just like, I almost don't want to manage my sessions. I want the agent to manage the sessions for me.
Yep.
And so I was playing with this idea of like this app where it's just a single never-ending session or chat that the agent becomes a little bit like an assistant.
Okay.
Think of OpenClaw, right?
Yes.
You chat with it and it's able to execute tasks on your behalf and group the task as it wants and should display them here, right? And so
right.
Basically, if you, in this task, I said, create a README just to try things out.
Yes.
And it just like every session that it did in order to be able to do this was saved here and you can go back and visit it.
So you're kind of like becoming like you're like a manager in this scenario. You're giving your team, right, a goal, and you're basically saying, I don't care so much about like how you accomplish the goal. You are responsible for creating a README in this case. And then like it just happens. And rather than you having to manage like 15 chats for each of these things, just the right things happen. And that's like the next level of being outcome focused. Like I've seen some people call it like the chief of staff model or like things like that. Like I really like that sort of partnership personally.
Yeah. And also I think it's critical for cases where you need multiple repositories or changes in multiple repositories, right? Like in if you're modifying an API that lives somewhere and you also want to modify the client that calls that API, you have to have something orchestrating these sessions cross repository, right? And create the changes that it needs. But also something that I was thinking about is like how dangerous is that? And so what this app does, if it works in a second, is basically executing all your sessions in individual code spaces.
Oh, so you're getting like the isolation and the sandbox, essentially, a code space in this case.
A code space, you could go crazy, right? It's very locked down. And so the execution happens somewhere else. And then the idea was like the chat or the orchestrator is able to like pull those diffs and those changes, create PRs and do all these things. And you don't have to worry about managing those, which is fantastic.
That is cool.
It means app code is configured with Anthropic API. Let's send them another screenshot because I don't think it understood what I meant.
I don't think it knew that you had selected GitHub models here.
I have GitHub models selected though.
So we have an interesting question in the chat, which is like, do you think that Copilot can outperform Claude in any category? And I think there's this like belief that like if provider makes a model, then the harness for that by the same person should be the best. And I actually think the really interesting thing is like it is offline evaluation, so I want to like caveat that. And it is an offline evaluation from us, so also caveat that. But like I actually think that our harness is at or slightly better than Claude Code personally. And that's just on resolution rate. There's other ways you could evaluate the harness, right? It could be token efficiency or things like that. So I actually think we're pretty comparable actually. And not even just to brag on us, like I think a lot of our competitors that are not, building coding tools from the labs, right? They also are in many of these open benchmarks outperforming some of the harnesses from the actual model providers themselves. And so I think that is a little counterintuitive that that's the case. But like, I think people don't understand that like people like us, we gave a talk on it earlier, like we are also we're getting access to these models weeks before the public does. And we are also working with them because they want us to be successful, to have a great experience for their models in our product. And so we do a ton of stuff before we launch these models, a ton of stuff after we launch these models to make sure they're really, really good in GitHub Copilot. So that's actually something I feel quite confident about is I actually think we have one of the best harnesses on the market personally. And I think that is a data back thing. I would love to see us share more data publicly about that. But of course, like everyone has different experiences, but I feel pretty confident actually in saying that I feel like we can go toe to toe with anybody.
Yeah. And I believe there's a doc in the VS Code website that talks about this in detail. I think Julia in the team posted it. Let me see if I can pull it up.
We have a whole blog actually. It's on. I might be on our blog, Osvaldo.
VS Code blog harness, something like that.
Yep. There it is.
There it is. So if people want to read this is fantastic. This is really, really good.
Yes.
I highly recommend for people to read it. It was Julia, Megan, and Aaron in the team that created this. It's really interesting because it talks about what you were talking about, how the harness is the product and how we iterate over the harness.
Yes.
And how we perfect the harness that we provide in order to like produce the best outcomes. It's really, really interesting if people want to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super long blog, but I actually love these sorts of things. It's like very thorough. It talks through actually how we work as a team, all the tooling we built internally. Like we built our own basically harness infrastructure. We have our own cases and our own benchmarks, right? And so like we have gone and done like all of that work so that anytime we get a new model from one of these labs, we can basically say, how does it do? Where does it fail? How can we make it better? And that's obviously a feedback loop we have with those folks because they want their model to be better, right? Because they sell these models separate from their coding harnesses, right? These things are used by any sort of business, right? Outside of AI coding partners. And so they want their models to be awesome. And so it's an awesome relationship we have with the folks at Anthropic and OpenAI as well as Gemini as well.
Yeah. We both want the same outcome.
Yeah.
So
totally.
It's really nice.
Okay. So what's going on?
This is doing. I said yes, fix it. So it's fixing it. It's evaluating.
So what was the like diagnosis?
It says that the figure you're looking at says Copilot the broker and the likely culprits. To confirm, is it failing? Does the broker request want me to dig? And I was like, yeah, go for it and fix it. Okay. So let's see what happens with the dashboard. Let's see if we see.
Oh, okay.
Because
we committed that, right? I also love that you use the agent to. I cannot go to the. I can't tell you the last time I went to SCM View and VS Code. It's a little bit of a sad thing to admit. I just I don't want to deal with all that. Like I'm like I don't want to deal with stashing stuff. And just make the thing happen and like sort out whatever you got to sort out.
Like when you get conflicts, it's insane. I'm
I don't want to.
I don't want to do this thing.
Yeah,
do it for me. Thank you.
That's right.
And so let's see if
so you had like did you have
change.
Like a deployment pipeline off commits or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it might have failed because it looks exactly the same.
And now we're not getting any issues loading in as well.
There you go. Let's see if this one open dashboard, I think. And then we can see actions.
I love
this. When was it? May 15th. So it didn't run.
What's today?
Oh, it created this.
We're in June, man. It's not May anymore.
I work on this very often, as you can see. So let's I'll do it for the agent. Looks like it pushed the branch, but it didn't merge it.
Well, I frequently have the agent debug CI stuff because I just don't want to deal with all that either.
Yeah.
Like just go sort out the CI. Yeah. I don't want to deal with it.
Just make sure it's deployed. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll wait for a little bit.
You don't like doing 100 very small commits that change one little small thing until you go from red to green in your build pipeline?
Yeah.
Who among us has not had that exact experience?
Yeah. Let's go back to this, and it says that it fixed it. It said changes in server, something to take effect. Rebuild the broker server. Okay, so we need to redeploy this. So what we're gonna do. Yeah, because he changed stuff in the server, as you can see here. Yep. Here, you're able to see all your changes.
Okay.
And the another beautiful thing from this is you can, if you this obviously this is my own repository. It's not protected or anything like that. I just commit and push and whatever.
Right.
But if you have it protected, you can create a PR, and then creating a PR, it's actually agentic. It's an agentic way of creating it, and so there's skills that are built in this window, in this agent's window, that basically tells it how to create a PR.
So if I go use the agent's window, I don't have to go create. This is just part of it.
It's part of it.
Okay.
It's part of it, but also like the cool thing is you can modify it, right? Like not everybody creates a PR in the same way.
Right.
Some people want to have like I don't know, like some pre-commit things, so like run tests before you push.
Yes.
And make sure that it's gonna be green in CI, or whatever you want, right? Like, and so you can add many steps here, and then the button that will show up here if you have a protected repository, then we'll execute that skill that you defined or overrode, right?
Right.
And so let's go ahead and deploy this. So how do you deploy this? I think env, I think it is. And deploy, I think there's a in the infra deploy dev. Oh no, I need a password.
Do I need to take you off?
Maybe you need to.
All right, we're going to go back to webcam view.
All right.
I knew at one point, so James Montemagno is running this stream. He briefed me on this before. He said, if you have any problems, you're going to have to, like, you need to pull up auth or API keys or something like that. You're going to have to hit this button. and I knew when he told me that, I said, that's the button I need to remember because we will have a moment during this stream I need to go there. So let me know when I can come back.
Not yet. But
Okay.
now that you mentioned James, I don't know if anybody else saw that demo. Or not demo, that I went into the live stream with James, I think a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And if I remember correctly, he said that I was one of the favorite people for him. And he said, don't tell peers about it because he's going to get upset.
I'm a sensitive human being, so that does hurt my feelings somewhat.
I'm sorry.
James and I have known each other since I was like 18. So we go way back to our Xamarin days.
I'm sorry. You might as well just like, maybe I'm getting in between
what's that
friendship.
meme? Like no longer friends with this person, now best friends with this person.
There you go.
That's how I feel.
Why is this thing not working? Hold on. I need to make this work. Okay. It's happening.
Yeah, it's been a super fun event so far. I mean, obviously we're getting ready to wrap up, but we it's 4:45 p.m. in San Francisco, last day of build, and the really interesting thing is there is like it's popping still. Like sometimes the last day of a conference in the afternoon, people are dragging but like the booth is lively. We got the VS Code booth, we got the Copilot CLI booth, we got the GitHub booth, we got the GitHub app booth, right? Like we got all the booths all right here. And it's been awesome hanging out and like having everybody come up and talk about what they want. And I don't know for you, but the keynote was super energizing for me personally. Like it was kind of one of those things of like, sometimes the announcements are very heavy in one area and you're like, okay, like that's cool that happened, but I wish it was more well-rounded. And it was cool to see like there was the hardware stuff and the Windows stuff. And then obviously the Copilot stuff, OpenClaw stuff, right? Like there was so many, the models, right? Like it was kind of like, even things like I don't know, as someone who sometimes knows about things I'm not supposed to know about, I didn't even know about a lot of the things. And I was like, oh, that is so cool. There kept being like things, the chain smokers like randomly appear on my screen, right? So it was such a cool event. So if you didn't get a chance to catch the keynote, it was quite long, but like I definitely recommend like at least scrubbing through the video, which is up on YouTube, and seeing if there's any particular sections that are interesting to you. Of course, there's a ton of blogs and stuff like that. I think if you just Google like the GitHub blog, there's a ton of stuff on our announcements for the new coding models, but there was also 6 other models that weren't coding models that announced. Just Google MAI coding models blog. You'll find everything you need to find. There were some really cool ones for like real-time voice, images, stuff like that. So it was cool to me because it was like sometimes I'm going to share something on the stream I shouldn't share.
Go for it. I think
we're
it's
among
a secret
friends
between all of us, right?
just amongst me and you. Like sometimes build and developer conferences, like they can lose a little bit of their heart, like as a developer conference, right? Like it's too much slideware. You don't see enough actual developer products. I felt like this year between the keynote and so many of the sessions I was able to attend, like it was like back to being like hardcore developer. Like let's actually, pull up the editor. Let's start writing code, right? Like, and as like people working on the VS Code team, that was delightful for me to see because I know that in past years that it always hadn't felt that way. It was also a much more intimate event this year. Like I think Build in past years was in like a massive conference center, like 5,000 to 10,000 people. And I think we had like 2,500-ish attendees this year. And so it's like a much more intimate group. And you can really like, you don't feel like you're so overwhelmed, like at the booths or whatever, you can actually sit and have a conversation with someone for 30 minutes about the product, without feeling like, oh, well, I haven't talked to this other person who's standing here for 30 minutes, right? Like,
it definitely this year felt and has been feeling very energized. Very energized. And something that I find really interesting is that maybe it has to do with it, right? But like everybody's going through the same, the same things, and everybody wants to like. Everybody wants to spend less money in AI, but also want to like still using a lot of the power features, and everybody's on the same boat. And this transformation, maybe it's what the reason of this kind of like energy in the space, right? Like these.
No one knows anything, right? Like I mean that like in a positive way. Like I remember, I've been at Microsoft 10 years, and there's periods as a developer where you're like, okay, yeah, there's a new framework or there's a new service, or you feel like you're getting some improvement, but fundamentally as a developer, you still worked in the same way, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like that is like it is admittedly somewhat scary, but it is very exciting that now like everything is changing and like we're all kind of going through that together, to your point, and trying to figure out, okay, how do we navigate this world, right? As a developer, what does it mean to be a developer in the year 2026? Like that's a lot of the conversations, not so much specific product conversations, but like that's the kind of like conversations that I've been having with a lot of people at the booth and stuff like that.
And admitting that no one has the answer for how that's going to look like in the future.
That's right.
But everybody's navigating through it and like trying to understand it. It's kind of like a beautiful thing, right? Before, I think it was more of like the feeling of I have the answer and I know how to do it, but I'm gatekeeping. Now it felt more like shared. And as the biggest open source project, sharing is something that we love. And people understanding how like things are built and like understanding the problems that we have and like how we iterate. Like for example, your session, right? I think it's really eye-opening and it's really, really nice to see all the, like the behind the curtains and like all these things,
Yeah. I mean, can I switch back to your machine?
Not yet. Well,
Okay.
yeah, go for it.
So I think it's one of those things, right? Like, obviously you and me are pretty AI-pilled people and we love using AI, but I think with any technology, you have to recognize if you're successful with it, it may create new challenges for you. And like, I definitely recommend, I think it's What We Learned Shipping VS Code Weekly or something like that. If you want to go search for it, it was Josh and me. And we basically walked through like, okay, you adopted agents. Now you're doing more things. Now you have more issues. You have more PRs. You have more toil that you have to deal with, right? As a developer, how did we as VS Code team, as you said, like as one of the world's largest open source projects, as the world's largest developer tool, in my opinion, like tens of millions of users using us every single month. How are we managing, right? Like, okay, we're obviously top 1% adopters of AI because we have to be building an AI product, but like, how do we manage the incoming issues and volume of things that are coming to us in this world? It does create a lot of problems. And so I enjoyed that session a lot because a lot of sessions are very like, we announced this thing, like come learn more about the thing we announced. And that session was like, no, let's get real. Like, okay, you're using agents. Now what? Like, how do you need to reinvent your engineering system, your planning processes, like all that stuff? So it's a super fun one. Highly recommend. I was glad Josh was there because he understands a lot of those things way more than me. But it was a good time. Okay, so we're back in. We're back in agents window. We have passwords that have been. Oh, I need to go back.
Just making sure that it's actually deployed. It's flipping the ingress to broker port 3000. So not yet.
Okay.
I just like showing the password still for some reason, but like I'm waiting for it to be deployed. I think it's maybe 1 minute more. I feel like we have to find a way of testing here without doing the deployment, right? Like otherwise it's gonna be we'll ask the agent how to do that.
I mean, as a PM, I can deeply relate to not testing locally and pushing straight to production.
All right, we're good. Let's do it.
We're back to the machine.
Let's go. The machine, and let's see if this works.
All right, so we have GitHub models, moment of truth. Gonna send a message.
Oh, I don't know why it's
Eli. Shout out to Eli. Okay,
WebSocket is not connected because the broker was disconnected, right? So that makes total sense. Let's do this. Don't you like my icon? Isn't it such a cool icon?
That is a very beautiful icon.
Yeah. That's another thing that you get from like using AI, right? Suddenly you're an expert in.
So what was that? Was that Nano Banana? How are you generating?
I think so. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It was a while ago, so I don't remember. But there you go. We're back.
Okay. So what's actually happening? We sent a message, but like what's happening behind the scenes technically in this application?
So this app is connected to a broker and like a server, right? That it's reads your messages, processes through a particular API, and then it's able to execute. Imagine as in kind of like an agent loop thing.
Okay. So is this different than the AHP thing we were talking? This is your own custom rolled
stack? This is a custom, yeah.
Okay.
It's custom, but it also speaks AHP.
Okay.
So if you wanted to build an extension and
I'm getting signed up for more work right now.
There you go. If actually, we're hiring in Codamente if you want.
I'll put in my application after
Let's
this.
do it. So if you ever wanted to like have an extension that provides sessions to VS Code, you could do it because it speaks AHP, right?
Okay.
And so let's say I want to. What do you want to do today?
It's so open-ended. I have no idea. Is
see
this in the context of a workspace, or are we just having a random chat right now?
Just random chat.
Okay.
I want to. I want to change the. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's do this. I want to check the Ortego Codamente iOS app to have a purple background.
Oh, I
What do
knew
you
that
think
you would
about
do
that?
this. Let's do it.
iOS app to have a purple
I actually want an even more extreme prompt. Don't send it yet.
Okay.
I want to say make this look as vibe coded as possible. Let's go the other way. In a world where people are trying to make it not look vibe coded, we're actually going to say, no, let's turn the knob up. I want more vibes in this iOS app. Maximum vibes.
Codamente to be extra, to look extra vibe coded. As vibe coded as you can. Let's see if it's able to do this. So you can see here, it opened a task, dispatch a worker, and what it's doing here, it's creating a code space.
Okay.
So we can go to verify that that's true. Look at that.
So your app is literally, like you said, spinning up a code space. Then there's some sort of like broker for communicating between the app and this code space.
Yeah.
And the agent loop is funneling things back to your app.
You can
basically.
still chat with the orchestrator or whatever,
Okay.
and like the orchestrator is just like executing tasks in an isolated environment, and all of this communication happens through AHP.
Wait, so is the main like orchestration loop, is that just like an always on code space? Like what
It's not a code space. This one particularly, this is basically, if you can imagine, like some sort of agent host server, AHS, running in a web app.
Okay, I see. I see. Okay.
So we're gonna wait for this, and hopefully this works or creates a PR.
But I mean, I think like it's kind of an interesting thing, right? Like it's like, what do you want? If I was going to be your product manager, which I'm getting my application in after this call for Codamente, I would say, how does the partnership style with an agent need to change on mobile versus on like a laptop, right? And to me, like I already just said, I don't really want to watch the agent work. I just kind of wanted to, especially on my phone, right? I want to enjoy what I'm actually doing when I'm not working. I don't just want to stare at this thing, but maybe I have some on my dome. I want to like fire it off, and then I want the right things to happen. So maybe it's not that big a deal that I don't get like constant stream of updates on what's going on. But I do still kind of want to, like, the one thing that I don't find super satisfying about this approach is right now I'm like, is it doing anything? How do I know if it's doing anything?
You know, that's a great question.
I want to know it's actually working, but like I don't care what it's doing. I just want to know it's not like hung. I don't need to go restart something. It's actually doing stuff.
Yeah. So you can see here that it started to work twice.
All right.
So
fair enough.
Let's actually give this feedback to the agent here and be this needs a progress indicator or anything at all that tells me that the session is running.
So if this loop right here, if it restarts the iOS app, is that going to mess up what we just kicked off, or it's fine because it's happening in the server anyway?
You know, that's a great question, because it will mess up the app,
right?
But it's running on the server, so it should be okay.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. Because
all right, let's find out together.
So we'll find out
That's
together.
What you do in a live demo
is running. The orchestrator is still tracking work. There you go.
I mean, we talked about like outcome verification earlier. Like this is basically how you're working. Like, okay, screenshots, logs, passing it back in, saying this is the behavior I want.
Yeah.
I actually, have you used the Xcode build MCP much from VS Code?
Yeah. It's really good.
Because I love using that because then you can just basically create a skill or something and say like, go validate everything, you know, boot the simulator, drive the navigation, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, I still see the integrated browser as a better way of validating UI stuff, right?
Yep.
Because it's easier, it's more integrated with like the agent is able to see everything. And so, for example, this is something that I asked an agent to like build a proposal for. And so you can see this is
interesting.
looks exactly the same as my prototype, don't you think?
Interesting.
Very the exact same. And so that was the whole idea, right?
So you're prototyping in web and then you're asking it to implement on mobile?
Exactly.
Okay.
And so the agent is able to read these things. And so this is what I was aiming for. And then just kind of like doing these things. But let me see if I can click on things here. Tap to send. Oh, I need to tap to send.
I can't decide how I feel about the suggested prompts. Like I kind of want it in VS Code, but at the same time, like I kind of don't. I'm not really sure. I do use it frequently in like regular AI chat products that are not developer things. But just, I don't know, like I feel like when I'm asking for like health advice, there's more obvious next steps than like coding. Unless there's like a failure, then it's like, okay, investigate what's going on there. But like, I know we used to have that at a long time ago in VS Code and we removed them, but that was when the models were worse.
Yeah, and also like, if you think about it, it depends on your workflow, right? Like sometimes you want suggestions if you, for example, you're starting a new project,
right?
Or you're working on something new, right?
Right.
But if you are working, for example, in VS Code, sometimes I don't need the suggestions of what to say.
Yep.
Something that I think is very cool for the GitHub app that was just announced. It actually pulls in your assigned issues.
Yes.
And then those are kind of like your prompt suggestions. To think about it that way, it's kind of cool, right? Like you have this assigned, and you're able to like start a session from it. Which is really cool.
I mean, I think like the inspiration is like there is outside of the agent loop, there is a lot of work we have to do as software engineers, whether it's like finding the right work to do, like issues, like you said, or on the other end, like, okay, now I'm sending 10x as many PRs. How do I actually get all those things merged, right? And so I think that's the kind of interesting thing with the app is like they're really trying to push on, how do you find the right work and how do you get it across the finish line, not just how do you do the work, right?
Yeah, exactly. 100%. The working time out, maybe because it restarted.
Okay.
Let's see if it created a PR. Did it create
I'm very
a PR?
interested in this. Because it's running in the code space. Like even if we disconnect, right, the code space is doing its thing, right?
Yeah. It didn't create the PR, and so let's say try again.
Okay.
And I think at this point it should have showed an indicator, right? Like now we have that. Let's see. Did you rebuild? Let's try this thing. Oh, let's go back to this finished 20 minutes ago. So this would have been deployed already. And you can see there's a difference. And the difference is very subtle. So it just changed the family of the font.
Okay.
It looks a little better.
It does.
But it looks pretty vibe coded.
The like labels at the top to me, like that looks very vibe coded.
Maybe I should take Berg's suggestion and create like an MD file for these particular kind of like design system. Let's see if
well, and ironically you can ask the AI to create that, and it's funny because it will actually generate something pretty good, which it kind of breaks your brain because you're like, well, you just generated the vibey slop thing, how are you going to generate the good instruction? But it can do that if prompted to do so, right?
Let's see what it does. Okay. Actually, I think you can do that. If I'm not mistaken, you could actually do.
Is there? Oh yeah.
Is there a way to do this?
I thought we had a. Why is G Harbor showing up when you click that button?
we have a bug.
That is a fun bug there.
Yeah.
Because I thought there was like an auto generate skill thing, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Let's see. Design system. And then no, it's I think it's a generate. No,
it's create skill. I think create dash. It's at least available in VS Code. I thought. Am I not right? Is it only in VS Code and not Agents window? That wouldn't make sense.
I don't
I'm 99% sure that that's true. I'm going to go on this machine and hopefully not crash our stream. I'm going to say create skill VS Code.
Oh, actually it is, but I don't know. Let's see what it does.
All right, let's see if it resolves.
But that command doesn't exist in skills.
That's so weird because if I go to our docs.
Oh, it's update skills, I guess.
Let's see. Create skill. Okay. According to our documentation, you can use AI to generate a skill based off a description by typing /create skill in chat.
Let's see. Create skill. Oh, it's in VS Code. Looks
that's
like it's
weird.
In VS Code.
So that's what we found another issue.
Oh, you know why?
Why?
It might be because this is the Copilot CLI, so maybe Copilot CLI doesn't have it.
I bet that's
but we do have it in the local agent loop that we have in VS Code.
We need to fix that.
We need to fix that.
We need to fix that.
We'll put our best people on it.
And by best people, you. I was like, I was gonna make that joke.
Let's see. What else were we working on? You know, this is the problem. Did you lose track of things? Did you rebuild? Yeah, it did. So let's go here and try again. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. It created that thing.
Nice.
And now you know it's working. Actually, I think this particular thing is my favorite thing on this whole app.
Justin will appreciate that. Justin and our team, the little details like animations and stuff, he loves doing that sort of thing. So I know he'll appreciate the typing bubble detail.
Speaking of Justin, he did add something really fun into this.
All right, I want to see this. I've heard about this. I want to see it.
Have you noticed this little button here?
No, definitely not. Oh!
Would you look at that?
Wait, what's happening though?
It's just a bunch of VS Code fishes going around. And just you can like move them and be like, hey, go this way, go that way, and then you can feed them too.
That is
look at that.
I didn't know you could feed them to each other.
Yeah, look at this, and they just all go get the food.
That is cool. Too funny.
This is so cool. So
well, I have something new I need to do during meetings.
Yeah,
and let's go feed the VS Code fish.
You just need to wait until your like agent is finished working, which we're doing right now.
So for those who don't know, what is we know the blue, that's VS Code stable. We know the green, that's insiders. What is orange?
Orange is VS Code exploration, which we use for things that we want to iterate over fast without impacting people.
Yep.
Right? For example, this window that you see here started as an exploration, right? And then we were just deploying like 10 times a day or so, right? And then that's what we do to like when we have to build something big and not impact users.
Makes sense.
Let's see if this thing created. Oh, it created the skill. Do we have access to that skill? What's the name of the skill? Traces design system. Or we could be like, hey, use that skill to improve Harbor and create a new PR for it. And then you have to worry about these things. Let's go back to what our agent's doing here. It says it's idle, but still working. It says thinking. Let's see if it created another code space or if it's reusing the same code space.
So is it supposed to create a new code space each time, or is it supposed to reuse it?
It's supposed to create a new code space for every task.
That makes sense.
So that you don't have to like actually they run in the folder as opposed to running in a work tree, which when I use VS Code locally, I always use a work tree. So if you go here, you can select here work tree or folder.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if in the chat if anybody knows what a work tree is.
Yeah.
And like when to use a work tree and when not to use a work tree. And then if not, we'll give the answer in a bit.
Sounds good. I'm curious. I feel like sometimes I assume that people know what they are, and then I'm always reminded that like I didn't even know what this thing was recently. And I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't know that like a month ago or 2 months ago, right? And now I do. So yeah, I mean it is one of the challenges like working in AI. It's just the turnover. I mean, not that Git work trees is a new thing that's existed for a while, but like there's things that existed that you didn't think were important and now you think are important because of AI. Yep. And then there's also things that like were always important but maybe underappreciated. Like we were talking about the engineering system stuff earlier and having tests and things like that. Yeah. It's like, well, obviously we all know tests were important before, but now they're like really important because that's how if you're moving fast, you're making sure you're not regressing things. Yeah. So it's kind of funny how there's like things that like existed and didn't feel important before, but now are. And then there's also things that like were always important, but we never appreciated. And now are like even more important.
Yeah. And like, think about it this way. When these things come up and when we realize we need them is by using things, right? And like sometimes we break something and realize, oh, we should have done this thing. And then we do it, right? Like, but if you don't use it and you don't work on it, then there's no way for you to improve it, right?
That's right.
So here, but this one, I wanna talk about this one.
Okay,
it's open source now, as of recently, I think. So if people go into Microsoft VS Code Teams Kit, it's public.
Yep.
And so this is one of my favorite plugins.
Can you zoom a little bit on this page?
I would zoom a little bit.
Thank you.
So this is one of my favorite plugins. You could go install it directly from the customizations here. Plugins, and you can look for it. Right now I have it installed. You can also do that on your regular VS Code window if you go on here.
So if you install like the plugin in the agents window, does that also show in VS Code or no?
It's a great question. Okay. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
But if you put it in your like user dir, then it should, right?
It should. If it's in your user dir, yes. But if it's if it's in your workspace directory, then it will show if you open that.
Yep.
So this model console, it's really, really cool. What it does is, let's say that you have a set of changes pending or committed or whatever, and you want, before creating the PR, you want an agent to review it. But this model console creates 3 agents of like some of the best models that you have in like all spaces.
Okay.
And each model will independently review your changes, and then the main chat will review the outcome of those models and decide what's important to fix and what's not important to fix. Okay. And it's fantastic. It's one of the things that I feel like I can't believe I didn't have before. Because like before sending a PR, you just make sure that everything looks okay.
Yep.
And it's kind of like a layer on top of the agent that was working on it, right?
Really cool. And a uniquely good thing that about GitHub Copilot, right? Like there's many providers that are only one model family. And so you only get to that point we were talking about earlier about like the training data distribution. You only get one of those distributions, right? Versus like you can have the pros and the cons of each of the models highlighted by other models. Like I agree, like that's one of my favorite things. I also use like something similar like /rubberduck quite a lot in Copilot CLI, kind of a similar concept of like having it double check with another model that's of a different provider. I love running stuff like that, and it always finds something.
Yeah,
to the point that like I actually just I actually want to write like a hook basically that just auto does that for me. Yeah. Because it literally always finds something, and I'm like, after every single time I implement something, if I'm just running like, now go run this with another thing and double check it, then I'm like, well, then I just want it to happen automatically, right?
Yeah, and like you could technically do that for like, let's say the create PR that we actually open Slack. So
all right, back to webcam.
So you could do that where we could go back again.
Okay.
So if you are creating a PR and like the one that we showed before, skills, the built-in skills, right? The create PR, you could be like instead of the first step here, do a model console review.
Yep.
And then every time you create a PR, then it will do that. And it will be really cool, right? Like it's fully automated now.
Right. That's really cool.
So this thing created the PR, as we said. It modified some CSS, but there's only 22 that were modified. So I'm curious of what it did.
How vibed is this application about to look? I'm going to be disappointed if not.
I know, like it's only CSS changes, so I feel like it's not going to be too vibe. Let's see if it deployed already. Probably not. Wait,
Did I not do a deployment?
did we say? What did we say? We said
to make it look
vibe-coded?
maximum vibe coded. If I remember correctly. Actually, we reprompted like 5 times. So I'm
yeah.
not sure what we actually prompted.
So let's see what we say is create a skill. This is the skill for the sign system. Where do we say that it make it
And
vibe code?
Codamente.
Oh, it was Codamente.
Codamente, not agents window.
I think we're going crazy, my friend.
I think so
Where
too.
do we say that?
I thought in iOS Simulator we said that. Did we not?
Right? And it's not. I guess we didn't. Oh, in the iOS simulator.
Yes, exactly.
One.
Yes, not in agents window.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It's still working. It's reading, which is cool. You can see this is all the work that he's doing inside the code space, right? Like it's not the orchestrator or broker doing the thing. So it's still reading things, still doing things. So we have to wait a little longer, I guess. It's vibe coding too hard.
Yeah.
Making sure that this looks very vibe coded for everybody. Did he create a task? Oh, there you go. So it knows that this task has it's a design front end and it's doing this thing. Oh, it created 2 workers, which is pretty cool.
All right. By the way, we did get Val wins. She said work trees are parallel checked out working directories for a repo.
Perfect. Yeah.
Good
so
answer.
Basically what happens there, and I can show it in, maybe I can show it in a terminal. Can I show this terminal? No, I can't. I'll show it somewhere else. Let's show it here. So go back, ls, you can see there's it creates a folder called work trees. For example, VS Code where is it? VS Code work trees. Work trees, and then this one has all the work trees that you have, and basically this holds your Git diffs, right? Like it just it's all the changes that you did and your own sort of Git directory.
Yep.
So that way you don't have if you have multiple agents running parallelly in parallel in the same area, they don't stumble with each other, they don't interrupt each other, and then there's no conflicts, there's nothing that you have to worry about that.
So one thing that we said you use agents, now what? One of my challenges that I still haven't found the right pattern for is I now, because I'm writing everything in work trees, I am frequently having to go run a script to clear out all my work trees.
Yeah.
And I don't know what behavior I expect because you can archive the messages, I think, in the thing. And yeah, sure, you could say, okay, at that point, you should also delete the work tree. But sometimes I do make it go back. I'm glad I have it around. So it's kind of frustrating, losing that state. But I guess you would have to push that branch to get to actually have it.
Actually, we do that
automatically. So then you could delete the local work trees.
You could do. Actually, this would have looked so much worse if we didn't. From all my work trees that I have.
Okay.
But when you mark it as done, we delete it in a very conservative way.
Okay.
Which is if we know there's any uncommitted changes, or we know there's no branch or something, we don't delete it because we don't want you to lose all your changes.
Right.
But if everything is committed and if there's a Git branch, we just delete the work tree, and then if you mark it as from being done, you bring it back.
Yep.
Which you can do.
Yep.
We recreate the work tree for you.
Okay.
And then you can still iterate over it.
That's pretty baller. I do like that. Because otherwise I feel like it'd just be so frustrating.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so what are we looking at here?
Let's see. It says the second attempt to make the iOS app visually more vibe coded encounter another worker timeout. It appears the worker reviewed several critical Swift files, assets, but may not have completed the required enhancements. Would you like me to attempt specific? Oh no, looks like that's why there was 2 code spaces. So let's see if it created a PR. Probably not. What happens if we connect to the code space? Let's see. And in the meantime, let's see if this did any changes. That was just CSS changes. So probably something super small. Let's go.
I was trying to. I got my laptop right here because I was trying to see what time we're wrapping up. So we got 10 minutes. So
10 minutes.
we gotta pull it all together here in the next 10 minutes. By the way.
Okay, so we're shipping it to the. We have to ship it to the. What do you call it? Like the. I forgot the word where you send all your apps.
Test flight.
Not test flight. We're gonna publish it.
Oh,
no, I'm kidding. You said 5 minutes.
Well, you know, we should have, if we were going to publish this thing, we should have actually spent all this time to add ads to Codamente. Hey, while you're not watching the chat, let me show you this ad real quick. So we should have gotten this ready for publishing. The ad-based model for Codamente.
Git status. There's one commit.
Actually, I kind of want you to fake do that as a real thing in Codamente.
Whoa, look at this. Vibe coded static resign. So actually, you did do it.
Okay.
So let's get push, I guess.
When I see .glasscard and .vibe glow, I know that we're about to see like the most vibe coded UI of all time.
I would rephrase that to say we're about to see something magic, something magical, something beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say give pull from main and run the app. Let's see what happens. Oh man, sometimes these kind of things make me feel like AI was not. If AI could think about what we're doing,
yep,
it was like I was not meant to be doing this.
The humans are giving me bad instructions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly why I use AI for Git. By the way, I just don't want to deal with with stashing.
I'm like, do whatever.
Do what you got to do. Always. So what's your strategy? Like, say you kick off like a work tree, and then like your landing changes. Do you just manage it like in main, and you need to pull back main? You're just managing like a normal branch, or you almost never, when you do a work tree, actually pulling from main?
I almost never pull from main unless there's like a very old work tree.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have many side projects which often go unsupervised for quite some time, and I have very stale branches, unfortunately.
I have one of the things I live coded something on top of what Justin did in the team, which is this fish. And it was it's sitting on a draft PR, and actually, if people comment on it and they say that they want this,
I'm gonna go comment on it. I don't even know what it is.
I'll be willing to bring it into the project.
Are you about to show it to me?
I'm about to show it.
Okay.
And I want to know what people think, because most people are going to be like, this is the dumbest thing.
Yeah, probably. But
it's okay.
But sometimes those are the best things, right?
Yeah. What do you see any difference here?
It's like green with a gradient.
So it's a fish tank. And so by default, there's no chat. There's no chat input, but you click on it, and then you can be like, change port to something, send it, and if it works, oh, actually, there's 2 sessions and there's 2 fishes. Then you can just like have your fish there.
The problem is, I would open H's window and I would be like, why is my prompt box gone?
And look at they're
swimming around.
Telling you what it's doing.
Wait, if you get a build failure or something, I need the fish to crash to the bottom of the tank.
Actually, Kai, which is like the manager of the team, or like the lead, one of the leads of the team, said that he wanted. Maybe I'm outing him too much, but he said, when you mark it as done, I want a shark to come and eat
it. This session has been destroyed.
Yeah. Okay. So now real work. We have to go back to our vibe coded.
Yep.
Before we run out of time.
I'm going to give you 5 minutes here. So
okay. We got it. Look at that.
Okay.
Is there anything?
I'm seeing a couple things that might hint that this is vibed. I honestly was expecting more though.
I know, me too. Actually, it looks a little bit better than what it was before.
We tried to make it worse and we made it better. Yeah, like the purple with the gradient. I mean, obviously AI, right? But like also the purple icon's not working for me at the bottom in the tabs. But it does actually legitimately look better than you had it before.
100%.
I'm not trying to insult your design taste, but
oh no! Oh, actually, did it do?
Oh,
I don't think it had glass.
I don't remember
before.
that. Well, that must have been that glass effect. I kind of want like an even more ridiculous thing now.
Yeah.
Can we do something in 4 minutes here?
Let's do something crazy and super vibe code this.
I like how every time you prompt, there's more U's in super, and that's how you're telling the AI.
The worst part is like this is how I chat. When we send texts, this is how I chat.
Yes.
It still looks too conservative. Conservative in the vibe coding department. You know, if I have some typos here, English is not my first language, like my native language. So, but
it doesn't matter.
Agents are smart enough to figure this out.
I do get a little concerned. Like we have this feature now, like /Chronicle, that's like going and talking about all the sessions you have and giving you tips and stuff. On the one hand, I'm like excited about this because it's like, oh, now I can, prompt better, whatever. On the other hand, I'm a little worried about getting exposed by my agent for all of the things that I've said to it.
Yeah.
And moments of rage.
Yeah. Initially, you start super nice.
The positivity, right? Like increasing levels of frustration with each prompt.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if you knew, you probably knew this, but you can share your chat session on GitHub, right? Like GitHub.com/Copilot/agents.
Yeah.
You can share those sessions with people. I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know that I want you guys seeing how I got here.
And I'm not saying it's not useful. I'm saying like particularly me, I don't think I want to do that.
I love the idea, like not PR review, but maybe in the future we're doing like prompt review and that's like what you do. And you're just reviewing someone else's prompts with it. And like, I love the idea of someone just being like, these prompts ain't it.
That'll be fun. That'll be cool. If you have to, if you don't review the code, you just review the prompt.
The conversation. Well, like it sounds like a little out there, but like if you think about it, it's like, well, if you're already basically saying the code is backgrounded and you're communicating intent and natural language, then it's not that crazy.
Yeah.
And like the thing is, like how do I put this? Like I almost sometimes wonder, like when I'm contributing, if it's better for me sometimes as not a member of our engineering team to like not actually send a PR. Like actually natural language may be a better way for me to contribute to VS Code as a well-formed issue or plan or something like that than like a PR. Because the problem with a PR is I actually think it feels productive.
Yeah.
But then if you can, we've all had this experience with agents where you just have to keep prodding it to get that last little bit. And that actually, like, it has the illusion of productivity because you're so close, but you're actually so far away. And I almost wonder if like sometimes it's better just throw it all away and start over. It doesn't feel productive, but I think it may actually be better.
And sometimes it's easier to review.
Of course. A big change in particular, I would not want to review a big change from me.
I know.
I would rather just regenerate it, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
But then if that's the case, then also like GitHub would need to evolve, right? Because then if you go to pull requests, right, you wouldn't have the actual, it wouldn't be code. It would be like, I don't know, plan is the right word. I don't know what it would be, but you would need to evolve basically the actual underlying collaboration contract.
Yeah. And how would that look like? That
I have no idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Come on.
We have on the clock.
Technically
we have 3 minutes, but I was going to give ourselves a couple minutes to wrap up. So hopefully we'll get a big ta-da at the end here, but we can go ahead and wrap up. I think we are the last live stream of Build. So I want to know, like, Osvaldo, I'm putting you on the spot. Like, what was your favorite part of Build this year?
My favorite part of Build this year, I think, is the energy that these builds have. It's crazy. I've been to builds before and stuff like that, and just like the amount of new things, the amount of like excitement around those new things, it's really, really cool to see. all the announcements. Oh my goodness.
Yes, we got the visual payoff I was hoping for.
Got it.
Codamente.
This is fantastic. Okay, so it just went crazy on one, which is fine. Yeah, so I was saying the energy, the new things.
Yep.
How people are excited about these new things. It's really cool. Like all the new hardware was like a surprise to me.
Yep.
And it's really, really, really cool. What about you?
Yeah, the hardware stuff is cool. And like a lot of the local model stuff, I'll admit, like I've been a skeptic of, but like I think now the hardware is starting to get to the point, because hardware takes longer than software, right?
Yeah.
So it's been a couple years of people being like, I want local, right? And so now the hardware is catching up. We have things that can actually run local models, and like in VS Code, we've done a ton of things the last couple months to really make running like bring your own models really, really great. You don't even need to sign into GitHub Copilot to use local models inside of the product. So if you like, airplane mode, you can basically go into chat if you're not signed in, and you can configure a model, and that could be a local model or any model, right? And you can actually use it. And I'm excited to get my hands on some of this new hardware and see like if that works. I have like a Mac Studio at the house, and some of the local models I think can work decent. But like that's something I'm super excited to play with. Obviously, that'll keep getting better. I tend to agree. Like I think with these events, like obviously the sessions are cool, the keynote's cool. But like all those things end up getting uploaded, and like you can watch them on YouTube like either that day or like within a couple days, right? And so I think if you ever have the opportunity to go to, whether it's Build, GitHub Universe, whatever, it's a very cliche thing, but it is like the booth conversations, the dinners, the events you have at night, the social stuff, where you can really like actually talk to people and understand like in an in-depth conversation like where they're at in their journey, what they're dealing with. That sort of thing is like so interesting to me as a product manager, where I can learn how like our developers who use our products are actually working every single day. Like that is the thing that gives me like new energy. And so, yeah, like I totally agree. That was probably my favorite part of this event. And I love that it was much smaller and more intimate than past builds.
100%. Cool. Well, thank you, everybody. This is how we finish this set. I think it's a perfect way of finishing a vibe coding session.
It's the most vibe coded UI
things in the world.
I love that. All right, y'all. Whether you're joining us on the VS Code channel, whether you're joining us on the GitHub channels, whether you're on X or LinkedIn or YouTube, we really appreciate you sticking around with us for the past couple of days with Build. We had a great time building with you. Of course, we do regular streams on both GitHub and VS Code YouTubes. We're building and live streaming pretty much every week. So keep an eye on that. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and catch up on all the great announcements, and we'll see you soon. See ya, y'all.
Happy coding.
Happy coding.